Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attack stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together!
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The
and gentlemen, give it up, make some noise for your 2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
รายการชิงแชมป์โลกที่เราร่วมต่อสู้แย่งชิงถึงแม้เราจะยังไม่ได้สัมผัสความสำเร็จในเวทีนี้แต่ครั้งนี้เราจะไม่ปล่อยให้โอกาสนี้ผ่านไป King of Sea จะเป็นของเราKami telah meluangkan usaha besar untuk mengamankan gelar ini. Kami tidak akan dengan mudah menyerahkan begitu saja. Raja sih, jangan memikirkannya.
Sau chiến thắng của chúng tôi tại giải vô địch SEA mùa xuân 2022, chúng tôi đã gặp rất nhiều khó khăn. Bây giờ chúng tôi đã quay trở lại và lại hơn xưa, sẵn sàng giành lại ngôi vương tại đấu trường danh giá nhất PUBG Mobile Đông Nam Á.
Chúng tôi đến với giải đấu lần này bằng chính thực lực của mình và sẽ chứng minh rằng mình hoàn toàn khả năng giành lấy chức vô địch và vinh quang cho Việt Nam.
Walaupun pengalaman pertandingan antarabangsa kami mungkin tidak banyak seperti yang lain, tapi kami telah berjaya menunjuk potensi yang luar biasa. Jangan meremehkan kami.
Wala pang team mula sa Pilipinas ang naghari sa SEA region. Gusto ko maging kauna-unahan and ready na ako sa journey na ito kahit gaano pa katagal abutin.
Pasti saya akan berasa kecewa kerana tidak mendapat hasil yang baik dalam kejohanan SEA. Tetapi saya tidak akan menyerah.
ชื่อของเราอาจไม่เป็นที่รู้จักสำหรับคุณแต่ไม่ควรประเมินทักษะของพวกเราต่ำเกินไปล้างตัวเองเพื่อดูเราครองสนามแข่งขัน
အောက်ထရလာလူတွေဖြစ်ပေမဲ့ရာဇဝင်တကယ်ကောင်းတိုင်းကအောက်ထရလာဆိုတော့မမေ့ပါနဲ့
เราจะไม่ยอมแพ้เราพร้อมที่จะเล่นเป้าหมายของผมนั้นง่ายๆคือการเล่นด้วยความสามารถที่ดีที่สุดของผมและปลุกคืนความเป็นอดีตที่ยิ่งใหญ่ของ Infinity ในเขตนี้
Aku telah menghadapi kekalahan tapi aku bangkit dan siap untuk menaklukkan tantangan yang ada di depan.
Yang saya inginkan hanyalah ingin menikmati semua permainan yang kita mau mainkan. Kami bertekad untuk membuktikan bahwa kami masih memiliki kemampuan untuk menguasai panggung.
Kami hampir dapat kejuaraan dekat season lepas, tetapi kami tidak menghargai peluang ini. Season ini, kami akan merebut gelar juara dengan tekad yang tidak goyah.
Tantangan utama yang kami hadapi adalah ego dalam diri kita sendiri. Kami tak takut pada siapapun, kami ingin menantang kalian semua. Jika kalian sanggup, hadapilah kami dalam pertarungan.
Kali ini aku menolak untuk melewatkan kesempatan lagi. Aku akan memberikan segala upayaku.
Ladies and gentlemen,
what is up, everybody?
This is a very exciting moment. For the first time since the pandemic, we are gathered here today for the first on-ground event for PMSL SEA Fall 2023 Grand Final! And hello everyone, welcome. I'm Tashmani, your host.
Dan saya Muaz, dan di sini kita nampak ya Tasha, kita sebenarnya rasa bahang daripada semua pemain-pemain yang sekarang ni berada di Sunway Velocity Mall sempena untuk PMSL, dan juga di sini kita dapat lihat ramai peminat-peminat yang sekarang ni berada di sini sekarang ni, okey? Dan dekat sini juga Tasha, kita nak ucapkan terima kasih lah juga kepada semua ya penonton-penonton yang menonton melalui laman sosial official PUBG Mobile di Facebook, okey, dan juga di YouTube dan juga di TikTok, Tasha.
That is right. Now we have 16 teams from various countries around Southeast Asia who have been competing and fighting for these slots in the last 3 weeks. Some teams may have shocked us and some teams have a dynasty to hold on to.
Okey, sebenarnya sekarang ni Tasha, nampak gayanya diorang dah tak sabar-sabar untuk melihat kita dekat atas pentas ni. Jadi apa kata kita bergerak ke pentas? Jadi jom, let's go. Apa khabar semua?
I can't hear you guys. How are you? That's better.
Come on, kita semua sekarang ni dekat Sunway Velocity. Apa kata korang semua jerit sekuat yang mungkin? Apa khabar semua?
I love to see this. Can I know how many of you guys traveled super far to be here today?
Ramai sebenarnya Tasha ya. Dan betul tu guys ya, dekat sini sempena untuk Grand Final PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Macam kita tahu ada 16 tim yang akan bertarung pada hari ini sehingga hari Ahad ya. Kita ada tim-tim daripada pelbagai negara yang ada dekat Asia Tenggara seperti Indonesia. Ada peminat Indonesia kat sini? Okey, kita juga ada daripada Thailand. That's right, kita juga ada daripada Philippines.
Wow.
Myanmar.
Wow.
Dan juga lain tak bukan Malaysia.
The fans from all over Southeast Asia are here to celebrate with us. The first offline event. We haven't seen each other in person for a very long time.
Betul tu. Dan sebelum kita nak menjemput ya pemain-pemain ke atas pentas, nak ambil sedikit masa sedikit nak tanya kat sini. Tasha, you look great right now. Tasha nampak elok sekarang ni ya.
Thank you.
Cantik di hari ni ya.
Thank you. But can we hear a round of applause for Muaz as well?
Terima kasih. Okey Tasha, nampak gayanya diorang dah tak sabar-sabar untuk melihat ya tim-tim favourite mereka untuk bersama dengan kita di atas pentas sekarang ni.
That's right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you all the teams who have qualified for the PMSL SEA Fall 2023 Grand Finals. Starting off strong from Malaysia, we have Yoodo Alliance.
Let's go! Okey, untuk tim kita yang seterusnya dari Vietnam, berikan tepukan untuk BN United.
Wow. They got a little thing for us today.
I like that, yeah.
We love that. We love to see it. Now, hailing all the way from Thailand, a team that shocked us all, making it into the PMSL SEA Grand Finals. Everyone, give an applause for FaZe Clan!
Baiklah, untuk tim kita yang seterusnya dari Indonesia, berikan tepukan untuk BIGETRON RV.
Wow, what is that dance? From Malaysia, a team that everyone wants to see rise to the top. Everyone, give a round of applause for STEM 9!
Baiklah, untuk tim kita yang seterusnya sekarang ni dari Thailand, berikan tepukan untuk Vampire Esports.
This team has an empire to protect, undefeated for quite some time. Looking to make a mark here in the PMSL SEA Fall. From Indonesia, I'd like to invite MORPH GPX.
Okey, di mana peminat-peminat GEEK Fam? Untuk tim kita seterusnya dari Malaysia, berikan tepukan untuk GEEK Fam.
From Vietnam, a team that seemed to hold the lead and want to take it back, the Xavier!
Okey, baiklah. Untuk tim kita yang seterusnya, berikan tepukan yang gemuruh. Mereka datang dari Thailand. Inilah dia, tim XERXIA.
Coming here from Indonesia, the team that shocked us all with firepower and consistency. Everyone, can I hear it for PERSIJA EVOS?
Untuk tim kita yang seterusnya, sama juga Tasha dari Indonesia, berikan tepukan untuk Alter Ego Ari. Tasha sebenarnya suka dengan jaket diorang ni.
Betul. From Thailand, the team that wants to bring back their legacy, the Infinity!
Untuk tim kita yang seterusnya dari Indonesia, kita ada RRQ.
Wow, the fans love that.
Comel.
Very cute, very cute. But you know who else is cute?
Lucu.
From the Philippines, the wildcard region, the only Filipino team here in the PMSL SEA Fall 2023. Everyone give a round of applause for PLAYBOOK Esports. Yeah, love to see it.
Baiklah Tasha, kita masih ada lagi satu tim yang terakhir, boleh dikatakan super underdog ya, dari Myanmar. Beri ketepukan untuk Genesis Esports.
Despite coming here from a long way, the fans are going crazy for this team. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Your 16 teams, the challengers who will be not only competing for the champion title of the PMSL SEA Fall 2023, but also points to lead them to victory at PMGC at the end of this year.
Tasha, kita sebenarnya ada ramai penonton-penonton di depan kita sekarang ni. Nak tanya satu soalan je lah. Agak-agaknya siapa yang akan menang pada hari ini?
Whoa!
Yoodo.
That was so bad. Can you do it again?
One more time, 3, 2, 1. Oh, bukan Yoodo Alliance saja. Ada tim lain tak yang juga nak tengok menang pada hari ini? Oh, ramai juga.
Can I hear it for BN? Vietnam, can I hear it for Indonesia?
Boleh kita dengar peminat Myanmar? Vietnam!
Philippines!
Ada, tapi online mungkin.
Online at home. Write it down in the chat, guys. And last but not least,
Yeah.
Malaysia!
Tasha, sebenarnya saya memang dah tak sabar nak melihat ya persembahan mereka semua sebentar saja lagi. 16 tim, okey, 6 negara. Memang satu persembahan yang agak cukup memuaskan pada hari ini ataupun untuk Grand Final.
That's right. For you guys who just tuned in, these teams had to qualify. Not only are they partnered teams here for PUBG Mobile, but also teams who have qualified from their country league, the PMPL. And on top of that, making it here into this league, they had to go through 3 weeks of a league stage where they have collected points through their bonus placements. And they, depending on their placements, would have had some extra points that puts them in the lead. And so far, PERSIJA EVOS is at number 1.
Okey, dan dekat sini sempena untuk Grand Final ini juga dengar cerita mereka akan start daripada kosong.
No.
Oh.
Some teams, yes.
Yes.
But there are some teams with the 20 points from the bonus as well.
Of course.
So the bonus teams, that's right. But for a lot of teams here, after we interviewed them, they said that they don't care about the bonus points. They are willing to just rush forward and take everyone down.
Okey, itulah dia semangat-semangat daripada pemain yang kita tak sabar sebenarnya untuk melihat. Okey, bagaimana diorang akan strategikkan ya permainan mereka sepanjang 3 hari ini. Itu sebenarnya Tasha yang kita nak lihat. Kerana teamwork adalah salah satu strategik yang paling penting sebenarnya di dalam PMSL.
Yeah, betul too. I think that one thing that's really important today is the love that not only these players have, but also for you guys on ground here for PUBG Mobile. Can I hear it? Do you love PUBG Mobile?
Okey, dekat sini apa kata anda semua berikan tepukan ke atas diri anda semua. Let's give ourselves a huge round of applause Lagi sekali terima kasih. Thank you guys so much for being with us here ya dekat Sunway Velocity Mall, dan saya harap dan Tasha juga harap kita dapat berjumpa selama 3 hari ini ya.
That's right, for you guys over at home, if you guys are close by or willing to fly in, we are here on ground at Sunway Velocity in KL.
Betul.
Starting off from today all the way till Sunday. Feel free to come by, say hi. We have cosplayers, we have on-ground players, and you can meet your favorite idols as well.
Betul tu, kalau anak anda nak tangkap gambar dengan cosplay kita, ada satu gilisut dekat sini ya. Boleh tangkap gambar dengan mereka semua kerana cosplay kita semua memang cun melecun orang kata.
Yes, that's right. Selain itu juga, you guys can celebrate yourselves again, reminding everyone at home that this is the first offline tournament in a very long time. So it's very exciting to see everyone here on ground with us today, despite it being a Friday.
Ya, betul tu. And untuk Tasha juga, sebenarnya Tasha tadi dia cakap dengan saya, Muaz, sebenarnya dah lama saya tak buat on ground event ni. Jadi Tasha sekarang ni tengok semua penonton-penonton kita, macam mana perasaan Tasha sekarang ni untuk berada dekat atas pentas PMSL PMSL Fall ya, SEA Fall 2023.
Tasha agak terkejut with the turnout because I was not expecting this many PUBG Mobile, PMPL, PMSL enthusiasts all around here. And on top of that, hearing the cheers from the, I would say, fans from teams outside Malaysia is super exciting. But you know what else is exciting?
Kita tak sabar dengan tengok permainan daripada mereka semua sekarang ni. So nak tanya sekali, adakah anda semua sudah bersedia? Oh, dia boleh kuat lagi Tasha. Kuat lagi Tasha.
Can we hear it one more time? Are you ready?
Baiklah, tanpa melengahkan masa, apa kata kita paskan kepada caster kita. Jadi, kepada anda yang tengah menonton sekarang ni, have fun, enjoy, dan kepada players, all the best.
Wow, very energetic opening there, coming out on ground scene. I mean, we're closing now. We can drop everything and just go, right, Cloud?
Oh yeah, what? We're like about 25 minutes away. Feels so near, you know.
I'm like 20 minutes away. I'm like, I can actually drive there. But you know what? You guys are watching back and tuning with us. Sadly, you guys at home with us. This is gonna be Chicha and Sir Cloud again. If you have to give the most exciting entry or entrance coming out from the players and teams just now, who will you give the best sportsmanship award to? I'm probably gonna give it to GE.
I'll give it to PN United. I mean that BAM and the FaZe. Okay, that took the whole team. So award to them.
And probably you know, runner up is gonna be PERSIJA EVOS. Those three teams got quite a good sportsmanship. I mean, there are some awkwardness. We're not gonna lie, but it was fun to watch, you know.
FaZe Clan, where Onsen was like doing the thing, and then everyone was like, what are you doing, bro?
And RRQ, I mean, the players not having the same height to do a big heart on top. Okay. Jokes aside, guys, this is where everything really matters now. You guys are tuning into the PMSL Grand Finals, and welcome. You know, a round of applause, you guys watching at home with us. You guys are awesome. We're staying at home, people, okay? We are anti-social club, okay? But sticking towards our grand finals, definitely when it comes to the bonus point rankings, we do know for a fact, and our host mentioned it before, PERSIJA EVOS do stand at number 1 right now with only 1 point different against BTR and DX. But we do know for a fact, whoever get themselves number 1 in the league doesn't mean they will win the grand finals there.
Yeah, and we have seen before the league curse. If you get the championship, the league not necessarily get the championship towards the end. So the league curse has been real before. This is where it'll get really interesting. And I totally agree with what the host said. They did ask out the players. I got some insiders. So to them, they're not bothered by the 1.2 points difference. To them, it's like, oh, it's only 1.2 points. If you put it into a single game, it's easily overtaken. So this is where it really all matters. Like the 1 point, it's fine. But this is where they will start to gain as many points as possible.
And not just that, when it comes to the bonus point standings, it's only 50% of it will be included in the grand finals there, which means the gap between the first and the last place is not big either. We talk about within just one map, things can overturn all the table around, where the last place can still get themselves at #1 spot. But I love the fact we do have 2 wildcards here when it comes to the grand finals today, which is going to be GE and PBE as well. Now, GE, this is the first time for them to actually get into the grand finals. After last season, they're having a really rough time to get into the grand finals in the first place. This is a big accomplishment and achievement coming from the side of Genesis Esports.
Yeah, and fun fact, so I saw Flame yesterday, the manager for GE, and he watches the English stream, by the way, so in case you guys go to review your bots later on, you know, shout out to you guys. And of course, all the best to all the teams as well. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals, but we'll remind you the journey of these teams. They a 3-week-long league that brought them here. The best 16 teams from the league stage now on the grand finals. That will be over 3 days for the total prize pool of $250 US.
There's going to be $250,000 at stake, and not just that, top 6 will get into the PMGC. Remind yourself there, even though some teams cannot get into PMGC based on the points that they gathered throughout the entire few seasons there, it's down to this last call for them to make it in, to squeeze through for PMGC in the future. For our league ranking points, like we mentioned before, it's going to be based on the 3 weeks long. Before this, we had the 3 weeks long league stage, where the initial bonus point, 50% of 3 weeks league ranking points, will be the team's initial points in the grand finals. Yeah, where the first place got 20 points and the last place got first points. That's why you see when it comes to the table across the board of the overall ranking points right now, you do see some teams are standing at #1, and not everybody have a 0 on top of that. Nobody has starting off a 0.
Yeah, nobody emptied it as a start for this grand finals. And of course, we knew that PERSIJA, they topped the table after 3 weeks. So they have the most points out of the other teams. But speaking about the other teams, here are participating teams. You guys have been introduced before this in the runway. So which team that you guys support the most? Leave it in the comment section, because we really want to know which team has the biggest fan base.
Yeah, but also first and foremost, we have to congratulate all these 16 teams as they make it through for the grand finals here today, which is going to be one of the toughest challenges when it comes to this season, because every single team, even though there's another 4 being relegated down there, they are well deserving these kind of spots as well, but they couldn't make it through. Also, when it comes to the 16 teams, all hailing, a lot of them coming from Thailand and Indonesia, definitely, but you know what? It's in Malaysia. Hopefully, it's going to be home country buff for all the teams down there. Now, we talked about the overall rankings just now when it comes to PERSIJA EVOS standing at #1 spot. PBE with 12 points. It's not impossible for PBE to jump up to first place anytime now.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. Like, the points difference is like, what, 14 points different? So, one good round, chicken dinner, lots of eliminations. Very, very possible for them to do that. Anyway, if you look at the top, it's like, what, 1 point different, 20 to 25, and then you drop to like 22, you got 20, so the points are really close still. So anything can happen in the 18 games that will be played over the course of 3 days.
Yeah, but when it comes to the top 4 elimination across the entire league here, Vampire is still standing at #1 with 12 points in difference against the Xaviers, who stand at 2nd and 3rd place, tied with BTR right now, where BTR stands at #4 compared to RRQ, who's in the overall ranking is #4, but they are 3rd when it comes to top 4 elimination. It just shows that BTR and RRQ, the difference between them is going to be their placement and their elimination. That's it.
Yeah, and with that balance, well, they managed to make it here. So they definitely have a working formula that they might or might not deploy in the finals later on. But of course, Vampire Esports, we cannot deny the fact that they have a lot of fire in them. I mean, the stats don't lie. Even for this, for anyone who has any doubt on whether this guy is overrated, well, here it is, gentlemen. Tony K with 127 eliminations, the most so far. Same goes for the damage, and same goes for the assists. I mean, it's K galore.
This is just 30k. Pretty much he's the only player that under the highlight when it comes to best player all around. So it's not a surprise for us for the end of the day or the end of the grand finals to see him getting the best player award down there. But when it comes to our first match of the day, we're heading over to Sunhawk and we should focus on these 4 teams: BTR, XERXIA, Yoodo Alliance and RRQ.
Yeah, the teams obviously everyone will be playing because there is no group stage anymore. And the schedule, it's going to be same. We're going to start it off with Sunhawk, play only Sunhawk, and then we'll run through 2 Erangles before we get a Margaret break. When we come back, it's Erangel again, and then we'll end the day with 2 Miramas. If you follow us throughout the league, it's going to be same all around.
Yep, so it will be something that will be very familiar for the players down there, so you don't have to be nervous for no reason. Now, we do have something new this time with daily first draw, only 10 UC, which means you can get the Dream Chaser set, the exclusive first ever PMSL set, the Dream Chaser. You can get it only 10 UC daily. You can draw it at least once a day, and one of those days I have a feeling you will actually get it.
Man, we talked about the 10 UC in the Dandy Group. This is 1 UC. 1 UC.
It's 1? I thought it was 10.
UC. Yeah, I know the U may look like a 0, but it's 1 UC. It's only available starting from today until the 27th of August. So, if you guys don't even try to make this first draw, I don't know what to say, man.
Also, don't forget, as per usual, it's gonna be a Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super available until when? I have no clue. But definitely we waited it long enough. Hopefully it will stay for a bit longer. So you guys can get more content out of this. More comical content, because it's gonna be super funny as well. If you know how to play alongside with it, based on the characters.
Yeah, but well, if you think that, yeah, I got too much UC to spend, 1 UC, keep on me. It's fine. First draw. At only 10 UC, the Dandy Groups, the Battleground, the new Ultimate set that is still currently available. We know till when, so don't miss out this opportunity. Make your right now at only 10 UC, ladies and gentlemen. Get in the game right now and get your set and flex it with your friends.
Speaking of the grand finals, we're heading into our first map of the day, which is going to be Sunhawk, and so far we have no clue who's going to stand up and just trying to go all out when it comes to the grand finals, since it's going to be just 3 days of a very short period compared to the leagues, which was 3 weeks long. Now, we do know when it comes to marathon, there are certain teams that specializes in marathon, have very good stamina, but when it comes to the sprint, you have to keep an eye out. Like they are PMWI champions like Vampires. This is where they played so well here.
Yeah, I mean, 3-day sprint. Vampire Esports, definitely one of they know how to manage that. We got a couple of teams who are really good at that as well. BR, even Alter Ego, they are good at sprints. Even like 7-9 is good at as well. But here are our predictions. So we have the same Vampire, but a little bit different for PERSIJA, EVOS, and GEEK on your side. Mine is RRQ Yoodo Alliance. Talk us through your thoughts behind this prediction.
I mean, like PERSIJA EVOS, personally, just like last season, right? We saw a lot of Alter Ego coming out in the very last minute. Now, I have to give it, this time it well deserved. It's going to be FaZe. FaZe is just playing on a different level, just like Rosemary last season. Vampires, I mean, like nobody wants to say out that about them anymore, because we do know this is where they pretty good down south. But when it comes to GEEK fam, I still have a slight belief that they can push themselves even further more, because we don't see too much of GEEK fam in the league stage. Maybe they've been saving up for the grand finals here.
Well, let's see here, because this is also the first time they play in front of audience with Audrey in the lineup. Since they just joined the season anyway, so let's see how that will sort of change their momentum as well in the grand finals. They're going to start it off with Audrey, and Sonics is going to take a break, or round number 1 at least. Whether they'll make a substitution later or not, well, we'll need to stay tuned, gentlemen, and see what happens there. But you mentioned about Misery. PERSIJA, they topped the league stage, and they are looking good so far. Hopefully, they bring the momentum into the grand finals.
I agree, it's going to be red face for me, but yeah, but when it comes to the entire team, especially the twins playing both of them today, so we can expect they're going to go all out with a secret strategy. We do know some teams are saving it up for the grand finals there. That's going to be a good start for both. I don't know which twin it is. I have a feeling this is going to be Luxy, possibly with red face. I have a feeling that Zuxis is on the other end. But they definitely have very good, cheerful way to start things off. Very good vibe. But when it comes to different teams now, we talked about the teams happen to be having their home country buff. Will be more pressurized for the teams coming up from Malaysia. Will be something more encouraging or giving them a bit more drive since they're playing in their home ground.
Yeah, maybe a pro or a con. These teams will need to go through the test because it is the first offline open event in the longest time, just like what our hosts. So whether it will give them the buff, whether it won't, we'll need to wait and see what will happen with the course of these 3 days. For the Xavier, as we get this lineup, they are maintaining the same lineup as before. Not much is on them. Vampire Esports potentially will change their lineup, but they started off, of course, with this one player that you cannot remove, only K. So far in the running to be the FMVP.
Now this guy, coming up from Vampires, they cannot swap him out. No matter what the case is, no matter how exhausted Tony K might be, he cannot afford to sit this one out when it comes to the grand finals. We know how pivotal his role is when it comes to the entirety of a lineup of Vampires. We do see Stone is playing here this time as well. I do love Stone playing more. I'm sorry if you guys are against that, but I have a feeling the dynamics is way more better. They're synchronizing way fluent and way solid when it comes to this lineup coming out from the side of Vampires. But we do talked about the other teams here. Yoodo Alliance. Yoodo Alliance and Semnan. Between these two teams right now, when it comes to the league, they are one of the most aggressive Malaysian teams out there. But when it comes to having a grand finals, there's pressure coming up. How well can they be composed?
Well, let's see here, because Yoodo Alliance, they are a C special on the Malaysian teams. Let's see if they can remain that. Here we go.
Final back on Sunhawk map here, starting off our first ever game in the grand finals first day as well. Speaking of which, we do know how Circle can get crazy sometimes. Now, we don't need that much of two tormenting Circle when it comes to the grand finals. Can we have at least a bit of a gentle start in the grand finals?
Well, we're going to see the first game, whether it's going to be hard or it's going to be fast for teams. Let's see here. Looking at the drops, because we're going to fix 16 teams the next 3 days. So I guess drop slot wise, wouldn't be too worried. I might be a little bit worried about Paradise Resort. I still see GE going to Xavier's spot. Well, GE spot, the Xavier spot, pretty much the same, 50-50. Paradise Resort will be the first encounter inside of game number 1.
Now, so far we do see Paradise Resort as per usual going to be a bit hectic, but I'm looking at Ovis Army as well. Circle haven't popped yet. We do see two teams crushing over on top. It's going to be first contact made between Master Ichi and D-Zave is right on top of him. A bit difficulty for Master Ichi to find himself covered, but at least he got himself some guns to work with.
Oh, wow. Okay, still no knockdown yet. We can see Lamborghini with a pistol, though not really well equipped. PUBGM with an AK in hand, pretty decent. He has the highest GE, but he doesn't have a good angle. So he don't have formation on where exactly the GE members are at. And right now they are circling around. But look at that. There's another person actually dropping in Paradise Resort. No, they're going up north, luckily.
And the Circle Pops happen to be on the northern side as well. I'm not sure how far it will go into Cal, but it's definitely going to be a hot spot on Paradise Resort. Even though D-Xaviers and GE going to be done by this, but there's going to be Infinity taking over this side, maybe possibly later on, or maybe they're just going to be on top of Cal since they don't have to move. But definitely when it comes to getting the other teams from this other side to go to the north, they'll pass by Paradise Resort, and one knock on the side of D-Xaviers right now, not doing great as the first start of the game.
Oh yeah, with the knockdown now. GE, will they take advantage of this? Okay, they're going across, they're trying to find the target, but can't seem to get, and the revive should kick in. The Xavier should be back on all fours. And now considering that the Circle is in this area, Paradise is somewhere in the middle, so this fight will continue.
And we'll continue because they need this, they need to win this. It's going to be their circle to start, and both teams having a bit of an advantage if they can win over the other. And none of them willing to part ways or back away right now. They're fighting for their life. Definitely it's going to be grand finals. So nothing else that we can talk about going away or just pull back. That's not an option anymore. Levi and GE still having a go. While Slim's eye spotted another Twa on the ground. Feel like these Xaviers are losing too much men right now. With these Xaviers, one knock bleeding out, making a bit of a trade. Nothing to be traded here. Only
Levi's.
1 to 2. These Xavier definitely is losing, and they are still committed to this. While GE, they can have a wrap around. They can close things off.
Oh, Lambo left. Can he get away? This will be the big question. Let's see how far he can go. Looking at the minimap, GE seems to be semi-interested to chase him, but I guess they'll be entered with this win. 3 points in the pocket of GE as a start, and also the routes to Paradise Resort. Lamborghini is out of here.
Oh, Lamborghini have to survive alone this time. Not sure how he can get out, since we do know Infinity waiting the other northern side. And BTR taking FaZe Clan a bit of a run into the money. Yeah, we do have a bit of a trade. FaZe Clan not doing so great, as BTR having a bit of 2-2 trade. It's leaving FaZe to down to 2 players as well. Bochil already got himself the DBS. Just gonna go for the windows, but not spotting any corners due to the structures in between here. Bochil having a hard time to spot them out. He have to push himself in. Here comes BTR rushing in. Can FaZe hold their grounds?
Oh, wow. Oh, that mid. But now this is a chance for FaZe Clan to counter onto BTR. Mormon on the outside. Judd coming in, but nobody's in the building. Except for his own teammate. Nane in hand. Power on the other side. And Lapa happened to be the last man after all that action. Can he actually pull off a clutch? It's going to be 1v2 at least.
We do know FaZe Clan seems to be struggling, and it came back all the way from the very last place in the league, coming into the very final week to get themselves into the grand finals here. But they show what they're made of. They definitely have the commitment to fight over the side of VTR right now, having a bit of reset for both teams. Boychi will be revived but cancelled out in the very last minute by Ondens and Mormon as well. Spotted out one of BTR players, try to clean up the job first to make sure they can secure those elimination points. But BTR, they are reviving. Happen to be knocked right on top as well. Boychill cannot be saved as Lapa living out of a compound, trying to fight for his own life alongside with his teammate.
Oh, now it's 4v1.
Oh, no teammate.
No teammate. I mean, all alone. Oh no, this is not going to look good for Lapa. Okay, Onzens on one side, Ventor on the other. They got him surrounded. It's just a matter of time. Then Lapa will be eliminated now. Ollie is just buying time for him as FaZe Clan cannot advance. He can heal, but for how long more? I mean, he has a DBS, so if any clutch would happen, it will be DBS.
Oh, it's going to be DBS and Spurge now. It's going to be a combination, and you can barely see. And that was a blind shot coming up from the side of FaZe Clan, where finally BTR will be the first one to be out. We do have the next one contender coming in. RQ, the housekeeping team, is here to take FaZe Clan away.
Hello, RQ from the high ground, knocking down Mela. RQ wanting to find advantage. The Molly will toss up by Mort on one side. And if you look at the minimap, RQ actually got FaZe Clan surrounded. It's just a matter of when will RQ ends.
Mort hovering around in that UAZ or alongside with the smoke right now, hoping they can actually get away from here. Got quite a valuable sort of information towards the side of RQ. They will try to replan and reassess how to push in down there. They are not definitely bowing out from this fight. We do know how RQ plays, and they just always fight in their head. But on the side of these Xaviers, seems like we do have how one of the players of BTR left with themselves alone. I feel like Lamborghini is just waiting for the inevitable. But in the meantime, he is Lamborghini. We've seen this before. He can actually pull it through to be in the top 5 if survived long enough.
Yeah, so it's not the inevitable yet for Lamborghini. He will definitely fight through, but let's see how far will he go. The good news for Lamborghini is that he's somewhere without the circle, so he will hope for the team to cancel out each other so he get as high as a placement as possible as a start. So at least Lamborghini is in this. But now we get to see the next stage of the circle. It will go mostly on the left, but majority of the players are still in this because of how I shifted again. We talked about this. Teams like to play in the middle.
And like there's nobody else coming out from Hartin, unless MORPH really want to take a risk to be choked by the side of PERSIJA EVOS on top of the Hartin bridge up there. But we do have Infinity take over Cow early on, though this is definitely their circle to play alongside. Sam9 coming in late. MORPH on the other hand still on top of Ruins. I'm not sure what's the plan come from MORPH. They can cross over towards a boot camp around that area. If they take around half team, PERSIJA EVOS waiting at the other end. XERXIA on the other hand taking on top of Paradise Resort right now. We talked about Paradise Resort. It was GE versus Xaviers early on. Now there's going to be a lot of team coming up from southern side to take over Paradise Resort, to take any remnant they can salvage on and try to push up towards Cow.
Yes, they can, and they can pass by here, just like what XERXIA is doing, hoping to secure a couple of elimination points perhaps. See how aggressive will they play? Will they want to shoo away GE? Will they want to take fight? Or are they happy with their corner? Look at the current situation. Since they're probably doing a little bit of a scouting work. GE is much more prepared based on their position. So for XERXIA to really push onto GE will be fall to that trap.
Now GE, they definitely have the space and time to actually leave out this compound way early on, but they decided to just stand on their ground, follow their guts, and just gonna, stick to their guns on top of Paradise Resort. But we do have some boats coming up on the northern side, which is going to be Alter Ego taking a bit of a boat rotation towards the northern side of the map itself, next to Cal, where Infinity dropped himself down there. Coming on the southern side, a lot of them are crossing Paradise Resort, so we can assume out of 15 teams, 8 teams minimum is going to be right on top of Paradise Resort for now. While the other 8 teams will be taking a round to get on top of Cal. But the problem is, we do know the Blue Zone is going to hurt, even though stage 2 and stage 3, it is Sunhawk. So the Blue Zone will force them to get into the center of the circle as fast as possible. Now MORPH, we talked about them be on top of Ruins before. If they cut across hard thin, we have Alter Ego and PERSIJA EVOS on the northern side waiting at the Hartin bridge for them. But if they're cutting across boot camp, how to swim over?
So I guess they would just take the north bridge across. That'll probably be a better option for them, because if you cut boot camp with this circle that still has boot camp in it, there is a feel that someone will be gatekeeping, especially on the hills just outside of boot camp. So there is this possibility that they'll just take the north bridge in.
Boundham United are on the other hand taking a bit of a walk from the northern side of Quarry, going up to Bun possibly now. PERSIJA EVOS is going to gatekeep this bridge. We talked about the bridge. It's not great if you have to be passing by a bit later, like the teams MORPH and Alter Ego in the case. But Alter Ego make it through. They actually squeeze into the side of Hartin and just swim over the other end. Since they don't need to cross over the bridge, it's going to be well done on the side of Alter Ego. But PERSIJA EVOS, it's going to be only one team crossing there. I don't think they want to go that route now for MORPH, since they are contemplating to go over to its side of boot camp, where the next circle will not be in it. And barely get into the boot camp. It's still going to be Paradise Resort circle.
Yes, and look how crowded Paradise Resort is. Like, okay, you got GE, you got XERXIA, the last 2 teams you saw. On the outside, yes, FaZe Clan. And on the north side, you got like the Xavier, RRQ, like everyone's just so close by with Paradise Resort. And can you imagine like the 2 teams inside Paradise, the moment they step out of it, like teams will be waiting for them. So they'll be pretty happy that the fact that the circle is still in Paradise Resort. If they're forced out of it, then that'll be really scary.
It's kind of true. It's all about timing here for all the players who got himself a compound. Not willing to overpig himself. Infinity split himself in a 2-2 formation on top of Tutmok. The other 2, it's going to be Logan and Beer, nowhere nearby. They're coming up from the side of Cal, going down to Tutmok, but that's not a lot of places for the side of Infinity to take themselves covers, unless they got themselves in a junction between Tutmok and around Paradise Resort, just across the other side of a bridge. But Red Face and the rest of PERSIJA EVOS already take the compound in their hands. So I assume a lot of teams now eyeing up towards Paradise Resort, which happen to be a bigger compound, more structures, more buildings. So they might want to try and fight for it, since the circle, I have to say 80% of it right on top of Paradise Resort right now.
Battle point. later on. Let's see how it goes because everyone is now holding on to their ground. And I can totally understand that. It is the first game of the grand finals. So the first game, you want to avoid doing mistakes or slip-ups because you want to find that momentum from the start. So from the start, let's see here who has the better advantage. Because look at the current elimination feed. The Baco unfortunately knocked down. So speaking about advantages, GE has a better one now.
That's kind of true. Is it gonna be worth it enough for them to actually fight for their grounds? For now, definitely high valuable compound, which could be Paradise Resort, but PBE squeezing out of BootCamp, scouted out by MORPH, who happen to be crossing from the small islands just on the outskirts of BootCamp, swimming by, trying to avoid PERSIJA EVOS from that bridge. Now they are resorting to just dropping themselves slowly but surely crossing over to that side. But for the side of BootCamp, PBE is holding the grounds, but they need to get out since they barely got into the center of the circle. But they're not willing to leave out yet since the circle might shift down south all the way. And speaking of PBE, they want to go for the fights. We do know for a fact, yeah, this is the first match of the day. It's the first ever in the grand finals. Everybody are eager to get their guns blazing out there and setting a great tone, giving off the vibe that you're not supposed to be messing with us in the grand finals. It's so important for them to set the tone in game number 1, day number 1 here. Now back towards Tony K. This is going to be one of the most watched play out of PMSL this time. And we have to give it to the side of Empires playing a bit slower. RQ Sport out Infinity. Now Infinity in trouble. They are having one of the best ground before when it comes to the first stage of a circle, but circle happened to be shifting away. They have to leave Tutmok since the circle is shrinking way on the left side of Paradise Resort, away from where they stand before. And GEEK fam coming out from Paradise Resort is not going to be an easy thing here to do. Since GE is gatekeeping that side, there's going to be XERXIA, GE, Yoodo Alliance, and as well as GEEK fam right on top of Paradise Resort. If all happen to be leaving at the same time, they'll bump into each other. Major crash will happen. Now back towards some first contact made. It's going to be Yoodo Alliance versus Bellingham United. Breaks on the ground, bleeding out. Iftar finding those shots with his rifles, hoping he will go around the rock structure to find what he's knocked down earlier on. Olio taking on one on Sowas. 2 knocks on Bellingham United and trade with none. But GEEK fam taking on GE at the same time. And Sowas being finished off. Yoodo Alliance having a very good start for the Malaysian teams. Getting on 2 in the back. Max even on the ground. Olio, what a nice sharp spray from Olio. Yoodo Alliance triumph their win for now, but they need to leave. As the circle have to be shrinking away and the Blue Zones arrive. Back to a side of GEEK fam. Early on, they were fighting against GE. They got one man knocked down, another one being knocked. It's going to be Smile. GE in trouble. They got one of the most solid compound before, but it moves away. Did not favor them. And GE, XERXIA, as well as GEEK fam, especially GE, hand down between 2 ways here of GEEK fam and XERXIA at the same time. Both 3 teams, make it triple teams, trying to get out of Paradise Resort. Happen to be crashing. Like I mentioned, a major crash happened to be here. And the circle have to shift at the very moment when they're fighting as well. And the Blue Zone will hurt them. The only team that got themselves the Blue Zone this time is just going to be Vampires for now.
Oh, Vampire. Don't forget about FaZe Clan. They have the circle to get a compound. So 2 teams with a solid spot within the circle. But what's going to be interesting, besides the Paradise Resort fight, is going to be up northwest as well. But focusing on GEEK fam running, mowing GE down, taking down. But now they have XERXIA to worry about.
Oh, man. GE unfortunately couldn't make it through in the first map, but it's okay, we still have more to go. XERXIA, GEEK fam, Yoodo Alliance will be gatekept by FaZe Clan. Will happen, whoever try to get out of Paradise Resort. You're going up north, there's going to be more teams up there. You're going south, there's only 1 team, but nobody wants to go south, it's a bit further. But Audrey spotted out XERXIA. XERXIA slowly, limb by limb. They plays out. be taken by GEEK Fam or a side of Yoodo Alliance on the other end. PERSIJA EVOS spotted by Infinity, who came out of Tutmok just now, slowly bulldozing RRQ of their feet.
Ooh, okay. Look at this. No mercy. Sees them passing by. But he's the last man though. So if he pulls the trigger, he will awaken the Hornet's Nest. Now, unfortunately, PB who tried to escape from the area of boot camp got eliminated as well. Number 11 without elimination point. But speaking about points, no mercy. Got through knockdowns, but can't secure just yet. But at the same time, the blue is just behind him. Nothing much that no mercy can do. Our account.
PERSIJA EVOS spots out the entirety of MORPH across the line, in a straight line even. This is another great time for PERSIJA EVOS to finish off the entirety of MORPH, since Bibu already swimming and knocked down at the same time. There's nobody can save him for now. MORPH hanging on to the last thread, hanging on to their life on that cliff at the very moment. Gatekept by the hands of PERSIJA EVOS. Infinity having a go against GEEK Fam, but GEEK Fam being pressured by the Blues, and both teams are running and gunning at the same time.
Oh yeah, because they need to chase the circle. They need to get away from the blue at the same time. But where we're gonna go right now? He's being spotted from the team on the other side. And speaking about the other side, Empire Esports arguably now has one of the best spots within the circle. They just need to hold on to it. But that team that could make an entry onto them is M9 down south.
Damn rude. Swap it over to Pants, thinking of it, tossing it over. Just to giving some false information towards the other end. A GEEK Fam, that's damn rude, try to change and swap over the attention of the other team just across them before, which is going to be Infinity. Try to distract them entirely, but they're not taking the bait here for Infinity, and nobody willing to stand up for now. Lobby tossing out the nades, trying to fish them out. Damn rude, trying to move away from those explosions. But the Blues start to shrink in. Bear spot out. Damro is on the ground. It's going to be trouble for GEEK Fam. FaZe taking advantage. GEEK Fam, left, right, center, surrounded, but they fought back. They got another knockdown on Audrey. Leaving only Mika left with his teammate. Audrey being finished off in an instant. Snipes barely hanging on. Spot out Logan. Got finished by the back. And Snipes survived, but GEEK Fam couldn't hold on. We're down to 5.
Oh, now we go up north. Where we have MORPH GPX and PERSIJA. It's the moment we switch over. PERSIJA EVOS, who came from the Camp Alpha Island a bit later, took out PERSIJA EVOS. MORPH GPX won the fight, and now MORPH GPX, they're not done yet because they have Sem9 coming on to them. Yoru all alone with a UM hand. The rest of Sem9 coming up from the top, but Yoru secures that point for the rest of Sem9 arrive.
Inside of MORPH, the trio with Boo getting 5 eliminations just by himself here. Sem9 secured a 2. Now that spotted out Yoru a bit too long for those nades. Looping way too high. And Dap trying to cook another one, but the rock in between them just making sure he can't land the perfect angle, but Dap got it going anyhow. Yoru down on his knees, stopping Sem9, nobody for now. Sem9, they're pushing forward, knowing the fact the only one that's stopping him just now was Yoru. The other two players of MORPH is coming from behind. If they're not being careful for Sem9, this is going to be a backstabbing moment for them.
Oh, now we are on to the two Thai teams. Fan, Vampire Esports next to each other. We got Sem9 on the south side as well. Everyone pretty much have their own call. But Vampire Esports will defend their ground. Onsets will be taken out from far. So thanks to Schweppes. So FaZe Clan only has 2 players left and they're stuck on the outside.
Oh, but who's spotted out by FaZe Clan? Mela is playing so well today for FaZe Clan. They're coming back after their first 2 weeks of the league, showing when it comes to the grand finals, everything is business, and it's a serious business as well. Tom spot out another player of MORPH. That's going to be the last of them, and it's down to 3 with only 1 player, 2 of them. 2v3, coming out from Vampires with 3. Sem9 with another duo, now 1 knockdown. FaZe Clan trying to take advantage when they can, while Tony K want to finish off the knockdown he had before.
Oh, here we go. Top teams now. Sem9 and Vampire Esports in the circle. Clan on the outside. We got Stone taking care of FaZe Clan, but the rest of them taking care of Sem9. Tony K secured the point against Mikkel. Now Tony K spotted out by Dap, but will not connect. So now Dap is going to play the slow game because he has a circle anyway.
Back to a side of FaZe Clan. Being pressured by the Blues and Stone with a DBS, prepared to take the fight, a very close quarter combat. A CQC for Stone here. Spotted out Mela. He heard the footsteps coming out from Mormon, moving away from where he tossed the nades before. Vampires moving as a trio in a straight line, while Stone tried to spot out Mela. Still impossible with the slope of the hill. The terrain making it more difficult since we are at the peak of the hill. But it's going to be the last stage here. There's no more circle, and it's going to be all blue after this. FaZe Clan, the one that playing at the edge of a circle, at the edge of the Blues, and will be the most risking their life out there. Taking a bit of the chances, proning down, approaching, and closing the gaps in between them. Shrap is just right across Mela. If they got the nades, which they have none right now, it would be incredible to have the nades working. But they have nothing left for their resources. But Vampires are pushing in. They don't have fear. Tony K taking a UMP at work. Knock on one. Only leaving 7-9 Tom down there by himself.
And Tony K managed to lose, but at the same time they are managing FaZe Clan, but thanks to Tom doing Vampire Esports a favor. 1 more to go. Tony K, they managed to get it. Looks like they did. And now it's going to be Tom against the world. He has a DBS in hand. He has an M4 as well. And he only has like what? 5% health. And Vampire Esports, the PLAYBOOK champion, will take home the first chicken dinner in the grand final.
It speaks a lot for the side. They are talking loud and clear for Vampires here today. Getting the first chicken of the day with such a very fast and clean rotation. And the ending was flawless. Tony K, he was fearless. He's like Rat Face, where we saw he's not playing with covers. He's just going straight in with the UMP. Going around the tree just now to finish off one of the players. They've been making sure Vampires couldn't push. Because of him, they managed to open up the space between them. They open up their spread amongst them and can secure all those elimination and even secure the chicken dinner.
Ooh, my goodness. And everyone thought that Week 3 was their off day. But they already secured the grand finals slot, so they can afford it. So grand finals, this is where they start off hard. Tony K, our MVP for round number 1, first game in the grand finals. 6 eliminations, 850 damage. This guy has been showing up in all sorts of graphics through the day.
My god, 6 eliminations, 800 over damage. He's the FMVP right now. He's the top eliminator for the current being, and he's still going for more. There's no stopping Tony K. He doesn't know how to stop. This guy don't know what is the functionalness of break. All he does is just pressing on the gas and keep pushing up faster than before. Shrap, Stone, Tony K, Ravenclaw. I have a feeling this is going to be the most solid lineup of Vampires. You don't need to swap in and out. They definitely cannot afford to swap in and out of the players when it comes to only 3 days grand finals. But when it comes to the numbers, look at what Tony K's done.
Oh man, the numbers for Tony K just going up and up. And I mean, no surprise if he can be crowned the FMVP by the end of the grand final. But look at the teams to watch. Okay, even if we look at the stats for Vampire Esports, the Trojans, not that bad. A lot more than FaZe Clan, obviously. And they can still secure chicken dinner. They had to move. They had to defend. They had to do all sorts of things to get chicken dinner in the board. Other than that, FaZe Clan is up there. The M9 getting a second place because they got a lot of eliminations in this round.
That's kind of true. I mean, like, they're not going anywhere. Definitely, they already show us what they're made of in the grand finals. And speaking of a 17-year-old, that will stay as long as he needs to in PUBG Mobile right now. There's no change of era for him. This is his era for Tony K.
It is. He is like, what, only 7 now? I mean, he has many more years to go. And this guy can continue to improve. He has some of the best teammates around to really support him to get this sort of success. But of course, there's still a lot more games to go. So it's not over till Tony K sings. Until Tony K starts singing, then we will see whether he will be finally crowned the Southeast Asia champion. But look, points. Alright. 10 eliminations in the hands of Vampire Esports. FaZe Clan got 10, so they got 15 points. And Sem9, also a team with a double digit with 11 points.
Now, so far, a lot of zeros down there. We're talking about 5 teams happen to be in the same boat. PBELT, Xavier Bound, United, and BTI. Note that all these teams are coming out It's either they're fighting early on, where we saw DX versus GE, they lost against GE, and the others just happen to be coming into the circle very late. And it will be costly, since we talked about this for this entire season. Is a new meta, and it's shifting due to the circles as well. You have to play in the center of a circle.
Yeah, and then we see a lot of teams trying to get into the center as fast as possible. But it was a smaller match. Let's see how teams will play inside of Erangel. I would expect the same sort of be deployed by majority of teams. And it also depends on what kind of circle we got, right? But we'll speak about that a little bit later on when we get into Erangel next. Here are overall rankings, including the bonus starting points. And with just game, Vampire Esports now in number 1.
Yep, and not even breaking any sweat when it comes to the Sunhawk with 10 eliminations. Just now, definitely pushing numbers up there. But PERSIJA EVOS is not going to willing to give it away easily, as they are climbing up possibly in the next one, because we do know Erangel is going to be their forte for Indonesian teams. PBE and Baunam United having a tough start, including GE as well. Well, I don't blame them, especially GE. They're having their first ever grand finals down here. But Baunam United, we've seen their best in the first few weeks of the PMSL League. Now, it feels like the momentum definitely lost since the league stage of week 1 and week 2, and then they just poof, gone, invisible for now. But hopefully that's not the case when it comes to the grand finals. You cannot afford to have a bit of a, I'm tired today, can I have a rest? You don't have that time, because it's only 3 days short of the sprint.
Yeah, just like how these two players, they aren't having a break here. Tony K and Ons. Fortunately, the Onzens got eliminated when they were at like top 4 or top 5, so he couldn't really show his skill towards the end. But the play lasted towards the end is definitely going to be Tony K. So these two players are compared. Their age group pretty much the same, a lot of potential as well. But we'll move on to Angle after this. And if Vampires was caught the chicken dinner, they still have the top hat in Erangel.
Yep, so far when it comes to eliminations, you look at the numbers, they don't lie. Almost 300 eliminations on top of Erangel just by Vampires alone, but when it comes to placement, they're quite balanced out. But don't forget, the Malaysian teams do love Erangel as well. We talked about the AOG of the map as a 50-50 land, and also balance out with the water ratio in it. But the circle, it's always about the circle when it comes to Erangel these days. So we're hopping into our match day Erangel after this. We're gonna go for another one, then we have a bit of a break in between. It's gonna be praise break for the Muslims, and maybe some assessment to rediscuss for the other teams, to have a bit of a mental breakdown there. But also for you guys watching at home, even those who are actually watching on ground right now, don't forget, it only take you only 1 UC. Just 1 UC, guys, for the PMSL Dream Chaser set, the first exclusive PMSL set of this season. The first time, 1 UC. You can do it every day, but only during 25th to 27th of August.
Yeah, and thanks to the graphic as well, it's clearly shown. Broken suit, the mask, the M16 gun skin for a potential of only 1 UC for the first draw. But we also have the first X-suit with an exclusive glide effect, MORPH X-suit, finally here, but it's only here for a limited amount of time. So it's only available up until the 5th of October, so don't miss out on that.
Also, don't forget about the collaboration of PUBG Mobile with Aston Martin. I'm not going to put out the lane joke again, but you guys got it. If you guys know it, ready. But also, there's going to be exclusive colors only during this time, up to the 13th of September. Now, we talked about so many goodies coming up during the PMSL stage, and when it comes to the grand finals, yeah. Speaking of which, we do hit our jackpot when it comes to our prediction, and we do know Vampires, they love the grand finals. They're definitely not a big fan when it comes to the league, you can see that. But when it comes to the grand finals is where all cylinders out for Vampires. Oh, congratulations to you and me, Cloud.
Yeah, it's not always that we get our prediction right together. Fox Gaming looking at you guys. But anyway, Vampire Esports each. But next, if any other team were to score, it will be a tiebreaker. Not really a team, but the other two teams that we have down here. So RRQ and Yoodo Alliance. Myself, I do believe that Yoodo Alliance, they are a specialist in C. They got heartbroken by SLD last season just via the tiebreaker. They were that close. So that's why Yoodo Alliance keeps in my prediction this time.
Well, we're gonna have to win it. Yeah, I agree. Yoodo Alliance have been super aggressive when it comes to the league stage, but we do know, the nervousness, they are at age for some of the players when it comes to the grand finals. Some of them a bit, shaky start, but after they gone through the first day, usually the second day, we can see who gets better composure compared to all the other teams. But I'm looking at RRQ, got himself very strategic start early on. We saw them playing alongside the sidelines, being a third party against BTR and versus who was it again? Was it Yoodo Alliance?
It was No Mercy against the Infinity. That's a tester. But it was only him alone, and he had the Infinity in front of him. But if he didn't pull the trigger, the blue would be on him as well. So he tried to collect from that fight. Of course, he didn't really win it, but it was a good attempt.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take your chances when it comes to the grand finals. You make it or you break it at this point. But we're back to the on ground here. Can the players handle the pressure? When there's so many crowd watching, a lot of set of eyes giving them this side of a glare. They don't even want to look up right now. For the side of XERXIA, it wasn't a great start for them in the grand finals here.
Yeah, not the start they wanted. Especially when Go went away and then you got GE to deal with, you got GEEK fam to deal with, you got 3 in front of you having the circle advantage. I mean, that was the scary part for them at the time. But Sanhok, I always call it an iffy map, so hopefully Go would favor them better.
Now back to us on FaZe Clan. I mean, they got quite an okay start. I wouldn't say it was the worst, it's not the best either, but FaZe Clan coming back, the comeback story and squeezing in the last minute in grand finals and bring that momentum up to the grand finals even. Now, that's something else entirely. You have to have so much confidence to be sure that you can squeeze in the final week of the league stage and even perform the grand finals, and they can do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, FaZe Clan coming last minute, thanks to Mela bringing his A game as well. He was missing in week number 1, they didn't really perform. He came at week 2, didn't really perform, as probably because he just came out of a surgery straight into a tournament. Week 3, that is where they showed everyone what they are made of. Finishing off, but it is good enough for them to see the light of the grand finals. And this you can see as well. They're carrying the momentum still in the grand finals. Game 1 grand finals, they did good. I mean, they got like the second most points of all.
True. And I love this recap that everybody can actually know what's going on right now. Vampire's got the first ever chicken dinner, but we were talking about Erangel. Sunnock was sort of a wild card right now. It's like somebody can get that chicken. It all depends really heavily on the circle as well. Who gets the last few circles, who being favored by in it. But when it comes to Erangel, it's all about tactical approach. It's all about the strategy. Whether you move in and move out a certain compound at the right time. And when you clash with another team. If you happen to be clashing, do you know who it will be? If you know who it will be, you know how they fight. So they have to know every nook and cranny, like every player's profile at the back of their hand for all the teams out there.
Yeah, just like M9 here. Despite like majority of their players, first in PMSL and also like in open stages, they did pretty well as well. Finishing off second and getting the highest points collected in round number 1. And iffy map, Sanhok, it's still good for M9. So looking good at least for round number 1 for M9. Also a team that has a lot of potential. Majority of them came from Tier 2, straight on the PMPL for once impress, get picked up by M9, and they're already here. One of the fastest progress among these teams that we can see on screen.
True. We're talking about growth and progress, potential. So many of them showing such a good performance when it comes to the league stage, but now to the grand finals, can they hold the pressure? We saw some teams are happy, like including Vampires. They squat the chicken, they look relaxed. Same goes for like PERSIJA, EVOS. They're used to getting themselves, they're experienced enough, they are veterans. They know long enough to know, you know what, don't put the same pressure like we did last time. We've been through this before. But the teams that are coming in new this time, the teams that never set foot in the grand finals of PMSL, can they have the same mindset? Can they still keep smiling and playing their best out there, knowing there's so many eyes watching, there's so many pressure behind their back, and also going, I mean, like, they've been away from their hometown and their home country for a long time. Homesick is one of those things that not to be lightly taken off.
Yeah, the team that probably homesickest, I must say, is Vampire Esports. They've been all around the world. Even represented Thailand and Cambodia, and then they were in PMWI and Asia. You know, whenever they share their experience, right? To them they describe it as So Teddy was describing it to me as, oh, it feels like Thailand at holiday, like everywhere else is their home. That is how seldom they are in Thailand. So like what you say, right? It's a challenge for them to be away from home, and they feel it as well. But of course, if you want to be top team, you have to grind out the world. You have to still face up to this challenge. And this traveling teams at least making it to the grand finals, it's already a big respect.
True. Yoodo Alliance, 7-9. These are going to be the two teams coming up from the side of Malaysia so far, having the most aggressive outcome throughout the entire stage of the league stage itself. But Infinity, we do know Infinity once were, and now it's not the same Infinity back in the days of their glory days. But they can come back with beer, pulling off to be one of the most veteran players in this lineup. RRQ, we do know how Napego plays. Sadly, we don't have Boom. I'm a big fan for Boom, but yep, what's past in the past. You know, hopefully they will come back for next season. But for RRQ, they still have it in them. They can get themselves the trophy. But it's not an easy one, since we saw how Vampires perform early on. So it just shows the level of competition, how high quality it is in the PMSL this time.
Well, despite us not having Boom, unfortunately, we still have the Boom alumni. We got Hexas here on stage. We got Bobo on stage. The two alumni players from Boom. And fun fact as well, Ken is still around because his travel date back is different than the team. The team left already, so Ken should be around the crowd, like watching the game from there. Sure, he would have liked to see his own team up there, but yeah, it is a competition. It is what it is that day. Somebody has to be eliminated.
I don't know, man. Is it just really watching the competition or just scouting for new talents? And if you see big names, big orgs, the bosses happen to be out there, and the bosses, like the team's not playing, but the bosses happen to be around, I have a feeling they're scouting for new players during the off-season, possibly.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, in preparation for whatever next season, or maybe the PMGC if they go through. But speaking about going through, look at the current graphic. Probably this is a signal for us to jump game.
Ladies and gents, we're in the grand finals here of the PMSL Southeast Asia Wrangle, day number 1. And we have a very beautiful flight path as the start of the Wrangle here today, dividing the map into two sides, west and east. So about the circle, don't we? It's either on SMB, possibly on top of the flight path itself, but I don't have a good feeling about the next circle here.
We'll need to wait and see. But if we talk about like potential drop spots, so we don't have the Nomad Boom, so they're not playing. And look at the drop spot. Vampire Esports shoot back to Primos now. So that was the information that I got. Previously, why they did not drop it to Primos is because if you're in Primos, you have DVD Inquiry and you have Team Secret in Ferry Pier, so it's a little bit crowded there. Why they decided to drop into North Jogopul instead. So this time, with this flight not too far from Primos and without the two teams dropping there as a start, we would potentially see Vampire Esports going back to their home ground.
Now, will there be any challenger? We do know it's going to be only 16 teams this time. There's no rotation of groups. There's no more you have to calculate whether this team playing or not. They're going to have their certain spot of initial drop spot, like we mentioned before. Even though the flight path has been kind, but the circle possibly won't be. We do have a Savannah circle. And so far, starting off of the grand final day 1 here, all the circle in across Sunhawk and Wrangle happen to be on the northern side.
Yeah, I noticed. Thanks to the stat as well, in case you guys noticed, now we get a clearer stat on the health bar of the players. So RRQ, one of the first ones to receive damage. Now Yoodo Alliance as well. I wonder what's happening on that side. Maybe it's just like a slip, not really a big encounter. RRQ, they drop into school, nearby the flight path. it's probably not going to be challenged by other teams. Yoodo Alliance as well, near with the flight path, dropping the, they should be okay. They should have an open space. So I would say that as a start, not see any early encounters, but because of how the current circle is, rotation will be very interesting for a lot of these teams, and that's where we will see it's happening as teams rotate into the circle.
Yeah, but I want to say props to production, and I do see this sort of status of the players in a PMPL SA South Asia League before, and I love it being implemented in our grand finals here. It's amazing. Thank you so much, you guys out there as well, and our production crew. This is just a good update for us. In case you guys just join us, don't forget that back then in the days before we have this statuses update, blue usually means knockdown, but this time blue means he being clipped on a couple of bullets early on, means he's not having full HP. Yellow is full HP and alive, and red is going to be knocked down. So it means right now nobody being knocked down, but the blue means, you know, they take some damage. Maybe having a bit of an early skirmish on. Speaking of the circle just now, it's going to be on Savini, right? Savini, Stalber taken by BBE, MORPH taking Savini. This is their circle to start, but it doesn't mean their circle to end.
Yeah, considering that even though the circle is on top, normally like you mentioned, BBE, they are late rotators. They like to play by the side. They like to come in a little bit later because fighting and defending is not really a game. Even if they can get into the middle of the circle, like they have to hope for like, okay, their area is not being crashed, and they can hold on as long as possible, try to get long range clips, long range eliminations, and pick up a few points in there, because it's not only about being the champion, it's also about getting a slot in the MGC. Let's not forget about that, and that is also as important to ensure that your season doesn't end in the PMSL.
True. Now, I'm not really in focus right now, I'm sorry, because my husband happened to be in an accident. Not sure what is going on. So, yeah, hopefully you guys are happy to be in just in direction to a Sunway Velocity. Stay safe. But I need to ask about his update right now. But, yeah, go on, Cloud.
Okay, so all right. Yeah, we all, of course, pray for all of your safety where you are in the world, whether you're watching this at home or whether you're on ground as well. On ground, obviously, you will be, you know, hanging out and focusing on whatever that's happening on ground on the live stream. But if you do check out the live stream while you're on ground, much appreciation to you guys. We totally love you guys out there. And thank you so much for those of you who have stayed tuned to the broadcast since the start. I see a lot of familiar names. Since we have some time now, just shout out at people. I can't possibly mention all of you, so apologies if I don't mention it. People like Moise, people like Elon Musk, people like Alwin. I mean, there are plenty of you out there that I see. Thank you so much for support. You guys have been amazing. Well, we got a couple of taps here back onto the game. No knocks yet, as we would expect. The starting is going to be okay, but the rotation. So that will also probably mean stage 2 onwards will be interesting.
Sorry for that. Yeah, back to our grand finals here. Speaking of stage 2, interesting indeed. We do know how it fares when it comes to you happen to be in center of a circle. It means that a lot of targets on your back here if you got a center of a circle for some teams. And REGUM have been trying to get those shots early on. Same goes for PERSIJA EVOS. We see a different side of the Indonesian teams here right now when it comes to Erangel. They're more aggressive, they're more confident about spreading out and trying to find the victims from afar. And instead of GE, they've been taking a bit of damage, but nothing too heavy or nothing too much coming up from their end. They can actually squeeze into a circle safely for now. But we do know when it comes to this sort of circle, there's a lot of flat playing, Cloud. There's not many hiding spots for these guys. There's a lot of curve and also a lot of hills, but not so much when it comes to compound.
Yeah, so navigating the terrain will definitely be something. But I'll still keep my eye on how stage 2 is going to be, because the circle, well, seeing how wonky the circle is, it could still on the right side where they need to deal with terrains, or even like shooting range you need to deal with as well, or potentially you need to deal with an urban fight, whether it goes to subvert or whether it pulls down to raws, or even worse for the teams, but better for us, entertainment value. 50-50. 50-50, meaning that 50% on North, 50% on Main Peninsula, and how the teams will need to manage thing across at some point when the circle is confirmed to be on one side. That is going to be the big challenge. Speaking about challenges, slight challenge from GE. They decide to take the high ground instead, hoping for the circle to come their side.
GE split himself into two-part here. In case you guys need an update, everything is fine. Don't worry, just some scratches and it's fine. But GE, on the other hand, split into two formation like I mentioned before. Do got some compound, but not much of loot. They're trying to find for more throwables, and it's not working right for the side of West. Kerry barely got himself some best down there. Spotted by Alter Ego Alva on top of the mountains. And we do see the gondola fight before this, the league stage. And it was comical even when they have the gondola keep on moving around the corner. Everybody keep on stepping up and down. Try to open fire from that gondola. That was entertaining. But on the side of VTR, we saw a lot of Indonesian teams open fire towards all the rest of the teams up there. Rostock will be their choice this time. We do know Rostock still sort of in circle, so they don't have to move. But will the circle ended up on top of Rostock? We have no clue.
Yeah, well, we'll see where the next stage of the circle goes. And since we do have some time, it seems, I would like to share a fun fact about the PMG point update. But speaking about updates, so it looks like it's going to be the background of shooting range. That will be a very interesting point. FaZe Clan, one of the key areas, already around the area. RRQ, not too far away. So I would say that those two teams will need to be the most prepared team. Now, we have some time to talk PMGC point. So there's a slight update around PMGC point, especially the fact that FaZe Clan, they managed to somehow get into the grand final. So because of that, if you were to follow the social medias, whether it is because I explained it, or whether it's like Hail Esports especially, you would notice that Hail Esports is preparing their team. Now, if FaZe Clan does get into the top 6, and yeah, does get into the top 6, the slot, because of this PMWI slot, the slot belongs to Thailand. The slot will go to Hail Esports as the third team in the Thai region to go to PGC. So this is big news. And that is why Hail Esports, they are creating a team now.
True to that. Now speaking of Hail, we do know XERXIA used to be Hail players as well. It just shows how much of a contention coming up from that region, only how tough it is for them to actually squeeze in here, being one of the best team in PMSL. And a lot of teams in the ties, even though they are tier 2, still more than enough to get themselves in the PMSL. They're just how good they are. But these teams that are getting themselves in the top 16 in the South Asia PMSL this season, this is one of the best, arguably, in the world as well. BTR, PERSIJA, EVOS, everybody coming up from the Indonesian teams, meanwhile, is on the run and on the hunt. GE still being tailing by PERSIJA, EVOS from afar. Sunway Master EJ happen to be crossing right down their noses, but not being spotted out, playing alongside with the terrain. But they're going up to this side, which can be FaZe Clan on the other end. Range, shooting range. It's going to be a bit crowded and a bit rowdy for now. Rostock, PERSIJA, EVOS, DX, BTR happen to be all coming out of Rostock. But shooting range, there's not many teams right in the center yet, except for FaZe.
Yeah, so last we saw, yes, FaZe, RRQ was heading, so they should be in pretty much in the middle of the circle, taking the key high grounds around us of shooting range for now. So they will hold on to that, pretty sure. If you kind of think about it, right? So FaZe Clan, they changed the playstyle as well. 2 weeks, they play from the side, try to fight to get in, get elimination points away, basically the Thai style. But towards the end of week 3 especially, they start the middle. And I think they start to see that, hey, you know what? That actually gives us amount of points. So why not do it again? And that's why we see FaZe Clan somewhat in the middle. And by the ping-pongy circle like it is right now, pulling down south, FaZe still has it. And they have the high ground to play with.
Yeah, it's going to be around Rostock, northern side of Rostock for the next circle here. And PERSIJA, EVOS, and FaZe Clan happen to be loving the fact they got himself in the center. But who will actually dominate over the center between these two teams? And we do have these Xaviers coming up from the southern side as well. Yoodo Alliance just crossed by around Rostock, so they're squeezing in, no problem. But I have feelings XERXIA happen to be bumped into this. They're coming up from the northern side, try to get away from Alter Ego and 7-9 early on for XERXIA. They try to go from south, but south is overly crowded as well. So they're trying to find a leeway, a sort of squeeze way in for XERXIA, but all around the circle has been occupied for now.
Yeah. Anyway, it's good out there at this point. Just look at this. We're at stage 3, and stage 3 is moving. We still have 64 players, ladies and gentlemen. 64 players. This is crazy. And it's even crazier because it's not a main peninsula circle. It's like the north side-ish circle. And finally, we get the first field. Cool knockdown. Mega Mind knockdown as well by Rosemary himself, securing the first in the process.
GEEK fam pushing all the way down south. 7-9 taking on PBE. And they're gonna leave and build a ship high and dry for Mix down there. Nobody can save him. Can finish off with the Scar L. Alva. Alter Ego spotted out Shopper. XERXIA in trouble. We haven't seen the best of XERXIA since week 3 and week 2 here. And also when it comes to the grand finals, they barely get into the circle, squeezing into us the right side. There's Alter Ego. Down south, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance waiting at the other end. I mean, gatekeep hard by both teams at the same time. Shopper do have sort of information, can relay back to us the rest of the team. He heard the audio cue, there's going to be vehicles crossing by, but the terrain itself was uneven. So it's quite difficult to see how many players coming from that angle or that direction. But GEEK fam taking it slow and easy. They're just gonna swim over the southwest side of Rosok for now.
Oh, okay. 3 teams in mirror now. Okay. And we got Vampire Esports. They're a team that likes to take fights to get into the circle. This is the opportunity. They got 2 teams. MORPH GPX, one of them. GE, the other. MORPH GPX going to pull the trigger first, knocking down the key man, EK.
Yoru, clip half. MORPH trying to wrap around the corner, but it's going to be just more than one team. It's impossible to flank out and spread out if there's going to be more than one team. They have to figure this one out. But MORPH is spotted out Ravenclaw. Vampires managed to just leave the straight line of sight to be sprayed by MORPH just now. They just waited a golden opportunity for MORPH side. Vampires fired back. Tony K's on the ground bleeding out. Stone taking on a bit of a blues, and there's a lot of blues in time for sort of Vampires here today. But MORPH taking those elevations to work. GE on the other end, and MORPH have to be in the center. They might actually be sandwiched by Vampires and also GE at the same time. Boo Boo Hoo finally knocked down. Well, they don't have any safe zone for Boo Boo Hoo. That's going to be him finished off by the hands of GE and Tony K at the same time.
Wow, second knockdown onto Tony K. All right. We can see that there's another team on yet though. But at the same time, GE is going to butt in. They would want to knock down Tony K. Zai will toss another nade, putting a lot of pressure onto Vampire Esports. But speaking about pressure, 15 more seconds till the zone closes. And this is where it's going to be huge for these teams. It is for GE. They have one player on the inner side of the circle. He will be the marker for his other teammate Zai to come into him. But now Zai being spotted out by Ravenclaw, almost down. But Zai, thanks to the smoke, he's still alright.
Vampires barely hanging on, but they managed to squeeze in the very last minute simultaneously for GE. They got himself one player at the back line here. I'm not sure why they're driving out into the play zone again. Maybe try to fash his teammate and try to bring him back into the safe zone. But Snipes spotted out BTR Sata, tapping out amongst the smoke. Didn't see Sata just left that smoke entirely just now. It's taking a bit of a very good hiding spot beneath those bridges for GEEK fam. But for the Vampires, they are hunting people down despite they lost Tony K early on. PBE once more scoring at 0. That's not going to be good news for PBE. 2 maps in a row now. This is not the league anymore. We're talking about the grand finals. You cannot afford to lose any map after you lost a 0 before.
Unfortunately for PBE, whatever happens, it's this 4 players that they need to play. Mon boy, they're already in Romania for national duties, and they will just need to work it out. Like, however it is for the 4 players, them together with Coach Forfro need to figure things out. And with 2 rounds, PBE eliminated without a single point, it is definitely worrying.
XERXIA, even though despite it being shouted by so many bullets early on, They managed to squeeze through. They managed to survive, but not the best place there is for them. For now, in the middle ground, PERSIJA EVOS knock for their doors. It's going to be Alter Ego for now, ringing the bells of Alter Ego. PERSIJA EVOS having a go against Alter Ego. It's going to be one lanes knocked down, but compared to what happened on Alter Ego's side, there's going to be only Octa left with Over barely hanging on with a Vector. Barely got enough to work around. Not many people to give support fire. Sucks to finish off a piece of cake for him. Where is the last player? Nobody left. Octa, even Octa being wiped off the earth of Erangel.
Yeah, at that point, that Alter Ego secured is through Rosemary's first blood very, very early. Well, fairly early on, I must say. So unfortunately, they're out right now. And we will see the other team coming into the circle. BN United caught XERXIA, and that's going to be an easy knockdown by RNG thanks to the high ground advantage.
Sam 9 taking the blue zone, a bit of a soak in damage for Dap and Canning right now. Oh, Dap, they couldn't last long enough. It's not going to be possible for them stage 5 to play along with the blue zone. It's not really something that they want to actually opt out, but they have no other choice because they're being forced out into the blue zone by the other teams across the other side. Now, FaZe Clan do have their circle this time, but can they close things up? Can they defend their fortress as they're being surrounded slowly but surely all around 360 degrees by a lot of teams? Still have 13 teams intact at stage number 5 and less than 30 seconds away for the circle to shrink in, for the blue zone to shrink and burn these players alive, including XERXIA down there, spotted out Bounham United, and they're just next to each other. What a greeting here. Urzi in the same river as Bounham, having a bit of a diving, scuba diving we have in the sea.
Yeah, but look who's there waiting for them. BTR. So XERXIA went for PN United, but BTR was the one waiting for XERXIA to go. And now BTR, they have both BN United and XERXIA on their cross. Not only that, they're outside the circle. I mean, it's a matter of time to collect all these 4 points.
It's Thanksgiving Day for BTR now, huh? Easily given for the points presented. Eager to finish it off, but Xavier stolen it away from afar as he denies his own points. They did not get much out of it for the BTR side, even though it was 2 teams going down there back-to-back. None of them managed to secure, except for a couple of coming up from the side of Xavier. But GE was scary. You need to leave that vehicle. You need to just build it out. There's no way for him to actually get on that Daisy for the longest time. MORPH is just around the corner. Did it spot him out? No way! GE just drove straight into the smoke. Not even have an eye to the side of MORPH player. Yuri is still hiding behind that buggy.
Yeah, they didn't notice Yoru there. So Yoru counted his lucky stars. But Yoru pulled the trigger, knocking out Zai. Ichi, oh no! They would have wished they would have seen Yoru, but Yoru, he was the ninja in this situation with the 2 knocks. Now Yoru owes himself as well, but it's going to be only West for GE.
Sneaky, cheeky little bugger. They're coming up from Yoru's side. He's playing it very safe and very smart indeed. West Scary want to have a bit of a revenge and a bit of redemption for the side of GE. A bit too late now. Yuri scored another one. No way! The entire team of GE got wiped out by just 1 player of MORPH. They still survive alongside with his smoke up and burned out buggy.
Oh.
Another one bites the dust. Vampire just finished off Infinity with down to 9.
I really love how Shrap cover fire for Storm from afar, saving Shrap's in the process, taking Infinity. And with that, now Vampire Esports, by playing the fighting game into the goal, 7 elimination points in their hands as of now. But we move down, we got at least 4 teams by the middle of the circle with La Paz taking out United, making that 3 teams.
BTR spotted out Xavier, still having a full squad on Xavier's side, while MORPH, that Yoru, that ninja, Yuri ninjaing all by himself. Works well for the side of MORPH, but will it work for the next circle? I'm feeling it still might be. It's still inside of a circle. Even blessed by the airdrop next to him as well. I mean, like, Yoru, I don't know what you're actually been holding on to, but definitely he did something today that's so good and well. Even the god of circles blessed everything towards his side here today. BTR and GEEK Fam just pushing towards the side of MORPH, while these Xaviers kind of try to find a victim, but unsure about the main objective here. Will they want to go for the hunt, or will they go for, the inner side of the circle first? Because if they extend themselves this way, they might actually overcommitting themselves and might be late into the circle. And the moment they realize that, it's just too late for them.
Got stage 6, moving on to stage 7. So priority is definitely going to get into the circle. They need to be careful of the flanks. Now, PERSIJA EVOS not going to let them go. So potentially need to clear off PERSIJA EVOS first. But the bad news is that time is not on their side. And PERSIJA EVOS has the high ground against the Xavier. They're hoping that PERSIJA EVOS gets the strike team on top so that they can slowly slide into the circle instead.
BTR only got 1-3 to take covers, and that exploded vehicle across them. They spotted out the entirety of GEEK Fam. Nice open up by the side of Boychill, who finished off Audrey. That's going to be the entirety of GEEK Fam out of the equation this time. Vampires spot out Yoodo Alliance. Stone having a bit of a rep of one moment. It's a clear shot, by the way, across Stone. And I don't think Yoodo Alliance spot him out just yet. Hopefully now they realize there's somebody around the flank side. They have to take covers on. But FaZe Clan and PERSIJA EVOS sharing the same compound here. One knockdown inside of PERSIJA EVOS. The other two still alive, but barely.
Ooh.
Another one bites the dust. Zuxi taking a bit of a Kobe. Luxy, another Kobe by Onzen. That was huge by FaZe Clan.
Wow, beautiful diff here. But FaZe Clan duo, Onzes as well as Momon taking out PERSIJA EVOS. FaZe looking hard. Look at this. They only got themselves 9 elimination points. But Yoru, who was the ninja, finally taken out. Thanks to Stone from High Esports.
BTR Boychill. He wasn't this good when it comes to the league stage. He's playing so much, pulling so much of his weight for BTR this time. Boychill making the impossible to happen inside of BTR. It feels impossible for them to push through. 2 teams at the same time. But the flanks coming up from Lapa, the pressure coming out from these Xaviers fighting back, knocked them down. These Xaviers, one of the biggest contenders to stop them from marching in, advancing towards the safe zone. But these Xaviers are not safe either. 2 players knocked down, they need to save them back up again. BTR, they're down to only 2 players down there. But they're still having a bit of a journey to get in the center. Mormon inside of FaZe, I don't know what they eat today for the side of FaZe Clan, but their Kobe's has been incredibly perfect today.
Well, not sure what they ate, but they are serving to their opponent. These Xavier now in a dire position. Lamborghini getting back, almost getting the last member of BTR from that distance, but not able to secure job. So Lamborghini may reprioritize to pick up his teammate instead. Twice next to him, he should be able to do it. But unfortunately for PUBGM, he's been eliminated. And again, eliminated by Stone.
Mormon. That's a wrong tree, Mormon. Close enough. If it's a different tree just on the right side, it's going to be perfect. Kobe once more on the side of Mormon. They're trying to open up the angles, spreading out with his vehicles, confusing all the teams out there about the position of FaZe Clan. He's going to take up the chances here, going around in circles. You know the tactics for the players, for the pro players. They're trying to confuse for all the other teams down there. We're left with 5. Yoodo Alliance do have a full squad. They have the numbers, but they actually put it up to good use. The Xavier spotted out one of the teams out there, spotted out BTR. They will deny their entry towards the circle, but Lapa got chipped down instead. You reap what you sow on the side of the Xaviers. 1 or 2 knocked down, leaving only Lamborghini and Chua right now. But BTR sort of in the same boat as the Xaviers. The one that actually not being spotted out is going to be Vampire Stone. That loner Vampire player will change a lot for DX and BTR.
Oh yeah, I mean it is Stone that we're talking about. It's just that he's on the lower ground. He needs to cross a small road. But the nade from Mela eliminated his Xavier. Nicely tossed, nicely done. And with that, look at this clan. 12 eliminations already.
And half of those eliminations come out from the elimination of grenades, by the way. It's not an easy toss for that. You have to perfectly calculating every single trajectory from where you toss that nade from. And they got multiple Kobe's today for FaZe Clan. They don't care. They don't need those rifles. They don't need the sprays. All they need is just their throwables, and they have abundance of it as well. For Yoodo Alliance, we don't see a lot of actions come out from Yoodo Alliance yet. A bit of overthinking right now for Rapper Boy. Try to scout and try to find any sort of information regarding the team across that hill. But Iftar, he's trying to do the same thing like how Vampire and maybe a FaZe Clan did before. try to fish them out with those vehicles, but none of these teams are that rookie enough to take the bait on. Vampire Stone spotted out by Lapa, but Lapa don't have any sort of health agilities. He wants to open fire, but he's taking a big risk down there. If he opens fire, he's giving away his position. Give a bit of a spray, but the Blue Zone is saying Lapa, I don't think he can survive that Blue Zone for now.
Yeah, Lapa has to take that and looks like that risk is out. Taken by Mela again. Mela now helping his team. 14 eliminations for plan. They are insane still. But we got Yoodo Alliance with a full squad. That's that moment to come in. They spot out and Mela will again secure another elimination. 15 now for Finland. And now it's either FaZe Clan or Yoodo Alliance for the second chicken dinner in the grand finals.
Can they secure 19 in the grand finals here for FaZe Clan? Yoodo Alliance have the numbers, yes, but when it comes to tactical and when it comes to the bombardments coming from FaZe Clan, they are one of the team that you should look out for right now. 7 on Onzen, 5 on Mela, 3 on Mormon, and most of them getting those eliminations from the hand grenades. They don't have enough anymore, with Onzen's leaving down to 1 molly and 1 hand grenade. The others not so much when it comes to the resources, but they are that boxes laying around. So it's okay for them to actually loot up to have another go of, you know, grenade galore after this. So here comes another toss, one by Mela. He's being hammed down, sandwiched between 2 angles here. Oh, casually, that was a perfect Kobe. How did he does that?
Well, it is, ladies and gentlemen. You just need to call him Mela, and he has said almost a second to Ripple Boy. Momo on the other side, tossing this, putting pressure on the Ripple Boy as well, boy. Where is he gonna go from here? 50% of health left. Momo tries to take him down. 3 now. They managed to even up the odds.
FaZe Clan giving a lot of haste to a side of Yoodo Alliance for now. They pop up the smokes, knowing the fact that Kobe is coming up from FaZe is no joke. It's not funny for them anymore. And Mela kept the pressure on. He knocked down before. That's going to be Iftar on the ground, bleeding out. And Yoodo Alliance had the numbers, not so much anymore. Here comes the push.
Here we go.
And so with the DBS, but the nade again. What the heck? It's Ripple Boy nading his own teammate. That's not supposed to happen.
Oh man, is that a big blunder there by Ripple Boy? My goodness, could this be costly? But anyway, 1v1. The bad news for Ripple Boy is that he lower ground on the high ground instead. And Ripple Boy, he has an MG3 though. That's really, really useful in this kind of situation. But Onzen's is going to go in point hand. And at the same time, if we can manage to pick up Mela, it's 2v1.
Ripple Boy barely hanging on to his airdrop here. Yoodo Alliance have picked themselves back up, and he got a bit of a reset. It's going to be 2v3 if they manage to pick Flax on back his feet. But Onzen keep the pressure on. He tossed every trouble he can get. The mollies, the hand grenade, everything there is.
Oh,
but here comes Ripple Boy. The spray's real. He barely got enough space for Ripple Boy. Barely hanging on to the airdrop. Both of them having very small space and very small barricade. Couple of structures. There's going to be just one by the end. But no, barbecue for Ripple Boy. And Ripple Boy is burning out. Mela give the pressure. That's going to be FaZe Clan with the chicken dinner. What a great ending. What a superb performance by FaZe Clan here today.
Wow. Second most points collected in Sanhok. And now round number 2. Chicken dinner for FaZe Clan. What is this? This is potentially the most insane come of any team ever. I know we're only 2 rounds in, but FaZe Clan can deny the level of consistency that they have now.
My god. I mean, the grenades coming up from FaZe Clan, it was incredible. I mean, you guys want to say, oh, stop calling it Kobe. It is a Kobe. It dropped straight on the spot at the right target. Not even 50% HP. It's 100% hit for their grenades here today. I don't know what's been going on. What's the training for FaZe Clan? But that definitely shows they've been training for toss of their nades down there. When it comes to the mollies, when it comes to those hand grenades, you saw how casually Mela just tossed of his nade and he dropped one player down and he easily just swings over to the other side. It was incredible. They are so calm and composed and don't even overthink too much when it comes to using their utilities down there for FaZe Clan.
I mean, they got tons of them because they in teams, they loot their box, they reset their utilities, they back with more nades and they just use and use and use and use and use. And with that, man, how many eliminations is this? 18 eliminations in this game of the grand finals for FaZe Clan. It's Onsens, obviously the MVP, the lowest damage taken, the highest of everything else. And Mela, this guy has been amazing as well. He operated alone at one angle, and through his solo operation, he picked up like at least more than half his 7 eliminations.
Great teamwork. Despite they only having 3 people to work along till the very last minute to secure this chicken dinner, they lost Venturas before. Yoodo Alliance had a 4. They had a full squad, but they were a bit too hesitant to make their next move. Well, we saw how even though FaZe Clan almost got relegated in the league itself, it just shows they're prepared for their grand finals here. They're going in strong, they're going in fast, and their full squad time is around almost the same average as Vampires just now. But Vampires, I mean, they got themselves the chicken here today. But this time FaZe Clan, I mean, there was something else. If you compare with FaZe Clan in the league, this is a different version of it.
Absolutely. This is like a 360 turn for FaZe Clan. Since week one, man, if you follow the journey of FaZe Clan so far, this is an insane performance for them. But we got to check out the best moments from that previous round. Started off a little bit chill, and I totally understand that because it's just round number 2. But the moment they reach stage 3, the latest stage of stage 3, it just goes the way because we had 64 players still by that time.
That's true. But I have to say the last few circles was really tough to play around for the players down there. First, you don't have enough structure to take covers. Second, the slope of the hill, it was uneven terrain. It was slippery slope, and not just that, it's hard to visualize where the players whereabouts in that case. And it is a perfect execution if you have enough utilities, throwables especially in this case, and not many of them actually have that in the very last minute since they already dried out the resources early on. 18 eliminations, FaZe Clan. I don't know what happened to the first 2 weeks of FaZe Clan, but this is a robust version of it, and they are looking scary.
I'm sure we clearly know in the first 2 weeks. Number 1, no Mela. Number 2, Mela just come back. Number 3, Mela on form, and FaZe Clan, everyone on form. Man, this goes all the way, and the momentum is carried on up until now. But let's not forget, as Vampire Esports, still the second highest point collected team in this round with 14 points. After that, it's BTR, and then we have Yoodo Alliance, who stood quiet for majority of this round, only taking home 3 elimination points in this stage, so it's 9 points for them. But on the other end, PvE, 2 rounds in a row without a single point.
I would worry if I'm PvE right now. Feels like their score's quite stagnant down there. We're talking about the initial bonus point not being added up by any other points other than the just initial bonus point from the league itself. Now that's going to be something that should be concerning on the side of PvE for now. XERXIA, on the other hand, we haven't seen week 1 of XERXIA after week 1 until now. So I kind of miss that version of XERXIA for now. But FaZe Clan and Vampires do sit themselves at a tie. But the only difference is not even the placement. It's going to be down to the elimination between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's like tie 1, nah. Tiebreaker 2, nah. Tiebreaker 3, that is where the shader is. And because of that, FaZe Clan is now at number 1. But of course, 2 games. We got lots more games to go. It doesn't matter whether you're number 1 at the start. It matters whether you're number 1 at the end. So this is going to be the challenge for teams there to maintain the momentum.
I just hope PvE, I don't know, today we did mention about, you know, Monboy's not going to play when it comes to grand final. Is that what they're missing on the side of PvE? But FaZe Clan, okay, they are back. You know what you guys talk about before, like FaZe Clan not going to be getting into the grand final. They are up here for top performance even. Onza Zamela is up in the first and second place with Stone at the third place. Zai, GE coming out in the 4th place. Now, unfortunate enough for GE, they always got themselves stuck in a crossfire. It's going to be more than 3 teams down there.
Yeah, the Yoru moment, then a spot GE's party. I mean, they got into circle, someone in the middle, kind of okay. 3 players until Yoru showed up and took down 2 from behind. They didn't expect that, and that just spoiled GE's party, unfortunately. But it potentially could have lasted a little bit longer. But anyway, Zai still makes his way up there as one of the top performers in this round amongst all the other teams from FaZe Clan and Vampire.
Now, coming out from the side of FaZe Clan and Vampire both, I do hope they don't have major swaps for their lineup because they don't need anything for now. Nothing's broken, nothing needs to be a bit of refreshed. It's perfect dynamic and synchronization for the teamwork for both FaZe Clan and also for Vampires. Now, I do know some of you guys are kind of missing music, but I feel like Vampires, it is the strongest right now, so it's better to stay with this roster. Same goes for FaZe Clan, but we do have an interview coming up, and you know, we're not there, but it's gonna be the on ground. I want to be there on ground interview. It's gonna be the host. Take it away, Muaz, and also Tash.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Our 2 chicken dinners have been concluded, but we have to talk to the team that has a dynasty to take care of. The back-to-back PMWI winners, Vampire Esports. With me on stage, I have Sartani, the coach for the team. And first of all, I need to ask you, how does it feel playing here live on ground? How do you feel right now?
ทางทีมรู้สึกไงคะที่ต้องเล่นท่ามกลางแฟนๆต่างประเทศ
ครับก็มันก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นดีครับเพราะว่าเรานานๆทีจะได้มีทัวร์นาเมนต์ออฟไลน์ต่อหน้าแบบว่าผู้ชมต่างประเทศอื่นนะครับผมก็ถือว่าเป็นประสบการณ์ที่แปลกใหม่ดีครับ
He feels very excited and it's been a long time that we have this kind of offline with fan integration.
Yes, it's been a long time coming and I'm so happy to hear you guys here. Now let's talk a little bit about, you know, how it feels like not only just to be here but playing in another country. So you're playing in another country, a neighboring country on top of that, with an audience cheering majority for the Malaysian teams. Does that add pressure to your players in terms of how they play? And how's their mental like?
น้องๆในทีมได้บอกไหมคะว่ารู้สึกไงเวลาที่ได้ยินเสียงเชียร์กับทีมเจ้าบ้านนะคะ
ครับก็จริงๆแล้วมันก็มีผลครับในเรื่องของเสียงเชียร์จากเจ้าบ้านอะไรพวกนี้นะครับเพราะว่าบางทีมันจะสร้างแบบว่าทำให้เราสมาธิเนี่ยเสียไปได้แต่ว่าด้วยความที่ว่าอย่างน้องๆก็เคยชินมาแล้วครับผ่านเวทีใหญ่มาแล้วก็ถือว่าพอรับมือได้อยู่ครับ
He said there might be a slight effect but with the experience and traveling abroad in other tournaments they can recover very fast.
I mean, we can see that you guys managed to get the first chicken dinner today, and also you guys managed to stay in the top 3, I believe, in the second map. So the consistency is very much there. Now, let's talk a little bit about your pressure to defend the title. I mean, like right now, you guys are very strong, not only in the league stage, but also back-to-back champions for the main invitational for PMWI as well as All-Stars. Is there a pressure for you guys to maintain that undefeated title?
รู้สึกกดดันไหมคะที่จะต้องปกป้องที่เราเป็น back to back champion ที่ PMWI และเมื่อมาที่นี่มีความกดดันอย่างไรบ้าง
ครับก็จริงๆแล้วมันเรียกว่าความคาดหวังมากกว่าครับที่หลายๆคนคาดหวังว่าเพิ่งได้แชมป์ PMWI มาแล้วก็ต้องแบบทำผลงานได้ดีต่อเนื่องครับผมก็จริงๆก็อยากจะบอกนะครับว่าทุกอย่างเนี่ยมันขึ้นอยู่กับว่าในวันนั้นเนี่ยใครทำข้อผิดพลาดได้น้อยมากกว่านะครับผมถึงสามารถที่จะแบบว่ามีความสม่ำเสมอในเรื่องของฟอร์มการเล่นได้ครับผม
so it's actually kind of pressure, but the team will try to recover very fast and they will try to maintain their performance day to day.
That's right. We still have another 4 maps to go today as well, another 2 days after that. Now, I'm sure that you have fans here and also in Thailand because I did talk to you just now. You said the Thai fans who are watching is amazing. It's huge. What do you want to say to the Thai fans at home?
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆที่ดูอยู่ทั้งบ้านแล้วก็ที่แวะมาเชียร์ที่นี่บ้างไหมคะ
ก็ฝากบอกทุกท่านที่รับชมกันอยู่นะครับฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยนะครับผมยังไงก็ให้กำลังใจนะครับผมแล้วก็ฝากช่องแชทนะครับผมเบาๆกันหน่อยครับผมช่วยเชียร์ดีกว่าครับผมนะ
So he wants to praise and ask for sharing to all Thai teams, not only just them, and want to say the good things on the chat.
Right, so as he said just now, for you guys, the Thai fans at home, don't forget to keep cheering for your Thai teams. But before we go, do we have any Thai fans here? Thai team fans, are you guys here? Louder, come on! We see one over here. Anyone else? Any Thai team supporters? I see a few. Regardless, we are gonna go to our third map in just a little while. So don't go anywhere. Whether you guys are here at Sunway Velocity or at home, please keep cheering for your favorite teams, and we'll see you in a little while. On to the casters.
I have to say, thank you so much for Tash just now for the interview against with Sir Tani. But that was amazing interview as always. But it was a bit of a blunder for Yoodo Alliance. I just hope they're doing okay for now. Just pick themselves back up, have a bit of a reset, just having another go for the next map of the Wrangle.
Yeah, go next, they say, right? So, yeah, let's see if they'll be able to come back after this. Because Yoodo Alliance, they have a track record of coming back a little bit later and surprise all of us. So who knows? Yoodo Alliance will be one of those teams that pulled that off again. Of course, with a slightly different lineup this time. Iftar in the lineup instead. Volky, we have not seen him play in the grand finals yet, based on the 2 games. So maybe they might want to make a change, or maybe they want to make it till the second half of today before that change happens.
True, and it's a lot at stake here when it comes to the PMSL Grand Final. It's not just about lifting that trophy up for your team and your country. It's also about getting the PMGC slot for these guys. Only top 6 will advance towards the Grand Finals later. We do know when it comes to the PMGC point as well, some of them, there will be some changes in the very last minute as well. I have a feeling there will be some teams that's trying to eye out for PMGC points still.
Oh yeah, of course. PNGC points, especially the tightest one right now is Indonesia. It's the tightest one. So keep an eye on that. Like PERSIJA, EVOS, and the rest I need to relook back. But for Indonesia, they are this. But it is tight as well between these 2 teams. FaZe Clan and BTR. BTR not the hottest yet, despite them having a good week 3 run. So looking to still make up in the grand finals, but it is still the ties here in the grand finals. Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan netting the chicken dinner. If you just join us, they got the first 2.
I mean, this should be concerning for the teams out there, especially not the Thais, because we do know the Thais do prefer Miramar, but you guys do prefer this Royal Pass, don't you? Don't forget about the new beach and pool party team, and in case you guys don't get the one ultimate set or not the Memorial Zack suit, at least buy yourself the Royal Pass so you can get something when you do the mission in PUBG Mobile. You get something back in return.
Yeah, and get this one because your something back in return is the flex against your other friends. Limited amount of time. Time is running out until the 13th of September for you to get the Aston Martin X PUBG Mobile exclusive color schemes. And when you get this, of course, gotta show it to friends.
And speaking of the Memorial Zack suit, it is going to be one of the most beautiful Zack suit out there. And also with exclusive glide effect. The first ever Zack suit with a glide effect in game as well. So make sure you guys get your hands onto this because still have some time. It's gonna be around 2 more months around there, 1+ up to the 5th of October. But also don't forget, this is only exclusive during the grand finals here. Only 1 UC needed to do your first ever draw for the PMSL exclusive Dream Chaser set that we mentioned early on.
Only one UC. How can you go any lower than that? We'll see. And it is only exclusive from today until the 27th of August. Your chance to get it. Could this be a hint that after the 27th is gone? Because it is a SL exclusive set. So don't waste your time. Don't miss out on the opportunity. Go and get it. Just like these teams that we are hoping to get the chicken dinner.
So far, we've both scored a VPE, but waiting for GEEK Fam. Now, one of the main reasons I want to ask you, between GEEK Fam and Yoodo Alliance here, right? When it comes to the Malaysia PMGC points, can they still swap here? Because Yoodo Alliance at 1,737 and it's only 1,711 for GEEK Fam. So it's something that still can be interchangeable between GEEK Fam and Yoodo Alliance, right?
Yeah, I think yes, and you answered it. Yes, it is interchangeable, correct. So it is tight as well between these 2 teams. So they're not only eyeing that Okay, championship, not only eyeing the top 6, but also eyeing the PMGC point onto the next round as insurance policy to ensure that their season doesn't end in the PML. This is where there are multiple races here just in this finals, and it's going to really go down to the wire. I believe that we will need to leave it out to the last game to be sure of who will get the next stage.
And just now we saw, I think that was BTR early on. That was really insanely cool outfit they have. Some of the team have different outfits every single day of the league as well. I mean, my god, we need to buy their merch. Or maybe if better, we can get it for free, right? If only we can get it for free, that would be nice. But back to the side of Yoodo Alliance and GEEK fam, the rivalry have to keep on going on. We talk about the PMGC slot. We talk about the PMGC points. And same goes for the side of SEM 9. When it comes to SEM 9, it's a bit too far, over 100 for them to take the PMGC points for Malaysia to get that number 1. Only one team can get from the PMGC points, and a bit too far. So they need to pull all out and just cylinders out when it comes to the 6th slot that will be available by the top 6 of PMSL to get into the PMGC.
Yeah, it is. There are multiple channels, right? So if all in all, actually, for Southeast Asia, there are a lot of slots. Pretty much if you are in the first page, roughly your chances of going on to PMGC is really, really high, putting aside like the PMGC points and all. Because the based on the country points, if some of the teams they that and then they are in the top 6, the slot will go down. Now, except for the one PMWI slot, Thailand. So that will go down to Esports if FaZe Clan makes it. So, to a certain extent, Esports, they are cheering for FaZe Clan to perform, and true enough, FaZe Clan, they're not looking really good, and if they can maintain that level of consistency, even Esports will be celebrating their next stage.
Speaking of next stage, we're heading into our next wrangle. Before the break, let's go.
Well, that is a surprise, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, okay, one last round before we go for an extended break for Maghrib. So we're going to start off the flight path from Novo up to the left side of Quarry/Gatka. And that means MORPH GPX, new travel. Kameshki, okay, PBE, they have this trend. If they can't go to Kameshki, the next drop spot will be on the left side of Quarry, the open space. They're out there. So it's likely they will change their play style or their drop spot for this round based flight path.
I do want to see if some teams want to disrupt the usual flow of some teams' initial drop spot down there. If that's the case, that's going to be super fun and entertaining even to watch. Now, nobody's willing to take that risk yet, because that might happen the final day of Grand Finals when some teams know the fact they have nothing else to lose anymore. But a lot at stake. It's still day number 1, so we assume everybody going to drop to their usual comfortable places, where Baonam United taking Novo. Surprisingly, for Infinity, they're not dropping SMB, even though it's within their reach. So they're taking left side of the hospital here, like how the flight path usually on the northern side. That's how they drop themselves this time early. Now, that's something puzzling for me. I'm not sure what's the major change that caused them want to go to his left side, even though the flight path can be down to SMB.
Well, the explanation that that I can give is probably because they don't want to deal with the bridge choke point, because multiple times, like GEEK has been onto them, Team Secret during the league has been onto them as well at the bridge. So I guess if they're able to avoid that, they will. And yes, true. Actually, I was just reminded of this insider information before the tournament started that the Infinity will change their drop slot because of that reason. So very likely we will see that the Infinity will to their hospital drop spot instead, since it is safer and for them to rotate around, putting aside the choke points.
I mean, like, that's a wise decision making coming up from the side of Infinity, knowing the fact, unless if the circle happen to be in their side SMB, that's going to be great, but they decided to make the right decision making. But XERXIA finished off Alter Ego Octa. He got finished off in an instant. What happened on the side of Alter Ego? I think they're dropping in the same compound, which is going to be Military Power. XERXIA and both Alter Ego have to be there. And that was something a bit early on, and Octa didn't actually got himself that well for Alter Ego. I mean, if you compare with last season, Alter Ego was way more brilliant than they are now. I think it's not because they are getting their progress going down, or just the performance are going down, but I feel like the teams are getting way better than last season here. It's just they're so strong now. You cannot assume they're just like last season.
Yeah, that's one as well. I mean, when you look at like PERSIJA, EVOS, they're better than last season. BTR as well, so far doing better than last season. So you're right. It's a domino effect at the end of the day. If one team rise up to the occasion, other teams would be affected naturally, because we are talking about PUBG who has 16 teams that we need to observe. It's not like a 1v1, not as straightforward as that. So there's a lot of these combinations included. And unfortunately for Alter Ego, they had to face that sort of rise from the other team that as of now, they aren't really performing. Not even 20 points for Alter Ego. And even in round 3, not a good start because they lost one player to XERXIA, who is also a team that made their mark in the PMSL and Rise.
I mentioned before, XERXIA used to be some of the players of Hail Esports, and we talked about Hail Esports early on when it comes to PMGC. So we're gonna have to wait and see if something's gonna change in the future due to the ending of PMSL at the end of the day. But we talked about a lot of very young players, including Tony K. This is his era. This is his to take, man. There's nobody can shake him off the throne right now. It was a Zuxi and Luxy, the twins era back in the days, 5 years ago, possibly. But these days, it's going to be Tony K. The Ties have been taking back the throne down there. Now we get to see a bit of a glimpse of what really happened. Now Octa just landed. My God, that was brutal.
And he landed in Milta Power. And with the flight path in way, Milta Power is just like next to the flight path. You kind of expect that XERXIA will be there. So I think he kind of landed close to where XERXIA would normally drop, which is Milta Power. So it happened to be unfortunate that he got spotted out and they rushed onto him and he got taken out. Even if we look at, like, based on that replay, his other teammates weren't nearby, weren't around. So I guess it was a misanticipation of the presence of that area.
Now, some of us still have a question. Who actually do get the PMGC slot for now, right? Just to confirm for you guys, like example, there's Liquipedia out there for a reason, guys. You guys can check it out, but I'm going to update you anyhow. So it's not going to be something certain, 100% for the team. They're still fighting for PMGC slots for their points here. That's going to be the closest one you mentioned before. Boom, not playing. So PERSIJA EVOS definitely going to go for Indonesia side, I assume. Since RRQ, I mean, there's 100 points, still going to be a bit of a gap in between. Now, the closest one for contention is going to be Yoodo Alliance versus GEEK from Malaysia side. And also the Xaviers, I think they pretty much safe for the side of Vietnam. Genesis, definitely a bit of a gap between them and PBE. And speaking of GEEK versus Yoodo Alliance have a lot at stake here. They can afford to just let GEEK chase the points out. It feels like GEEK has been eyeing them out quite early on. And also not just based on the PMGC slots for them to get in the PMGC, based on the regional points. Also when it comes to the top 6 in PMSL. It's so important, this PMSL, for them to get into the next stage.
Yeah, and I will also add on to that, of PMWI slot, for now the holder is FaZe Clan. And if FaZe Clan gets into the top 6, because the PMWI slot is Thailand's slot, that slot will go to Thailand. And that is how Hail Esports potentially, and they already set the lineup, so they're putting a bit of a gamble here. But we're back into the game. Speaking about gamble, PN United gambling to cut across, but BTR is there this time to stop them.
BTR will try to save and try to revive Boychill, but barely got any covers. Belgium United giving them a bit of a run of their money. Porsche will try to spray to the side of La Paz from north angle entirely. Going on flank, further flank, but they have outflank Belgium United on the other end for BTR as well. Gen Force and Satar. It's pivotal for them to give support fire to the other teammates who happen to be the front line for BTR right now, trying to revive each other. Out! But Sowas taking the part of the equation. That was a clean execution even from Sowas. The support fire from Gen Force and La Paz is not going to be enough here. So slowly, both players are dying. A lot of course. Daily course on the side of BTR right now. Heavy casualty. They need to leave.
Yeah, BTR, they were the ones who gatekeep United. But unfortunately, they were the ones to lose 2 players. So for BA United, okay, we got 2. We know we have the advantage. Let's go for it. And they set the circle, so they can use their time to take down BTR. And now they're rushing on to GenForce. GenForce is alone. This other team is on the other side of the road. So BA United can focus fully on the GenForce, knocking him down, leaving Satar alone.
And Circle happens to be shifting at the very moment as well. We're talking about, will BTR saved by the grace of Circle? No, for now. It's going to be the Medusa intersection for the next Circle. It's going to be crucial for the teams to get in early because we do know how hard it is to play alongside the Medusa intersection. They got barely enough compounds down there. And in spite of that, a lot of flat planes even. MORPH spotted out PERSIJA EVOS when they rotate in. GE taking the center. Or PERSIJA EVOS divided into 2 formation, splitted their ways. Rocky alongside with MORPH, they're trying to just leave, but they commit to this fight. They will go for the push now.
Yeah, after getting the knock on the Zaki, that's the signal to go in and push. For the rest of PERSIJA EVOS, they're going to leave. So unfortunately, Zaxi definitely will be taken out. Use that as a bait for... Use that as a bait, hoping for the rest of PERSIJA EVOS to come back, but definitely not going to be the case. So Rocky is going to secure that point. First point for MORPH GX.
Mix, PBE, they need to get at least a couple of points down there. Still haven't scored themselves any points for the entire day for PBE. I mean, they're playing alongside with MiGs and H2R. They've been prepped through the league. They should be prepared by now for the grand finals. On the side of BTR, it's going to be only Satar taking his own shack down there. Spotted out by Yoodo Alliance. Rapper Boys happen to be next to him. On top of farm here. I'm not sure about Rapper Boy objective. Whether to go into his last play of BTR or just play it safe and quiet. If he's not dealing with BTR here right now for Yoodo Alliance, they will have to face the wrath of another team passing by. And that's going to be BTR stabbing from the back later. So if you saw a player that happened to be squeezing in, sneaking from the back door, they need to deal it ASAP.
We'll probably get to see the map on where the position of teams at, and any team is taking that late rotation from the north. But I believe the last I noticed that probably not. I think a lot of teams playing in the main peninsula now, even like GPX who comes from Severny, they're also in the main peninsula. So teams just play pretty straightforward, just like how the previous round was. So I would expect that the trend to be in this round. So the next fight might take out stage 3, maybe 4 even onwards.
Possibly true. I mean, like stage 3 definitely going to be a bit rowdy based on how much 16 teams still intact. And it's a bit crowded. If we happen to be in stage 3 and nobody's taken down yet, there's not going to be enough space for all the teams to take covers on. They will have major clashes. It's going to be a big massacre on even stage 3, not even stage 4 even, where the Great Migration happens. So might spot out Sergio players across them. He knows for a fact there's going to be somebody on top of that building, but he cannot move out just yet. He's not sure about where are the other teams right now. They might actually just be next to him. We have the circle pop soon. It's going to be the Potato Heels Bochinki for next circle. PBE nearby. DX and GEEK coming up. They might actually try to gatekeep all the players for advancing forward.
DX, they are a team that likes to play the Potato Hill, so we can expect them to go there. Or maybe they would expect that, oh, Potato Hill, a lot of teams like to go there. Maybe we can for now. I'm keeping my eye on to these areas. So far, they're not on their vehicles yet. FaZe Clan making the move. RRQ not, but GE yes. So now, how far GE go? Because for them to go to the Potato Hill, it's going to take quite a bit. It will be risky for GE. Maybe they will stop somewhere else instead.
Oh, where to stop? They barely got any compounds down there, and the terrain's not even helping. It's quite a flat plain where Small is standing. Closing by Yuri and RRQ Mort at the same time, and Yuri being spotted out by Mort with his 6x scope. Yuri tried to leave here. I think that buggy quite smoked up for now. That's why he's leaving. And his low health is definitely not helping as well. So for the side of GE, like you mentioned, where for them to hide? There's no structures in between. Barely got any place to hide themselves.
Well, I'm sure work it out. Like there's still some high grounds to play. There's still like if you play a low ground, sometimes it's not that bad if you can find a good slope to play with. Let's see where we go later on because they were still on the move the last time we saw them. Unlike Yoodo Alliance, who play from the outer circle in, and they're still staying with the same trend, trying to stop BN United getting into the circle. They managed to shoot them away, but not able to secure any point at the end.
Bounham United coming in a bit later than the rest of the team. They're leaving this compound here right now. Not worth investing their time too much down there. And know for a fact if they're late, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them. But the problem is, inner circle being heavily guarded by so many teams, including XERXIA, Sam9 taking on the right side of the circle, RRQ even. We do know PERSIJA EVOS taking around the Medusa into section 2. So MORPH got himself some pits to play along. That's going to be the terrain cover them for now. Nobody spotted out the smoke. Nobody opened fire. MORPH split himself into the inner circle and the outer circles just to see if there's anybody passing by. And that's going to be MORPH spreading out quite thin amongst themselves. But XERXIA, BTR, Satar. This is going to be the last play of BTR. Squeezing into the crossfire. And an on motorbike as well. Oh man, that's going to be rough on Satar.
Yeah, I mentioned it as you ended your sentence. Satar got eliminated. So BTR out. 0 points after that fight with BN United. And BN United want to take 3 points out of BTR. It's unfortunate for BTR. I'm sure they come for the break now to find a time to speak to their coach, have a conversation, and reset for the next round.
GEEK fam. With PERSIJA EVOS neck to neck between these two teams right now. Mika repositioning himself, running dry with his bullets. If he try to force it out by himself, it's going to be tough, but he definitely knows it's going to be a small shack. And it's going to be a lot of PERSIJA EVOS playing it. Another drop of the nade, chipping down to soak in the damage by Lynx and RedFaZe. RedFaZe is dying out, bleeding out down there in the open even. And definitely he's trying to scream out to RedFaZe for Lynx, come over this side so I can revive you up. But Sam9 closing on the other end. GEEK fam pushing in, not looking at that back where they shot back for PERSIJA EVOS. But Snubs here comes to the Vector. In the smoke he goes, going in for the push. Wrapping around the tree of where PERSIJA EVOS players are. Founded them out. It's going to be 2 knocks down. On the side of GEEK fam, they're winning 2. That's going to be big for the side of GEEK fam, but a huge loss for PERSIJA EVOS.
And one more play to go. Potentially could be taken well. Luxy alone. He has the smoke to buy time for him. But Luxy caught in a very tough position, I must say. But FaZe Clan, they could be distracted by another team coming on to them. Let's see what they're going to do. They're going to go Luxy still. They're circling around, trying to gather information in case any other team is eyeing Luxy as well, using him as a bait. But GEEK fam now seeing him. Okay, we got the other teams have arrived. So Luxy, he's hoping for the other to cancel each other so that he can last a little bit more longer.
He is lasting a bit longer. He's not getting himself in a shack, but outside of a shack. Infinity versus Bounam on top of that hill will distract all the other teams around them just to focus on that side. They heard the gunshots before. They heard the nades being dropped by Bounam United versus Infinity. A bit of a trading done, but more trades on the side of Bounam United. They're almost knocked down on 2, but lucky. There's going to be a 1-to-1 trade, but so as can anybody save him? He's down to his last health down there. Break trying to revive him up. Porsche as well. While Max trying to open up the space for the side of Belnum. Infinity keep their pressure on. But here comes FaZe Clan as well, possibly coming up from the back. But Infinity trying to wrap things up as soon as possible. It's not quite possible for now because Belnum will not give it down easily.
Well, FaZe Clan coming by though. Looks like they're interested with the potato here. They take corner for now. The Infinity will need to defend this against BN United as well as FaZe. But at the same time, look at the minimap. Vampire Esports is cutting us to the potato hill. So they could creep behind FaZe Clan. And yes, the moment will fall to Tony K.
A great collision between 3 to 4 teams up here. Vampire spotted out the flanker. The one at the back line giving the support fire for the side of FaZe Clan just now. Infinity all the times happen to be in the same corner right now. As XERXIA tried to toss the nade over FaZe, but he got knocked down instead. It's going to be Stone and Mela. A bit of exchange done between this three-way war of FaZe Clan, Infinity, and also Vampires on the side. But they are closed up by the Blues, and they need to leave. They need to advance, but the fires and bullets are flying over their direction right now. Shabs just cut across in the smoke against another player. Gonna spot him out. Infinity taking on FaZe. Mela on the ground. Traps on the ground next there. Oh my god, this is so messy. Boundom happened to be in the fray as well. Infinity divided their attention, not knowing which one to take down first.
Well, look at the not too far, so it's going to be a worthwhile fight for this team to take. Vampire Esports, a team that will back down from a fight, and they will want to fight their way into the circle, taking elimination points in the process. BN United, thanks to Vampire Esports, distracted both FaZe Clan and the Infinity, and now BN United can hold on to the lower ground.
It's not done yet. Infinity still want to go for the fight. Tony K will fight back. Look at how he prepped up the nade, but Onzen come up from the back line. Infinity not knowing FaZe Clan behind, breathing their backs down there. It's going to be scary right now. All across, Tony K being surrounded, and his teammates barely can give the support fight from that angle. Boundnum tried to take out Ravenclaw and Stone at the same time, but Infinity above Tony K and FaZe Clan behind him. That's going to be troublesome for Vampire to cut across. There's only one team will survive out of this war right now. Boundnum United taking their challenge against Stone. Stone can secure this elimination, but Break fought back. Stone is down on the ground. Vampire is in jeopardy.
Oh, here we go. Break with the DBS. Okay, 1v1. DBS Break into the smoke. Land the target. Break now kind of low, but because of the DBS and somehow the Infinity as well, they managed to eliminate Vampire Esports. And now have Beer 11 kind of low. Logan's together with him. So Logan will buy for him as BN United comes up to the high ground, trying to hunt down the members of the Infinity. Logan will not go down without a fight. Knocking down Break, knocking down another member of BN United, leaving them with only one player left.
Oh man, this is not great. The Fatal 4-way now down to the triangle battle and down to only two teams here, Infinity and also FaZe Clan. Omzen's the last player remaining on FaZe Clan. Barely hanging on. He was the MVP before. First Sunhawk of a map here. It was incredible. Down to the last wire between the two teams. 2v1. Can Nonsense clutch it out? Will DS coming in, disrupting the fight between these two teams here now. Onzen's trying to crouch towards the tree area, making sure he will be covered by at least some structures down there. But we do have another fight for XERXIA against Yoodo Alliance on a different corner.
Here we go. Onzen's all alone against the Infinity now. He goes out, he shoots, but they know exactly where he is. The Molly will force him to come out. And now the Infinity know they have Onzen's exposed. Onzen's is in dire position. B11 comes in together with Logan. Then FaZe Clan is out. So that is it for our 4 teams. These Xavier still with the full squad. We'll be looking at it a little bit smiling.
And the one that actually winning over that side after that kerfuffle of 4 teams, Infinity survived down to 2 players. The Xaviers have a full squad. Semnan have a trio. XERXIA still having full squad. Same goes for REGUM and PBE. Now PBE did know for a fact it's too much for him to not getting himself, didn't score any point at all for the past 2 maps. They need to play it safe. They're playing as slow and as conservative as ever. But XERXIA, they have to move. They're barely getting into the circle. They might actually collide with Infinity for the next rotations there when they try to get into the center. PB being blasted by the circle. With Semnan and RRQ having a exchange of a glimpse between them and each other. Just watching each other out, tipping on their toes. But these Xaviers have to get on the northern side. There's going to be 3 teams trying to gatekeep on the northern this time.
Well, like it's time to take the fight. D Xavier to fight their way in. It's going to be up north there. Down south, we got XERXIA. They potentially try to gatekeep the Infinity since they have the circle advantage. And if we look at the view from the Infinity from the middle hill, they don't necessarily have the best line of sight to XERXIA. So either way, they have to move forward because they don't have the circle too.
Bear walking on eggshells, making sure he can reach there safely. Try to scout out for any corners to navigate himself at the center. While Sam 9 and Araki giving warning shots amongst each other right now. just to give a bit of information to the other end, not to cross that line, but XERXIA creeping there behind their back. Well, Infinity taking advantage when XERXIA focus on towards the ones in the center of a circle. They're taking advantage to go around it instead. But Logan, this data is a bit too risky to take on, but no options left on the side of Infinity. On foot and one on the smoke up Dacia. But XERXIA focus on to a side of 79 and RRQ right now. Because of the smokes pop up and exploiting their own position here for 79. RRQ, if they decide to push in and XERXIA at the same time, that's going to be the position where 79 don't want to be in. They will be hammed down both ways.
Look at the current situation. Likely XERXIA want to hold. We know that the Infinity is behind them. Pull down to 7. They will be the one caught in the... Especially the Infinity, who will take over the high ground spot. But RRQ and 79 is definitely going to happen now. In anticipation that the circle away from them. And RRQ, a team that has a lot of firepower, they will be picking up points.
The pick go down. RRQ taking a shot. The far shots that's going to be coming up from Migs. They do have the elevations on the side of PB. And nobody coming up from the backside as well, except for Infinity possibly. But they're down to only one player. Bear. XERXIA going in for the push. But Bear barely enough space for himself. That one tree to stop the other teams from pushing his direction.
Okay, here we go. 5 elimination points already for the hands of the Infinity and XERXIA. The team with the most eliminations as of now that are still alive. Okay, so it's going to be interesting. It's still on top. Oh, but they're not. So this could be a surprise from the top. It's going to be interesting what Beer is going to do.
Oh, down. That's definitely each chair. I don't know how, but they made it through. That's a long shot coming from PBE. Cross all the way downtown. Shooting to a side of Beer, who happened to be sharing the compound with XERXIA. Same vicinity. But PBE got him off a solid compound around. They got those... they are the only one that got the walls take covers on. 9. Taking a bit of a blind shots on the off angle to his canny. Spotted out a straight line. That's going to be the entire 79 obliterated, but I have RRQ.
Well, RRQ won the fight earlier on, but XERXIA, can they win the fight from their side? Because they have the clearest among all now. The rest of them, they're close to each other. This area have yet to pick up a big fight yet. They are still playing this passively, because of their the starting that they don't really want so far in the grand finals. That's why they played a little bit more competitive. But this time for these big fights.
For XERXIA, conservative dictionary. Look at that 6 eliminations on the back. It's back from SC. And I see him shopping. I can see, but Mega Mind, this guy, when it comes to secret strategy, he knows what he's doing. PBE still having a full squad with XERXIA. I think this for Xavier. The one in Japanese with RRQ. Down to only 2 players, costing them quite a limb here to get the chicken. He's start to open up the angle slowly. PBE start to get out of the compound, getting outdoors, trying to push to the side of XERXIA, who's been open firing them for quite some time now, giving a bit of a long warning shots just to prove them only. The one that's sitting is quiet. It's going to be these areas. We haven't seen them taking actions with PBE and XERXIA to show you how far they are right now. But next to PBE, by the way. So it's all about timing.
Yeah, PBE, they still have this compound, so they might want to hold on as long as possible. It's just unfortunate that they don't have the circle still. That's why they are popping up the smoke, and they're using Cool to try to make out shots so they can get information on what they're going to do next. So up north, it's going to be really, really messy. You got XERXIA there, a lot of firepower. These areas as well, a lot of firepower. And you got PBE in between them. So that also that it's good advantage for RRQ as long as, well, they don't get eliminated, of course.
It's all about waiting for the blue zone to squeeze the life out of players right now. Nobody willing to leave their post just yet. We're talking about ERXIA try to fish them out slowly with those hand grenades, try to fish them out, flushing even. ERXIA and XERXIA, they need to leave. Ooh. The blue zone's gonna shrink even further, less than a minute now. It's down to the final stage. PBE playing around the blue edge as well. With only RRQ being favored by the circle, it's gonna be ended up in no man's land in the center of all the teams down there. And XERXIA have to take the fight anyhow to cut across PBE. And PBE range is holding by himself toward the entirety of XERXIA. Hence, down to only one tick of health remaining. Well, the rest of PBE kind of distracted towards the march of these Xaviers. The whole cavalry is there to push in. PBE being hand down, sandwiched, left, right, and center. But they're fighting back against XERXIA.
Oh, range knockdown. Beautifully done by RNJ, but that's also an for the Xavier to come in. They will come in anytime now. XERXIA, they need to run out fast. They need to reset quickly because the Xavier is there with the full squad, knocking down Megamind. This is the moment for the Xavier to see action. But at the same time, RRQ is going to move forward, trying to steal away elimination points. RRQ stands circle at this moment. The Xavier, they are coming in close onto XERXIA. XERXIA still has Chopper alive.
Feels everything is unhinged for now. RRQ spotted out XERXIA, want to finish off, spotted out these Xaviers, want to take all the kills and eliminations away. And these Xaviers, they do have a full squad. They're spreading out. Chua playing the most important part of them all. He's making sure that he will not be breaching by RRQ, but more keep the tabs on Sharper. There's no way for Sharper to survive that while he's been surrounded, smothered by the presence of these Xaviers and also RRQ at the same time.
Yeah, it's just a matter for Chopper to just try to hold on as long as possible, hoping for now the nades to land onto him, because we can see nades focus on the Chopper and he knows they need to clear off Chopper before they take the fight onto RRQ. And Chopper, with being said, he is out at number 3, but XERXIA has 10 elimination points now, 4 against 2.
XERXIA, they had a full squad. All the full squad's gone. RRQ lasted long enough with a duo for the longest time, playing alongside with the terrain, making sure they're not being discovered by the teams up there. But these Xaviers, can they split into 2-2? Will they double at the same time? Or will they willingly give their ball RRQ to shoot them one by one? There's no way for them to botch this one for these Xaviers. They have a full squad. But RRQ is no mercy and more. If they clutch this one out, it will be devastating for these Xaviers.
It will be one of the greatest clutches so far in the Grand Nose. But let's see if they can pull that off, because right now RRQ, they are on the lower ground, so a little bit of a slight advantage, but they're going to start it off with knocking down Chua. Okay, so they got 1. 3 more to go RRQ to pull off the big win.
You know, they are definitely patience players here for the start of RRQ, not willing to lift their post yet. But it will determine by the blue side. Whoever got chipped down by the blue side first, they need to leave. They need to push forward anyhow. One of them is going to be Lamborghini. Have to leave those rocks. Same goes for RRQ, slowly marching up in a zigzag manner. Mort spotted out by Lamborghini. But he fires back. He got himself some rock, but he's been surrounded left, right, center. Lamborghini down to just finding that one player of RRQ. No mercy in the smoke. Will they push in together for these Xaviers?
Oh, 1 more to go. Now, no mercy. Can pull off a big one, but it's looking unlikely as PUBGM comes in from another angle. And this here will break the streak of the Thai teams to claim the chicken dinner for Vietnam.
That was a clean execution coming from the Xaviers, despite they got knocked down the very last minute, but that was a solid performance for the Xaviers. All full squads alive to secure that chicken dinner.
Coming in a little bit later, the Xavier staying quiet towards that. They saw an opportunity on the north side where PBE was at, where XERXIA was at. They took opportunity there, and then from then on, it's players of RRQ left. The rest is history. But speaking about history, Lamborghini creating history as the MVP for the Xavier inside the grand finals. 2 eliminations, but the amount of damage that he dished out, 115. Obviously, the other eliminations given to his teammates, but at the end of the day, it's points collected as a team.
That's kind of true. I mean, it's been a while we saw a Lamborghini in the MVP run for the entire season, yeah? Last time we saw them probably going to be a year or 2 years ago. But these Xaviers, when it comes to this year, they are coming back stronger than ever. With them securing that chicken dinner just now, they're under the radar for all the teams to target on. It's going to be these Xaviers, XERXIA, RRQ, and 79. Despite of RRQ having only 2 men left just now, whilst the other having a full squad, you have to give credit for RRQ. The survivability is something that we should focus on.
Oh yeah, I mean, the 2 players still held on to a second place finish, despite XERXIA being netting more in this round based on the teams to watch that is, because XERXIA, they got like 10 elimination points before they got eliminated at place, so pretty decent for them. But let's check out the best moments from the previous round. And this beginning for Alter Ego, got a lot of questions there.
You know, they're dropping on top of Melter Power, same where XERXIA happened to be dropping by as well, and it just caught off guard early on. We don't see a lot of Alter Ego manage to do a lot of plays this time. They've been crashing into a lot of team multiple times here. The entire team just taken out of equation in an instant. Barnum United, I think the one that we should really focus on was this one. The Potato Hills, the Potato Pochinki Hills, where I think all the Thai teams happen to be going in the same direction as that, happen to be bombing into each other, and only one survived. That was Infinity.
Yeah, it takes a Thai team to take out another Thai team, right? And if you want to know why the Thai teams are so good, I'm dropping a podcast tomorrow on my social media with Sir Tanny. So keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, here are our points. So the Xavier has 7 eliminations, 7 total points collected. But XERXIA, because they got 10 eliminations, so that's not that far. 15 points in their hands. RRQ 11 points. So those are the double-digit winners. On the end, the 2 Indonesian teams, Alter Ego and BTR, out-earned, and this is also a round that GE did not secure a single point.
But at least for PBE, finally scored themselves something for today here with 6 points in there. But when it comes to overall rankings, this is where everything will be the most important. 1 point shy between Vampires and FaZe right now. Almost at a tie once more. But the one at the very bottom is still going to be PBE, finally having a move from their stagnant 16 points early on. Finally get himself at 18. But Alter Ego, the last season's champion, this is devastating to watch. At the second last place.
Ooh, yeah, I know, right? And they're still not like the 20-point mark. They're still at 19 points, and because PB, they got a points, so they're now 1 point behind Alter Ego. But anyway, Xavier with that chicken dinner goes up to a 3rd place spot. So congratulations, Xavier, representing Vietnam to take on the first chicken dinner in the grand finals.
And finally, a different flag waving up there when it comes to chicken dinner banners here. Congratulations. We don't see a lot coming up from the Malaysian team and the Philippine, the Myanmar, as well as the Indonesian teams just yet. And so far, I have to say, when it comes to the grand finals, the Thais really know what they're doing down there.
Yeah, it is still it's still about consistency, right? So that is going to be the main thing. Yeah, you drop one round, that's fine, but if you can come back consistent in the following rounds, well, that one round will be garden.
It's kind of true. Hopefully they can have a bit of a comeback and reset their mentals and minds and physical being as well, because after this we're heading to not too long, not too short of a break, around 20 minutes or so, so that's going to be more than enough for the teams to reset their strategy with their coach and analysts. So see you guys after the break. After this, don't go anywhere, stay tuned, see you guys.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat. Players can play as several Dragon Ball characters, compete in intense battles to see who will be the final victor. If you're trying to win, try going to an energy zone and see what random buff you get. If you get a health recovery buff, then it's a good idea to stick around and fight. Even without any recovery items, you'll be able to maintain a decent amount of health. During a match, players can also use attacks while battling with others. These attacks require ki. Players can collect ki from the map. They can also choose to replenish ki by charging it up themselves. Players also need to be on the lookout for upgrade materials. These are used to level up attacks. Attacks have a total of 5 levels. Level 1 to 2 only require basic upgrade materials to level up. Level 3 and above require advanced upgrade materials. The higher an attack's level, the more damage it will deal. There's also various support items that can be found in the map. For example, the Buku Capsule and Smoke Capsule. After using a Buku Capsule, you'll be able to fly a certain distance. It's really useful for initiating battles or running away. But be careful when you run into Piccolo. He has an attack that can snipe you from far away, as well as a dash that can quickly close the distance. Smoke Capsules release ball-shaped smoke, which can obscure enemy vision. This smoke screen can help you retreat or relocate. Don't forget about accessories. Accessories can also make your attacks stronger. More advanced accessories provide better buffs. If you play as Vegeta or Ultimate Gohan, who can already attack pretty quickly, you can enhance it with an accessory for an even greater advantage. If you want to increase your chance of survival, look no further than the Armor item. Armor provides extra health, which gives you an edge in combat. It has a total of 4 levels, and the higher the level, the more extra extra health it provides. Be sure to pick it up when you come across it. So, do you understand the gameplay and items a little better now? Let's play Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super together.
The depths of the ocean can be beautiful and terrifying. We all have a dark side that's always a part of us, but we can control it. I don't care what others think. I'm only concerned with my wants. The weak are always eliminated. Only the strong can survive.
everyone, and welcome back. We are here at the PMSL SEA Fall 2023 Grand Finals. I'm Tashmati, your host for tonight, and we are live here on ground at Sunway Velocity over in KL. With me on stage, I have one of the players from the Xavier Vietnam Frankies, alongside this very beautiful translator from for Vietnamese translator as well, Daisy. Now, just now, you guys managed to get your first chicken dinner for today. Congratulations, Frankies. And I have a few questions for you. Now that you're playing on ground with so many of these fans yelling for the Malaysian teams, was it hard for you to get that chicken dinner?
Chúc mừng đội mình đã giành được top 1 đầu tiên của ngày hôm nay. Thì không biết là khi mà mình thi đấu ở đây với rất là nhiều khán giả đến từ Malaysia thì nó có khó không cho đội mình để giành được chiến thắng khi mà không có lợi thế sân nhà như thế này?
Đấy thì điều đó là bình thường thôi. Bọn em đã thi đấu rất nhiều.
I think that is pretty normal because we have the experience like competing in a foreign country before. So I think it's still okay for us.
Right, so that's confidence, right? May I know, how many times have they played in a different country live?
Mình đã thi đấu ở nước khác nhiều lần chưa? Cái là kiểu trực tiếp như thế này bao giờ chưa?
Rất là nhiều rồi. Và em đã từng vô địch ở Malaysia một lần.
Actually, we have participated in a lot of competitions overseas, and also we had one in Malaysia before.
They have won in Malaysian before. What a statement to make. So now let's talk a little bit about your performance during the league. So DX was the running, I would say, first place holders for like the last 2 weeks until the last day where they were overtaken by PERSIJA EVOS. Now that we're here, a reset is happening. How confident are you feeling about winning the grand finals?
Kiểu là đội mình là một trong những ứng cử viên sáng giá cho chức vô địch thì mình đã liên tục đứng top đầu trong suốt 2 tuần cho đến ngày cuối cùng thì mình đã bị một đội khác dẫn đầu. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì ở cái vòng đấu này thì em cảm thấy là bao nhiêu % tự tin là đội mình sẽ giành chiến thắng.
Đội em chỉ cần bỏ ra 5% thôi sẽ vô địch trong này rồi.
I think with only 5% of our confidence, we would definitely win this tournament.
Wow, that's super confident. Not only are they already challenging the Malaysian teams, but also showing that they're going to be able to take it away. Now, let's talk a little bit about your experience here. I mean, you've gone here in the finals before, here in Malaysia. Now, did you notice that in the grand finals, these teams, you've played against them for the last 3 weeks, have any of them changed the way they played? Or maybe perhaps have you changed the way you played?
Là mình đã thi đấu ở đây rồi và thi đấu cũng đã 3 tuần rồi thì em nghĩ là cho tới cái vòng chung kết cuối cùng này thì có đội nào người ta thay đổi cái lối chơi của họ hay là đội mình có thay đổi lối chơi của mình không để mà kiểu phù hợp với những cái đội khác?
Đội em chỉ em thấy đội em chỉ là bắn từ từ và thăm dò đối thủ trong xung quanh thôi và tìm ra lợi thế để lấy top 1.
I think our play style hasn't changed a lot. Like we're still keep that calm playing style, and also we try to look at other team, look at what they are doing, and seek the advantages to win the chicken dinner.
Right, it took them a little bit, but they did manage to get that chicken dinner. And now, final question for you. Is there anything you want to say to your Vietnamese fans back home or the ones watching this mall as well?
Em có lời gì muốn gửi đến các bạn fan ở Việt Nam không?
Mọi người nhớ cổ vũ cho team mình thật là nhiều nhé.
I hope that our Vietnamese friends at home will cheer for us a lot because we need their support.
That's right. So for those of you at home watching from either the Vietnamese broadcast or English, if you guys are DX fans, please do support them in the comments or even come here to Sunway Velocity. And for now, we're going to toss to the casters to start the action for the second half of the day. Let's see who will be able to end the night with the most chicken dinners.
Honestly, I almost forgot that Frankie's still in the lineup. We never seen him the entire season, but he was an amazing player when he played regularly for these. And a little bit of history, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, when these were champion, they were number 1 from first game to the last. That was an amazing run for Xavier at that time.
Yeah, it was the last season, last ever PMPL Pro League during that time, PMPL Southeast Asia, before we rebrand to PMSL even. And that was right before the franchise of the PUBG Mobile competitive scene as well. But speaking of which, it's been a while we saw this side of Xavius for the longest time. That was also the year they got themselves the SEA Games, if I'm not mistaken, one of their best plays. And also after their rise, suddenly there's a downfall for DX when it starts of the year of 2023. And finally they're coming back, hopefully. Definitely it's not too late for them to try to take back that throne away from all the teams out there.
They still got a silver medal at the recent Cambodian SEA Games as well. So still a lot of potential. I mean, this is a refresh, almost a lineup for them, with Parajin in the lineup, looking good so far, but it's all a level of consistency, because it's not only them, it's also about these other players, these as well that we can see on screen. XERXIA, we got Megamind here, we got Stone representing Vampire Bonds. They've been doing really well too.
Yeah, XERXIA, the tool of truth use is just way more than Stone for now. But we do saw when it comes to one more team, I think it was FaZe, also a good comparison when it comes to the throwables being used in the previous few maps earlier today. But when it comes to firepower, when it comes to the sprays, you have to give this to Megamind. We haven't seen him that much compared to Chopper and LZ. Now, for the entire lineup of XERXIA, we do know they are star-standard lineup as well. Their firepower is something not to be taken light of.
Yeah, so definitely, I mean, the previous round, like, they got caught in a potato here, right? And there was like, what, 3 teams together with BN United, so it was really crowded there. Naturally, someone would be eliminated from there, but it's that one round, right? It's all about all the rounds overall, how they would perform. Just like you guys will perform in case you play this new game mode, which is a Dragon Ball Super mode right now. It is still available in game. We don't know for how long, so yeah, just try it while it lasts.
True. And we waited for over a year for this, so it should stay over a year as well. Hopefully that's the case here. If you guys don't know, each character have their own different characteristic skills as well. But not just that, we talk about so much throughout the entire league of the PMSL, where you can get exclusive cosmetic out of these seasons as well. And it's going to be a very limited amount of time for you to get your hands on this, and it's only 1 UC. We're cutting the cost so much for you guys because it is the grand final. Up until the final day of the grand final, you guys can just take your daily first draw on 1 UC. You might actually get lucky with this.
Yeah, 1 UC. I mean, everyone can spend a UC. How often? This is probably the lowest amount of you spend for a draw that I have ever seen. But are we going to see any of the teams scoring the chicken dinner? None of us have Xavier on the board, but that's okay. I mean, there's 16 teams, so we still got the others, and the closest one, probably RRQ came close. Yeah, they came close with second just now.
Yeah, it's kind of true. We have seen the best of GEEK Fam, Yoodo Alliance even. We did actually score Vampires. I mean, like, that's something to be, expected because they are one of the best teams in the world as we speak. But for sort of PERSIJA EVOS, I want to see, since they're not swapping a player's roster yet, I don't know if there's any swap of a player for now. I mentioned about player swaps. Mikael and Real, seems like Real is playing this grand finals.
Yeah, Real making his debut in front of the crowd this time. So let's see what sort of a change can he bring to 9. 7-9 round 1 in Sandhawk. They were great. They didn't score the chicken dinner, but they still managed to get a good amount of points. Round 2 went a bit quiet for 7-9, so I guess this change is also a tactical change to see if it can come up from the depth.
Addict look and Iftar with the cool fever patch on the heads. It just shows how much of a work they've been put into the tournament here. For Addict look, definitely one of the best players coming up from Malaysian sides here with average elimination. The numbers don't lie. And team contribution was not the most, but it's more than enough. But when it comes to the others, now this is where we have the major swaps happening. Lucky we don't have Boom in that spot. I mean, no offense, but Boom, I hope for next season they come back with a permanent lineup. Don't have too much of a roster change, but I'm looking out for even BTR if they're gonna have a player swap as well, because we might have different lineup when it comes to Miramar map.
Yeah, I would expect with this current performance of BTR, I'm sure they would benchmark themselves higher for them to make a substitution. And I do agree. I think Miramar is the map that we will see the change. Now, looking at the player shots, we're not panning over to BTR yet. Likely also because they didn't make a swap. So expect the change to maybe be in Mar, which is after this game, ladies and gentlemen. And for this game, we're going to jump back onto Ingo. So far, circles are okay. I'll be interested to see if we can see the first military base, because only BN United is dropping inside military base. Will be huge.
Yep. FaZe, this is a team, I have to say, a team that show us never give up whatever you're doing in life. We thought they might actually give up in the final week here. I do love where there's so many supports as well. Speaking back to its side of FaZe, right? They're the only team that still have the very last fight in the final week, coming back into grand finals, even give out the best performance when it comes to day number 1 there. That speaks so loud that, you know, it doesn't mean that even if you're at the brink of relegation, you don't have a shot at something. Same goes in life. You feel like you're a failure all day long. It doesn't mean you will not success one day. That is the message being sent over to us by side of FaZe Clan. But I love those outerwear from the teams, by the way. Just incredible. I mean, if only they do have sort of a, how do I call it? It's not really a market, a stall for the players' merchandise. It would be great for us to actually buy something for ourselves.
They do, ladies and gentlemen. So head down to the venue, because there are some teams opening up the pop-up store. So do check it out, gentlemen. If you're able to get to the venue, go there and check out the merchandises as well, and also other sponsored stuff. Yeah, go check it out, especially nearby, because you can still catch half of the action, the second half of the action for today. If not, there's still tomorrow, there's still day after for you guys to head on and check out there. And do take a lot of pictures and share it on social media, because I also like to see like how is it at the venue since we're at home.
We're back into Erangel. We do have a flight path this time way on the western side, and it's going to be a straight line flight as well. This is beautiful. North and south divided equally, so everybody can drop wherever they fancy. Not just that, they won't have problems to clash into another team because it's within reach up to Stauber, even in SMB. But it's always about the circle. If you have a very good flight path as this, you should be worried about the circle that will pop later.
Yeah, despite Kameshki, well, you can sort of reach Kameshki, maybe just drop a little bit below it and get a vegan go up. But PB still decides to drop early and fast on the left side. So this is going to be the time around for Erangel. They drop there. They only drop on Kameshki for the Erangel because of the flight path. So naturally, it's because of a tactical change. Infinity no longer military base. If you just join us, they have not dropped into military base, and that's with the reason that they don't want to deal with the bridge choke point. So they are back around the area huddle where they seem to be more comfortable with in terms of rotating. They don't need to worry about the bridge gap. But for BN United, they should still drop back onto Novo. They seem pretty confident there, pretty okay. They even won the fight against BTR, who hold onto the bridge as BN United where they cross.
Yeah, but speaking of which, XERXIA alter ego early just now, but this time there's no excuse for alter ego not to drop himself on top of Milta Power. We still wait for the circle, even gorgeous one. This is a great end for our day 1 in Erangel here for the grand finals. Just beautiful. And when we talk about this sort of a circle, we can assume when it comes to stage number 4, there will be some trade happening, because everybody will have to move into stage 4 if it's just circling around Rosok, or might even Pochinki.
Never trust this kind of circle, especially after the PMWI. I mean, it potentially could still go up north to Severny, and that's going to be interesting. Since we got a good flight path, naturally all the teams will drop. Many of the teams will drop on the main peninsula, so rotating up at about potentially the same thing. That's where we might see the bridge choke points if the circle does go up. That is.
And speaking of choke points now, that's something that we will definitely want to see. But now, I don't know if that's purposely or intentionally just leave their partners down there swimming and drowning while the others are cruising on top of the boat. But RRQ always been in school. They love the school. They love to study. They love the academic side. So it's just that to take. There's a high chance it might ended up on top of school as well, because RRQ, it should be. We've seen it before when other teams, during the league stage, where other teams try to take school away from RRQ's hand, but they defended it well. So well that nobody can penetrate the fortress. They're standing on top of school right now. So the others, on the other hand, like Vampires, PBE dropping on the left side of the map this time. I want to see where they will actually go later on, since Infinity right on top of them, and FaZe Clan is around Jokopol as usual. So I do want to see how PBE will squeeze out, or will they play the latest rotation that is? Try to play as safe as possible, since they're having a bit tougher start than usual for the entire day here.
Yeah, normally that's what PB will do. They will come in the last as compared to the teams around them. So we kind of look at who around them, right? Okay, so we got FaZe Clan, the Infinity, and then if you want to go a little bit more south, then you have Vampire Esports. So you got 3 Thai teams that have almost the same philosophy of playing by the edge of the circle, fighting their way to come in. So with that sort of understanding, they would move a little bit faster. So PBE can time themselves. They can even tank out like the first blue, and that's absolutely fine to come in a little bit later if they choose to avoid the fights. But if they want to go straight into the middle, then of course they got to do it fast before those teams who would move, I would say, moderates, to cut across them to try to get that spot in the middle.
And there's one of those teams that we're talking about that love to play in the center. Yeah, PERSIJA, EVOS. Most of the Indonesian teams prefer to play in the center of the circle. We always have a sort of a banter between the inner circle, outer circle, right? When it comes to PBE, I think they can just stick to their guts where they're going to play the outer circle. It feels like they play best around there somewhere. So they're just coming into stage 5 when there's only like around number of teams left, around 9 or 10 teams down there. That's the best time for them to pick out, and that's pretty much what they do best for now. And XERXIA, they have been playing how PBE was way back then in week 1. But we haven't seen that side of XERXIA ever since the start of week number 2. Belgium United, we haven't seen their week 1 performance as well, where they go aggressive. So aggressive that nobody can shut them down. Feels like they toned down and being tamed down when it comes to across the entirety of the league for Belgium United. I don't know what happened to them. Definitely a bit of a change of strategy just in case if somebody else can start to read out their navigation, their rotation. They need to switch things up and have a variety of tactical strategy for all the teams out there. But on side of PERSIJA, EVOS, even BTR, they don't change as much, but still maintain themselves up there.
Well, to explain the BN United change of strategy, right? So week 1 was still the week that many teams play in the middle. Like everyone still played at the side because they want to get elimination points, just like the previous circle pattern, the previous PMSL or the latest PMPL circle pattern. But let's hang that thought for a second. Okay, so PBE unfortunately caught up by MORPH GPX, so the rest of the round with 3 players. But just to complete what I was trying to explain, when starting week 2, when teams started to play like in the middle a lot, that CPN United start to not being able to adapt. Now we can all say that, but Vampires was still play by the side, and a few other teams do, then they still do okay. Well, you can still play however that you're comfortable with, but you still need to tweak a little bit here and there, micro details. Unfortunately for BN United, for week 2 or 3, they kind of failed to do that. So that's why they got caught off by a lot of who even gatekeep them by the edge of the circle.
Now, back to as a story of PBE, just now we saw one of the players being taken down in the hands of MORPH right across our screen just now. That's what concerning for PBE, because they change their drop spot, right? They always drop themselves a bit isolated than all the others, and they happen to be irritating. I feel like they want to switch their gears up to play a bit early to get into the circle, but the problem is they dropping themselves all the crazy hungry power drive teams around them, including MORPH, Vampires beneath them, Infinity and FaZe. right on their northern side. They cannot get in too early. And that's what happened. They want to switch things up for PBE, but a bit too much at risk. We're talking about the grand finals. Couldn't afford to make any sort of room of error at all, because everything will come at a cost, especially when it comes to grand finals. The trophies up there, the PMGC slot is up there at stake. Side of Yoodo Alliance spotted a BTR taking Pochinki Hills, but they're not willing to commit to it just yet. Quite segregated amongst themselves for Yoodo Alliance. Now, Sam9 and Yoodo Alliance, honestly, between these two teams, who do you think which is more aggressive than the other?
Well, aggression-wise, Sam9. But I would give consistency-wise to Yoodo Alliance. A lot more experience. They play the tactical that they're confident consistently. So I would say that, yeah, I would give it to Yoodo Alliance. But to answer your question, aggressiveness, Sam9, I would say, has more firepower.
I agree. Yoodo Alliance sometimes a bit more tactical, but they kind of balance out both in that sense for Yoodo Alliance. Firepower-wise, Sam9, we haven't seen them being all out their beast mode just yet. And do put in your mind, the record holder is still going to be Vampire's side, with a team with the most eliminations out there. 20 eliminations by this team in week 1. Week 1 was crazy. Insane even. It was like literally a shocker to us about how aggressive teams can get. But after they've done 3 weeks long of their league, everybody kind of familiar against each other, playing a bit more cautious, a bit more safe. Especially Baunam United, everybody can read the tricks behind their sleeves, and they like to choke everybody out when it comes to the bridge. We do have one knockdown early on. It's going to be FaZe Clan. A bit of a long-range fight against MORPH Boo Boo Hoo. I don't think he can finish off in Taurus, but I'm not sure if the rest of FaZe Clan will let him high and dry, just go and save him right now.
We don't see the rest of FaZe Clan yet. Okay, now we do. They're not going to let their IGL go, and I think they still have to do that. Yeah, Mela just needs to pop a smoke, block the vision of Boo Boo Hoo. You had Rock to cover, and he should be able to go for it. Now it's a matter of hoping that when they get up, they go onto the buggy, the head doesn't land. If the headshot lands, then, well, probably going to reprocess again.
Oh, they're blessed by the rocks here for FaZe Clan. Such pressure on the side of Boo Boo Hoo with the AKM. The recoil and the barrel control is insane from that distance with 4x scope even. On side of MORPH, they're just gonna scout out their perimeters, making sure they will not be breached by the other teams. Baunam United start to move towards the side of a northern side. Here comes the next circle. We don't have a lot of actions with this sort of circle, but it's gentle enough for the players to start to warm up towards Mirama next. But the circle happened to be shrinking. We might actually ended up on top, even Pochinki at this state.
There's still some space though, of a decent amount of space, especially on the shooting range side, so I'm worried as well. But anyway, we can see a lot of the teams choose the main peninsula. I don't think anyone is at the northern side anymore, so yeah, the circle does favor all these teams. If not, can you imagine the circle does somehow scam and go up? Everyone, and I mean everyone, will need to go up probably at about the same time.
And that's kind of true. I think the fastest to get into the circle, if it happen to be on the southern side of shooting range, is going to be PERSIJA EVOS. They're the nearest to their side. Definitely will gatekeep all the other teams up there. FaZe Clan divided into 2 formation here, 2-2 formation, where Unsons and, if I'm not mistaken, Mela would take on the northern side for now. But these Avives, they're split here. I'm not sure if they can secure the compound for themselves, since they're only having 2 players down here, Uchua, alongside with his partner, to face the wrath of BTR, try to demolish them out. But we do have another contender coming on the other end. I think that's around, possibly, who is the other green? I think it's going to be Alter Ego, possibly on the other end, maybe, or even GEEK Fam.
Yep, there you go. You got your answer, but looks like they're not going to interfere with school now. Maybe they find it like, okay, it's not going to be worth it yet because we're still at stage. Even if you spend so much effort to fight, you potentially lose someone. what if it goes away? So it's like, okay, after calculating whether it's worthwhile or not, probably how GEEK just decides to like, okay, it's not going to be worthwhile yet. Unless it's like stage 4 or 5, when the circle is like really small, then yeah, potentially they might go for it. This case looks like nah.
Well, it's all about the circle. It's all about the circle. If it shifted north, I don't know what else to say, man. It's going to be hectic, rack havoc, loose of the hell everywhere. It's going to be a massacre right in the center as well on top of Rostock if that happens. Now, BTR greeted by the shots coming from these Avies across the street of nearby school. You don't see any RRQ players around here yet. And they are still on top of school for now. Boychi will be knocked down. We can see a bit of a glimpse on RRQ the other side. But these Avies, are they willing to go in for the push? Just let it go. I feel like they want to part ways. That's going to be just warning shots for Boychi to be knocked down. DX not willing to take up the risk just yet. But we do have Vampires taking those elevations too. So it's down to stage 3 and 4 later on to see anything, any team to finally be out later.
Yep, it's coming to about time. We are still at stage 2. But this is where I'll be interested to see like if the circle really scales. If it goes to Main Peninsula, then okay, cool. But like what we learned from like the previous stage, I believe it was the previous Erangel, we had so many players at stage 3/4 that fights just happen everywhere. So it's going to be haywire. I would expect to see the same looking at the current situation. At 63, we only lost 1 player from PBE. So expect that maybe 3 or maybe even 4 that we'll see everything loose.
I have a feeling when it comes stage 4, we only have around 9 to 8 teams down there, maybe even lesser than that. Everybody holding their posts, not willing to, you know, get out since they're not necessarily needed to get out in the first place because of the circle. Now for Vampires, more and more teams coming in around them. PBE will be one of it. There's another team on the northern side as well. Talk about Vampires, they coming up from the southern part of the circle just now. I don't know how many teams on top of Rostock. I do feel like it's going to be more than one. It's definitely more than one. GE one of them. PERSIJA EVOS definitely up there. But how about the others? FaZe Clan especially. Where are they? Because they just cutting across ruins last time we saw them. Now we do have Rostock this time. Alter Ego there. PERSIJA EVOS is here. GE, I think, is just next to them as well. The moment they open fires, it just literally can be heard by 7-9, who's just happen to be navigating themselves, right where we're looking at right now.
Well, it looks like you got your answer. And Waterhouse is their pit stop. I remember the last time on the last day of number 3, they played in here and they had the Xavier coming into their compound. And Xavier eliminated them. So this is their comfort spot, yes. So we do know that, but Xavier definitely not going to be in because of how the circle is. And looking at the circle, looks like we're not going to go to shooting range at all. We're going to go to Pachinki instead, the house of Xavier. But my bigger interest is actually the hill on the left side of Pachinki, where GEEK is there. I think that is one of the good places to be at this point. Not needing to force yourself into Pachinki, but there is good.
And it's going to be a right side of Pachinki that one, but back to the side of GE. Shot out FaZe Clan, take it by surprise. 2 knocks, 1 being finished off. Onzans go back to the Motown area. And he's being knocked as well by the side of GE. GE going in for the push. They got the green light, knowing the fact there's already 1 finished off, another one knocked, another one down. It's definitely down to only 1 player on the side of FaZe Clan there is to finish things off here. And GE, when it comes to this season, I'm loving this. They're definitely one of the most improved team out there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is a revolutionary team for GE. First, the only team representing Myanmar now in the grand finals, and it is an amazing feat for them. And not only that, look at this. They took away the Waterhouse from FaZe Clan, even hunting down Momo, not letting go of that 1 point, and they're definitely going to get it. Momo now is in a critical situation. And it's going to be easy cleanup for GE and FaZe Clan. 0 points for the first time today.
Every point is a dime for them. And FaZe Clan definitely give away the position on second spot to DX and PERSIJA EVOS now. And that's going to be a gap between Vampires and DX. Now, Vampires, they can stretch the gap even further since FaZe Clan's not chasing the points anymore. As Sam9 going and moving to the side of Baonam United, Porsche, they're walking in a trap here for Sam9. But so has been spotted out. They cannot set the trap in time. Porsche, on the other hand, coming up from the flank side, shoot down on one. Reels on the ground, bleeding out. It's going to be 1-to-1 trade between Baonam United and Sam9 for now. And Baonam, how did we respond to this? But they take it by surprise. Here comes the DBS fight between the two. And Tom secures another. It's finished off. Sam9 trying in this win, but Max trying to leave. Here comes Tom. He's not chasing out. But there's going to be a bit separation between Baonam United players.
Ooh, BN United. Looks like they've been hunted down by Sam9. Okay. Let's see who else can send us on. They saw the smoke. They're going towards there. And Kenny is charging in. Managed to get a knock on the soul. Leaving Break all alone. Oh no, not looking good for Break now. He tries to fight back. But what can Break do now? Okay, he has Max though. But Max is on the other side. From afar, knocking down Death from Sam9.
That's going to be the one that they're waiting for side of Baonam United. But he's been swarming over by the side of Sam9. At least Max managed to knock down on another. Oh, the surprise. Max, such pivotal play here. Coming from Baonam United. Coming back after that loss. Heavy casualty on Baonam United's side. But pinned back Sam9 towards their corners. A real will reset himself. But Yoodo Alliance approaching as well. It's going to be a 3-win war now.
Wow, okay. So unfortunate for San. I mean, they had it against BN United, but Max had to be the bane against Sam9. Yoodo Alliance came to clean up. And not only that, all these boxes from the mix of Sam9 and BN United, Yoodo Alliance say, thank you, Christmas Kelly.
There's going to be a huge upgrade of blue on the side of Yoodo Alliance, but it will be Pochinki sort of a circle. We do have the feel of Pochinki as the next center of a circle as well. PBE squeeze into the center, but Infinity, they want to get in, but being stopped over by the side of PERSIJA EVOS. Luxy knocked down, slowly bleeding out, a bit too far from the rest of the team. There's nobody can save him for now. Infinity spotted out another player across the other side. They're taking a bit of a gatekeeping role for Infinity, and they played well.
Yeah, right now the Infinity by the edge, and this is the common trend of the Infinity. They like to do that. I mean, it feels like a tie thing at this point, but I'm not sure how many teams do they have to gatekeep. So probably they will focus on go to the circle at some point because it seems rather quiet for the Infinity. Yes, they got that one, but I think that they would need some signal like from the feed. If they get a signal that like Vampire Esports, for example, is in, like FaZe Clan obviously eliminated, then they know that, okay, behind is clear, they can focus on.
Back to our side of Baonam United, approaching GEEK fam here. Every single building in Pochinki will be crowded and nothing is vacant for now. Baonam United finally being eliminated, trying to run away after the mistake they'd done, almost made a comeback early on, but thanks to the Yoodo Alliance out of nowhere now, finish off the other two teams, 7-9 and Baonam at the same time. But we're down to 13 teams at stage 4 commencing. It's going to be a bit of a maze since we do have sort of Pochinki circle and a lot of structures in between. If you happen to be bumping into a different player entirely in the maze, good luck fighting that one.
Oh yeah, it'll be hard, especially if you're forced to go up because of the circle. But the one position we like with this circle is PBE. They're at the church on the high ground. It's unfortunate they don't have a full squad, so they need to be able to defend, especially if these teams inside of Pochinki were to move to that direction. Well, PBE is going to party to handle.
Look at the party. Speaking of that, we do have around 8 teams right on top of this mini-map we can see on the right-hand corner, the right upper corner right now. Oh boy, it's a bit too crowded. It's a bit too much for a very small space, but DX will spot out Hexas, who's running right in the open area to get into the buildings. And RRQ, they thought they tried to surround DX, but DX had it going at first. GE coming up from the northern side. Pachinki is just overly crowded right now as DX finish off RRQ slowly but surely, taking them limb out by limb. Yoodo Alliance taking up PERSIJA EVOS, and the circle moves away into no man's land. It's going to be a morph land down there.
As the chat likes to call it, this is the L circle, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone inside of Pachinki need to come out. Oh my goodness, even PBE needs to move, even though they got a nice spot. But speaking about nice spot, PERSIJA EVOS has a nice spot against Yoodo Alliance. But on the northern side now, we got Xavier soaking in the blue. Lamborghini is the only one alive, and he has RRQ to deal with on the high ground.
And no mercy. DX, you rip what you sow and you taste back your own bitter medicine. RRQ being shot down early on by DX. Lamborghini slowly being shut off. And RRQ surrounding him all around. DX, unfortunately, will give away their third position to PERSIJA EVOS if they can cut across those points. But next we do have Vampires versus PBE, who got himself a warehouse. The moment they step out of that warehouse, it's going to be an open area. But GE out of nowhere from the back line, shutting down Stone. Vampires being sandwiched two ways.
Oh, here we go. GE, they need to get across though. So they need to get an advantage. Our three players facing onto Vampire Esports, raining the nades down. Finishing Stone. Vampire Esports, where are they going to go? Tony Kid knocked down on my side. One more to go. Please Trump says they're still alive. GE, now they're coming in, but they got PBE to deal with left as well. When will GE move? GE, yes, they will move now. They're getting closer and closer. Vampire Esports shooting from behind the smile. Will be the one to finish off the last member of Vampire Esports. Two tie teams without a point this time.
My god, they shut down the Titans and they already secured themselves 8 eliminations for the side of GE. Speaking of the most growth across PMSL, this is the team that are rising up as the underdog down there. GE shutting down slowly the teams in the center, including BTR. And next one, we do have Yoodo Alliance out of the equation. They want to go for the points more. They want the double digit for GE. They are definitely craving for Alter Ego next, possibly.
Oh, okay, now we move out onto Pachinki. This fight that we talked about. BTR now against GEEK Fam. Both of them don't really have to circle. They need to fight their way. GEEK Fam, oh, just snipes just next to the blue. This is insane. But Q went out as well. Number 10, 3 elimination points. And we have XERXIA defending down by the edge of the circle against PERSIJA EVOS.
It took 4 players of XERXIA to shut down on RedFaZe. And RedFaZe still alive within those smokes. The moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a clear view for Lynx versus Chopper. But BTR, they don't have time to just extend their stays anymore. They need to leave. Alter Ego, Alpha being spotted out. The entirety of Alter Ego is out. Well, BTR are barely alive. Are they still alive? They're not there anymore.
Yeah, they aren't. Okay, number 8, it just went hard and fast because of how the circle is. The L zone. My goodness. But we still have XERXIA full squad, okay. By the edge of the circle, they defend against PERSIJA EVOS, and they did! And with that, another point in the back for XERXIA.
2 in the back for now for XERXIA. Can they secure and just translate the knockdown to an elimination points? Knock 2, what a crisp spray from Urzi. It was gorgeous. And now trying to keep the pressure on side of GEEK Fam. They are clustered in one corner. Another one bites the dust, which is gonna be MORPH versus PBE next, having a bit of a rush on that side. But on the side of MORPH, happened to be a bit of a blunder. They naded their own teammate by an accident, of course. But Rocky tried to flush out the remainers of PBE, who was trying to revive their teammate in there. Playing alongside, trying to clear the corners out. Rocky couldn't find an entry in because GE happened to be in the same compound as well.
Oh, we got Cool. Last stick of help though. They don't know he has the DBS. This could be a big moment for Cool. Oh, but they kind of know because of Molly's toss at the side. GE in the compound. GE has 2 teams technically to deal with, but Diddy behind. And look at the circle. The circle did such an L circle this round. It went out in the open.
This is insane. The circle is just bizarre. It was nice before, not so nice now. Infinity fighting against XERXIA. GE taking advantage of it, meddling into this business. While Lobby pushing in, but RNJ spotted him out with a UMP spray, but he's running dry with his bullets as well. RNJ, he needs to secure this elimination before another team try to pin him down. But he needs to pick up Infinity Lobby. And RNJ, I see a Megabyte screaming, but here comes the splat. Here comes RNG fighting the entirety of Infinity by himself. He's still clutching out. He's down to only 2% of HP left, but Pierre shuts down on XERXIA.
RNG almost, but we're now back onto the compound where PBE has been eliminated. We have MORPH PX together with GE. GE has a full squad still, and now we got Smile smiling with the DBS, getting the knockdown. MORPH GPX has Yoodo Alliance. Smile surprises him with the DBS, and Smile with his last take of out still survives.
He will reset himself. The last player of the side of MORPH is running over this corner, but he's quite in the open now. It's only gonna be Boo Boo to save the entirety of MORPH, but here comes Smile. Smile pinning him down! Finish off! Smile just obliterate the entirety of MORPH by his own hands.
Somebody give this guy an award because Smile has been doing superbly for GE. Even in the last day of the league, he clutched against GEEK fam, and now he's back. But the final challenge is going to be up against the Infinity now for the winner.
2v3. They do have the compound, but they need to jump out. Barely got any barricades for the side of GE. Master Smile, can he push more? 16s in the back for GE. This is the World Cup GE we're talking about. They're coming in so strong and just bulldoze their way into the last circle here. Infinity spreading out into 2-1 formation. Lobby acts to care about the off angle. Wapir and Logan will distract to be in the front line, but Sai, he got this Dacia to move into where Infinity is if he wants to go for the rush, but they don't have enough manpower.
GE now needs to wrap things up, but the Infinity has the manpower. Yeah, in the eliminations, by the way, and they're not stopping yet. Okay, Zai, nade onto him, 50% of health. Another nade evaded. GE still holding on to it. At least they open up an angle, but the Infinity, with their numbers, they can open up even more. But we're talking about stage 9 coming really, really soon. So we will enter this round, ladies and gentlemen. This might be huge for GE.
Blue Zone closing on the side of Smile first. They don't have room to play. Smile is on the ground. Slim side. Infinity. It's going to be done. Infinity secured that chicken. But what a game by GE. Master Smile. Insane amount of elimination. More than that. Even almost double of chicken dinner.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if GE actually got more than the Infinity with the amount of eliminations that they got. They won fight after fight after fight. And Smile was just amazing. He clutched it out against MORPH GPX to secure that chicken dinner, to that win in that compound. That was insane. But unfortunately, they did numbers against the Infinity, and the Infinity won with the numbers against GE. But no, GE, I believe they got more points than the Infinity.
Speaking of the rise of the underdogs, but you have to give it to Logan. It's going to be only one elimination, but Infinity, that was a close. That they definitely outnumbered the side of GE. And not just that, the circle, that was no circle anymore when it comes to the last stage. The Blues don't happen to be closing on the side of GE first. They have to leave the compound. The moment they jump out, it's a clear view for Infinity to shoot him down. But will it be enough? I still think that Infinity will stand at number 1 with that 16 elimination last time we saw. I'm not sure how much was the ending, the numbers that they finally secured for the elimination, but that was insane.
Okay, but here's a preview here with GE on top of the teams who watch. That means they would have gotten more eliminations. They're the one who got 16 last I saw, but we get a confirmation later on. Anyway, we got the Infinity, MORPH GPX as well, who finished 3rd up there. And then we got XERXIA. For now, 3 different Thai teams have scored the chicken dinner today. If XERXIA can do it, basically what? We got every Thai team getting a chicken dinner for their own.
Yep, I feel like a lot of pressure on the side of XERXIA since they are the only Thai team to score any chicken for first day in the grand finals here. definitely a lot of expectation for XERXIA now since Infinity closed up the game with a big chicken dinner. But GE, that was a big one. I mean, the underdog has spoken here. Yes, we do see a lot of highlights of Infinity, but it was stolen away for the game by GE. Smile was incredible. He shut down MORPH, the entire team of MORPH by himself. Look at the highlights, so many, they just bulldozed their way into it. This is the GE that we love from the World Cup region. There's no fear, there's no overthinking, they just do it.
Man, my oh my. I know they got the chicken dinner and they're celebrating, but I think man, this round they are just insane. I mean, if the MVP award and it can be given to anyone, definitely would have gotten it. So fun fact, yesterday Flame, the manager, asked me, who do you think is the best player in GE? Well, I gave a disclaimer, GE did well as a team, but Smile has been coming insane plays. And he is still pulling it off today. Man, Smile, the star man for GE now.
I personally feel like it's always been West scary in the PMPL during that time for World Cup to get a high volume kills on that side. But GE 16 elimination, 22 points, with Infinity with 7 only for elimination points there. It also kind of a tie elimination with MORPH, but MORPH, due to the placement, they have to place 3rd this time. But this is definitely what GE needed. They need the push. They're not really in the comfortable zone in the top 6 or even on top 10. Last time we saw them, they're on 2nd page. Now, can they push up with these numbers to be in the top 5?
Oh, we'll get to know it in a little bit more. But the surprise, I think, if you just join us, the two teams that got the first 2 chicken dinners today, Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan, no points at all. The only teams without any point. This is a big flip. Well, I don't know, is this one blip or is this going to continue on? Because it's good. It will be scary for these two teams if this goes on, because the points are close enough for the teams to catch up. It's about points. They still have number 1, number 2, but GE, welcome to page 1.
Barely actually pushing the top 5, just 1 point shy there. And not just that, the gap for them to catch up even to number 1 spot is almost possible. Now they have to cut across up to the 50s first. Now DX still holding around the 50s gate down there. The rest of us still in their 40s, except for PBE, Alter Ego and Baonam United. They need to get out from the 20 points and they need to get into the 30s at least, because the gap between RRQ and Baonam United is a bit of a gap, while Yoodo Alliance and RRQ do have a bit of a stalemate and a bit of a tie, but they can jump up to the first place or the first page anytime now. But this can be detrimental for Vampires, and same goes for the side of who was it again? FaZe Clan, who didn't score anything. That definitely gave a lot of opportunity for other teams to catch up.
Yeah, because without a single point, then the point gap, definitely they cannot extend it. But we can extend EE. 3 players up here as the top performers. We got Smile, obviously, this guy, insane. West, and we got Ichi, who is the FMVP of the previous wildcard, and also the wildcard before. I mean, this guy's just insane as well. But it's nice to see, like, GE, other team players can step it up as well. So it's not only about, oh, Ichi, and Ichi. Like, now, Smile, who can do the business. And it's not like Ichi is not bringing the points as well. He got 4 stations on his own. So, GE now, this is a huge improvement for them, and the fact that it comes with all the players are able to perform. I mean, this is the best GE that we have seen in many seasons.
True. I mean, yeah, excluding Marnet in that, that's definitely their solid 4 roster that they do have playing around since the start of PMPL regional during that qualifiers. But for next match, we do have our Mirama, our top performers, DX, PERSIJA, EVOS, BTR, and XERXIA. And this is going to be one of the best shots for XERXIA to score those chicken, because they are the only Thai team that didn't have any chicken just yet by far. But speaking of GE again, the only person that didn't actually get himself the top performer just now was only Slim Zai. Now Zai is definitely the support player coming from the side of GE. It's quite difficult for a support player to be in the top performer with the high frag numbers as well. But so far, back to his old flag. So it's just going to be Titans waving their flag for the chicken dinner. But will XERXIA score at least here today to complete the set coming up from Thai regions?
And XERXIA, no pressure, XERXIA, no pressure. 2 more rounds to go. If you do it, then every Thai team has their own chicken dinner. But if you just join us, the Infinity got the chicken dinner, but it was actually GE. That was insane. But what else is insane is this promotion right now. Only one UC. And we're talking about daily first draw, okay? Meaning that today 1 UC, tomorrow 1 UC, day after 1 UC, from the 25th to the 7th of August for your first draw every day for a chance to get the PMS Dream Chaser set, the exact set that is being used by your players inside of the game. So you want to preview, keep your eye on them. The blue color suit that they're wearing, yes, exactly, that is the one.
But when we're talking about Miramar map here, we do know GE used to love Miramar map than Erangel. It's kind of a rare sight, and not too often we get to see GE actually get a chicken in Erangel, by the way. But speaking of Miramar, we do know the Thais love this. GE possibly used to be one of the best team in the World Cup region to score a lot of chickens in on top of Miramar. But we don't see a lot of the other teams coming up into this, especially from the Malaysian side. Indonesian teams has been a bit quiet than usual. I'm not sure it's just them, you know, warming up for the grand final, since we have a bit of a longer rest days compared to during the league stage that time.
Yeah, we both of us have an Indonesian team inside of our prediction, right? And yeah, I agree with what you say. Like, it's whole for the Indonesian teams. I mean, RRQ, they got close. They got a second place at some point. But yeah, it's all about getting the chicken dinner for our caster prediction. So far we are still at only Vampire Esports for the both of us. Even for, well, Yoodo Alliance came close. GEEK fam, we haven't too much of them, honestly.
We're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe they're just reading out this strategy that they have been saving up for the other teams during the grand finals, because we do know for a fact nobody wants to show their tactical yet until the grand finals, right? So maybe some teams are playing it low and quiet just to come back tomorrow even. But when it comes to Miramar, it's a different map entirely, so you get to see if there's any teams trying to take advantage when it comes to day number 1 here, since a lot of teams still warming up to their tactical navigation and also their movement in the map. Yeah, because it's very different here compared with the league and the grand finals here. When it comes to the league, you have 20 teams. You have to keep on having different strategy for every single map, because every single day, because of the swap of the teams coming in and out. But when it comes to the grand final, it's going to be 16 teams, the same 16 teams. Now, how to fight the same teams over and over again in the same map, but not easily being read out by the others.
Yeah, speaking about swaps, I'm curious to see, like, jumping to Miramar, right? Like, which team will make a swap? I'm looking at BTR. I don't see Yuhai coming in still, so no swap for BTR. Gotta keep an eye on that too. So far, Vampire is going to be the same. Yeah, okay, so we got a good clear shot of BTR here. They're going to maintain the same lineup, it seems. So maybe this could be the lineup that will end the day.
True. Don't fix something that's not broken. BTR not doing too shabby as well. Pretty okay. Not the best. We see them with zeros before, but definitely they want to get the dynamic going on with the same lineup. You don't want to change the lineup or the roster too often, because it will interrupt the flow of the players among themselves, the familiarity between themselves, the tactical and dynamics that they've been planning for such a long time. If they change it at the very last minute, that's going to be very disruptive for some teams. A lot of fans out there, I can see a lot of parents are actually rooting for the players too. I mean, not necessarily just the Malaysian players. Maybe the parents do love to play PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I don't know, right? If any parent out there is an actual fan, like not of only the esports show, but fan of playing the game out there, I really want to know. So if you are out there, do put it in the comment section. I really want to know who. The Rocky. Rocky. Interesting. MORPH GPX. Today hasn't been like the biggest moment for, I mean, it haven't been shining. Yes, they had that Yoru moment. I think that was huge for them. But after that, it's like kind of chill. They even lost the fight against GE, against Smile, who basically MORPH GPX. So MORPH GPX, I don't know. They kind of went cold from after the second week of the league, it feels.
Sort of, yes. But back to a sort of Rocky, right? Sorry, it is about GE, but I have to speak about Rocky. A bit of segue. His His face looks like one of our directors or our producers back in the days. If you know who, then you know who, Cloud. But on the side of GE, this is what we're talking about. I love the underdog teams. This is just the best of GE we've seen by far.
I'm trying to think who. I guess that's one person, but I'm trying to see like, really? Okay. He's closer to the to that actor though. I forgot what's the actor's name, but
are we talking about the same person here?
Yeah, it's closer to the actor though. That one I would say, yeah, pretty close. But this one, Rocky, nah.
Is the name's person start with S?
Oh wow, okay, then it's probably a different person that we're thinking.
No, we're not talking the same person then.
Yeah.
S.
Yep.
It started with S. He's a very young producer as well. Very young. He got really good buff up body. Yeah. I think you know who I'm speaking of right now, since not many bodybuilders up there being a director or producer of the show.
Well,
but back to
not that I give attention to buff bodies, you know. Maybe that's why it's like it's not crossing my mind just yet.
But yeah, he definitely got his look. So, but speaking of which, PERSIJA EVOS, we have seen the best of them. Sam9, not too aggressive as well. Yoodo Alliance, you can see some spots coming out on that side. DX definitely, they show what they're made of. We can see them popping off in almost every single map in the top 5. They have been consistently getting themselves points every single map there. We hardly see DX on a 0. But the one that I'm concerned about is going to be Alter Ego. We don't see last season's PMSL Alter Ego in this season. I feel like they're left behind down there.
Yeah, I mean, Rosemary hasn't been popping, and we did always talk about like how important Rosemary is to the team, and if it doesn't, it gets really, really scary for Alter Ego. So if they were to come back, Rose really needs to step out the game. But you know, I want to take this minute to say, you know, ask the question about like who's the daddies and mommies out there who actually play PUBG Mobile, only watch but play. So we actually got one person. So shout out to you, Mr. Oh man, I missed it. It's somewhere there. Mr. King. I saw it. I have to find it again. Give me a moment.
Okay, and a lot of familiar faces on ground as well that I miss meeting up. But if you guys happen to be in Malaysia right now, don't forget to tell us you're here so we can actually meet up one day. But the other teams out there, GEEK Fam, damn rude, where is he? We haven't seen the best of GEEK Fam, and they definitely have been super quiet. I mean, like, Snipes do have his highlights today, but I don't know. GEEK Fam is just a team that feels a bit bland right now. They're not the GEEK Fam that we're excited to see. Right now, these days, I'm super excited for PERSIJA EVOS. I'm not gonna lie, because of Red Face. Yeah, I do know the legends, Luxy and Zuxy, the twins. Nobody can deny them. But this guy, Red Face, he's incredible. He's fearless. He's a monster. He got nothing else to lose when he's fighting. It just shows him playing without covers. It's a different level entirely.
He's always the one to like kind of, you can see like based on his position, he's always the one to like get in front, get it, whether it's to get the information or try to get advantage, try to get the first knock, and then they all move in as a team, something like that. So he has been contributing to the team, besides like the stats and besides like just putting in like the elimination points, but he also that work that people don't really talk about as well. So yeah, I mean, Race has been and he's also one of the OG players, even from the back day of Reborn, the one player from EVOS that is still remaining in him, and we can definitely see why. I mean, he contributes more than just the elimination point.
Now, gears up, ready. I think we're heading into Miramar for our first Miramar of the day. Second last map of the Grand Finals, day 1. Let's head into it.
Well, first Miramar of the Grand Final, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be interesting since we're going to open up with, well, anything can happen, right? It is the first Miramar. But look at the flight path. It is from Paraiso up to El Pozo. So BN United normally drop around Campo Meta, might find find it a little bit far for them to try. Maybe they will change to somewhere else. Maybe Lost Eagles since it is closer, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Flight path a bit more towards the left side of the map here, and a bit more south. If you want to drop yourself camp or military, if the circle happens to be around water treatment Hacienda de Patron, it's going to be vacant north. So if anybody wants to take a vehicle, go up to Campo Militar, it's possible. There's nobody there, and you can have longer survival time if you just move away from the crowd and be on the northern side as well. But we're waiting for the circle to pop. While waiting, we look at Los Higosminas. This soul and prison around Valdemar is quite vacant as well, surprisingly. When it comes to the final week of the league stage itself, a lot of teams love to take around Los Eagles, but not so many want to take those choices now. But we do have around the Hacienda de Patron sort of a circle. This is going to be interesting.
This is where GEEK again will be happy with this sort of circle because they normally drop in San Martin. Now Box Gaming without Team Secret, they'll be cool. Because Team Secret normally is, if they don't drop Martin to challenge them, they'll be around the areas of Hacienda / water treatment. So GEEK has a clear path up north.
That's true. This is what I mentioned before. If the circle just to be on top of Hacienda de Patron and water treatment, this is a perfect time for teams that got themselves vehicles early to go up north all the way. Torre Ahumada is vacant. Tierra Bronca, Cruz de Vil, big towns up there. So many loot, so many opportunities, and so many good positions for them to eye out towards the team coming up from the southern side, especially on top of water treatment. Whoever got there first, you'll be extremely lucky. And have to got their fortress, yes, but you'll be extremely lucky to shut people down. They can get so many kills up there. They can get easily at least a team for eliminations, as long as they're aware of their surroundings, of course. But for Alter Ego, and possibly just Alter Ego in this state, they're a bit too far from the rest. Now they have to go from south up north, facing so many teams in between on top of Los Leones and also Graveyard. We do know that's not possible for Alter Ego to cut straight across to go up to Hacienda de Patron. So the best option for them, possibly boat ride to its junkyard, entry into Al Azhar, or go to the left to Valdemar, go up to El Pozo, and straight into the circle from there on. Now that's a lot of journey for Alter Ego.
Yeah, it does sound like quite a bit there. But you know what? Because Alter Ego, I'm trying to see like them, especially since they are one of the highlight teams, previous PMSL champions. What the pattern of play in the grand finals? Unfortunately, we don't get to see much of Alter Ego since a lot they got eliminated early. So are they following the Indonesian trend of playing in the middle, or they to take a little bit of a longer route, like what you just mentioned, and come in a little bit late, play from the side and all that? Hopefully, we'll be able to get to see more of Ego. Don't get eliminated early. At least we can tell the story of like how that of rotation, or how are they going to play in the grand finals.
Honestly, if Alter Ego tried to push into the center early, I don't think they can make it alive. Just because of their positioning right now and the circle where it plays itself on. If Alter Ego want to get into the circle early, it's a bit risky for them because of how crowded it is on top of Los Leones and Graveyard. To cut across the Hacienda de Patron, it's like fighting the entire map just to get there. That's just how crowded it is on the southern side.
Yeah, that's an interesting consideration as well. For them to move, let's say they were we were to draw a straight line and they were to just go there, right? They need to pass through the rocky roads of the South Los Leones, and that would waste time, meaning that it will come in later than teams because they need to navigate through that. So that ain't fun. And then at the end of the day, what will happen? You will see teams gatekeeping them, especially if you have teams like Yoodo Alliance, who is in Los Leones, who normally comes in a little bit later or like by the side of the circle. That's the Alter Ego will be caught on the outside to fight Yoodo Alliance.
Now there's going to be one of those early birds getting to the circle, cutting across Graveyard, and just going into on top of, maybe if they want to go around like Aurora, it's impossible, but they're cutting across San Martin. And surprisingly enough, not many teams taking around San Martin for now, possibly because they're trying to find themselves vehicles. Instead of GEEK fam, they resort to go the route towards Impala. Now we do know PBE is residing in on top of Impala here, but I don't think they want to fight too early for the side of GEEK fam. But possibly one of them get caught in the process of navigating themselves in the northern side. But lucky for H2R, they spot out Snipes, which happened to be the last player of GEEK fam, who joins in the rest of the crew to go up to possibly Al-Azhar or Junkyard. Well, these going to be the teams that quite near to the circle. Now, I do want to see where is GE, since they are landing themselves right on top where circle pops just now. Same goes for Vampires. We don't see them moving that much. Maybe because they want to gatekeep on the southern side of the circle, knowing there's so many teams down there. They want to place themselves as the gatekeepers at a cost. If the teams happen to be pushing in at the same time, they will just caught themselves in a trap.
I mean, the circle and that San Martin is where they drop, right? I wouldn't be too surprised if GE spends a little bit more time there. But if they were to come out, then probably the left side hill of San Martin, that is pretty nice. You get to see rotation. And if I kind of think about it, actually GE has used that as a checkpoint before. So if they're done with looting and they were to go up there, I think that would be pretty nice. That is also like one of the highways that teams commonly pass, and pass in front of GE in that sort of position. GE can take that high ground, long range shot, potentially get early eliminations. And here we go. Yes, looks like they're doing it, and so an RRQ passing by.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of bloody San Martin later on. Very bloody indeed, because we saw Infinity moving to San Martin as well just now when they're cutting across Monte Nuevo. Now GE, like you mentioned, exactly what they're doing here right now. They can take their longest time to rotate in. They're definitely inside of a circle, can gatekeep this, but they have to be sure they have enough resources to keep an eye out, since they're spreading wide apart from each other. Now it's definitely spotted out on Nepeko, and Nepeko just having a time to, you know, I'm just going to put in a corner, park it safe and sound, and nicely park as well, showing off his driving skills to a side of Slimzai while waiting for Slimzai to tap more. But Nepeko is going to be fine. But XERXIA, on the other hand, they are one of the team that actually dropped outside of circle early on. It was on top of Chumacera, since we don't have DBD playing, so XERXIA will take over Chumacera for now. But if they already managed to get into the circle, what happened to FaZe Clan?
Well, at this stage, since we're already coming to stage 2, so we'll probably get a visual later on where FaZe Clan is at. And FaZe Clan is, okay, they sometimes switch, right? Let's say like to play closer to the middle, sometimes they like to play to the side. So FaZe Clan is like doing this, I feel, in this round. I feel they're doing this the other round. And looking at FaZe Clan, they should be somewhere close to the circle. And because I don't see them by the side now. Yeah, they're somewhere in the center. So with that being said, they circle, and this is interesting opportunity for them to probably try to get elimination points. But of course, they need to be aware of like all these teams now. They like to play the set more.
I love how Paunam United is actually thinking, just like how Seth mentioned early on. They're dropping a bit far, and then they go up north all the way around Torre Ahumada, coming up from Christofel, going to its water treatment. Now, MORPH do have the same mindset. The only one that's going to fight on the northern side is just these two teams right now, Paunam United and MORPH. The rest, all coming up to its Hacienda de Patron, and it's a bit too much down there. We're talking about 16 teams. No first blood yet, no first contact made, no team out yet. So within this very small circle, around 2 kilometers and 2 kilometers radius, it's a bit too stuffy. It's a bit too much. There's not many places that everybody can take right now. And the ones that are coming in very late is going to be Yoodo Alliance, PERSIJA, EVOS, and XERXIA. We're just leaving Los Leones the last time we saw them. But the rest of them taking the center, especially around GES, Patron, it's going to be massive massacre down there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of open space, some nice high grounds to play with, but I'm sure by this time a lot of teams would have gotten that. So if some teams that rotate in a little bit later, this is where they need to be aware of. Like looking at the screen right now, BTR has one of interesting spots, GE just on their right, held on to that position for the time. So imagine if like you're like one of the later teams to come in, like MORPH, GPX. This is where it will get scary for the later teams, I must say.
And MORPH is going to be okay, I guess, because they have to cut across only Bounham United on the northern side. Like I mentioned before, there's only 2 teams coming out from the north. The one that's really late, it's going to be Yoodo Alliance, XERXIA, PERSIJA, EVOS. Now, we do see how crowded it is on the southern side. FaZe already gatekeep the entrance towards the circle down there. BTR squeezing in on the left side of the circle, while PB coming out on the right side. GEEK fam coming out Al-Azhar. It's going to be a clear path into the center. But PERSIJA, EVOS, Yoodo Alliance, XERXIA, Alter Ego, they are late. And how to get in there, God knows. Because at this point, every single compound on the southern side of a circle that pops just now, it's quite full. There's no vacant buildings anymore.
Yeah, I guess sometimes it's not about the build, right? Like, it's Miramar, so playing with the high ground bring a good advantage too. But if you do the reverse psychology, it's like, okay, let me play at the foothill, lower ground, somewhere that people don't expect. Yeah, that can kind of work as well. So it's not really like, okay, I must get the high ground. Nah, you can switch things up just to guess the trend, and sometimes that will work because, you know, people don't expect that to happen. But circle shifted a little bit to the right. This is where GE needs to move. They probably expected this because they are not too in the middle, but at least they're not too far away. But we got to see fights now. This is time for action. Xavier and
BTR exchanging blood between them. But the one that's winning is going to be BTR. DX, the one coming in late, being greeted warmly by the hands of BTR and have a casualty outside of DX, leaving only 2 players left with Infinity on the other end. They have to figure out how to get out from here. GE firing on Infinity. The teams that's moving right now will be shot down in an instant. GE, Slim Zai, a bit far from the rest of the teams right now. Giving a bit of impression to the side of Infinity. DX managed to leave while BTR taking the low ground. We've seen this before. BTR, they're hanging on to that low ground around the patrol station, hoping the circle will shift over that side later. But Lapa being knocked down the very last minute with that one bullet, the taps coming up from Slim Zai. But due to the distance, I don't think he can finish things off. So it's going to be still okay for BTL for now.
Yeah, thanks to the shot, so they can reset quietly for now. GE Zayas is alone, so they won't be pushing. Speaking about pushing, we move over to the Infinity. Happened to be Xavier, only 2 players left. So this round, not looking good for Xavier.
Xavier surrounded right now. Infinity closing in the gap between them. Levi being left behind just a tiny bit. Infinity tried to clear the corners. And PERSIJA, Bounham United approaching on the high grounds. Yoodo Alliance spotted out Octa, and that's going to be on the right south corner, where Alter Ego gatekeep Yoodo Alliance for advancing. Same as PERSIJA EVOS. This is what I mentioned before. The southern part of the circle is so crowded right now. You barely can step into it. Even one step into it will cost you your life. PERSIJA EVOS being fired by another team, by PBE even. PB start to open fire. Yoodo Alliance trying to find covers. There's no covers up here. They barely got nothing. PERSIJA EVOS spotted Alter Ego. Alter Ego kind of hammed down between 2, 3, 4, 5 teams around them.
That's where they need to use the terrain to their advantage. Looking at where PERSIJA EVOS is holding, I guess they'll be fine on that one side. But for Alter Ego, not that fine. Pressure from Red Face, and he's always the guy to find that open for his team. I guess if they can get one more knockdown, maybe 2 knockdowns back to back, then that's where we'll see PERSIJA EVOS crashing into that comp.
A MORPH spreading thing amongst themselves, each taking different hills entirely, but Circle will actually favor FaZe Clan this time. They are in the center. Yoodo Alliance squeezing in, parting themselves into 2 sides of the circle here with 2 formation. Bounham United barely got in, then they will gatekeep on the northern side. GEEK fam also got himself a bit of a bonus with an airdrop. The one in the southern part, PBE will gatekeep GE and XERXIA. Sem9 as well try to make sure that BTR cannot advance forward.
Ooh, okay. But speaking about advancing forward, XERXIA needs to advance forward. Okay, they're playing the Thai sort of play style. By the edge of the circle, coming in, as XERXIA always does. So, reason why they do that is because they want to try to get as many elimination points as possible. They got Sem9 in front of them, so opportunity. It's a matter of whether they want or they can take it. But for Vampire Sports, I'm sure they wish they could crash into PERSIJA EVOS' compound. But with this 2 knocks, it's gonna be hard.
IGL's taken out. PERSIJA EVOS shutting down Vampires. A movement being spotted out by not just one to make it two. XERXIA might actually be interested into this. But Vampires are taking the high grounds. The problem is the high ground's not in the circle. Leaving only Ravenclaw, Stone, and as well as just two of them. And one more player, then Tony K. Ravenclaw tapped out. Luxy making such a hindrance for Ravenclaw to get onto that vehicle and just get out from the blue zone. It's quite low. Mega Mind being spotted out. Wow, PERSIJA EVOS. Left, right, center. The swings is big and they make it happen. Links making such an opportunity for PERSIJA EVOS in both ways.
Forcing their way into the circle, but at what a cost. Unfortunately, they lost Mega Mind, and not only that, potentially RNJ now on his knees. Zuxi from afar will steal it away from PBE. PBE failed to get a point, but PERSIJA EVOS is the happy one now. 3 points. That long range attack onto XERXIA, and XERXIA is not done. They now have Vampire Esports.
Oh, Stone, he managed to secure one knockdown, but Tony K is too low to help his mate. But both being knocked. Ravenclaw a bit separated from Stone and Tony K. And that's easily been finished off and fished by all the teams around them. Vampires in a predicament. There's no way out for Ravenclaw. He's stuck down there.
Oh no. Okay, and he's the last man. But he has Urzi in front of him as well. Be sure that wait for what? Oh, PERSIJA EVOS again. All the 5 elements through long ranges from PERSIJA EVOS. Man. And this is my range. Imagine what they can do from a short range, which we will see later on. They managed to survive a couple more stages.
MORPH Yoodo finish off BTR players. DX getting back the backside of MORPH. Feels like a fish. Fish will out there. Lobby spot out Gemforce, but he's in trouble himself. And that's going to be the last of MORPH. One team out. The first one is going to be MORPH and XERXIA out there. But for the side of MORPH, Boo still survived, but he's taking the blue zone and going one-on-one. He managed to survive Infinity next. But MORPH leaving with only QEON to do all the work. How? It's a bit too much. We're down to only 13 teams, but Boy Chill will go down as well. BT are next, but at least they scored 5 eliminations in the back.
Okay, we're back on the Ravenclaw now. He's busy with PERSIJA EVOS. They won the point. Ravenclaw dancing behind the vehicle. I mean, PERSIJA EVOS has him pinned down. Ravenclaw is out. I wonder who took it out. Is it PERSIJA EVOS just waiting for the elite? But anyway, it's PERSIJA EVOS still putting a lot of pressure onto Esports, taking the opportunity for FaZe Clan to snatch back the #1.
The teams that are residing on top of the Patron now don't have enough space to get into water treatment. They have to just go the other way around, but all angles around the circle being crowded or being gatekept by another team waiting for them to pass by. QEON, the last player of MORPH, how to get in there? There's no way to squeeze in. He needs to get out of the blue zone, but at the same time, he got no vehicle for himself. PBE start to leave, and they got a clear entry, except for PERSIJA EVOS who start to fire onto them right now. FaZe is waiting around the other corner. H2R hope that the shots will not connect for now. He got himself a bit of a valley to work around. But Luxy and PERSIJA EVOS actually on the hunt. They're trying to just pin down the teams. They try to navigate themselves out of the blue zone. Sam9's one of them. Caught himself in a trap. With RK and PB shooting on both sides. QEON could hold on. MORPH out. It's down to 10 teams. But RQ is a clear side to the side of Kenny. But PB can't steal it away.
Everyone's just playing the long range now. PERSIJA EVOS now taking our time from afar. Man, PERSIJA EVOS just ranking the points, but now Cool caught on the outside. He's in the same spot where Ravenclaw was previously. But now we put focus on the 2 Malaysian teams, GEEK Fam and Yoodo Alliance.
And this is a big opportunity for FaZe Clan. They can take away the #1 spot since 3rd and 4th place is no more. But PERSIJA EVOS wants to get that #1 spot for themselves as well with 6 eliminations. Just shows how aggressive they want to get in this map. But Yoodo Alliance, a bit of elevation inside of GEEK Fam, make it difficult for them to actually close the deal here. But finally land on one. Zuxi knocked down on one of the players. And there's an opportunity for Yoodo Alliance to push them down. Surrounded for GEEK Fam. Damn rude. just want to hold on flags, but the other three of Yoodo Alliance swarming around Audrey. There's no way out for GEEK fam. Here comes the CQCs. Here comes the sprays. And spotted out Snipes. Snipes down to only 20% of HP, make it even 10. PERSIJA EVOS taking advantage on PvE, but the circle will shrink now. There's no time for them to linger around this corner. For Yoodo Alliance, they're down to Micro Uzi to take the fight. Audrey still breathe.
Ooh, okay, but Yoodo Alliance are they looking holding down GEEK fam all alone at the forefront. His teammates behind giving him back up, yes, but we have Honey look now, taking down the entire GEEK fam, secures the elimination power Snipes, and now only Damroot left, and Damroot taken out by Olio from the side. GEEK fam eliminated by Yoodo Alliance.
It's a minor course on the side of Yoodo Alliance, losing flags in that one. Perfect timing to finish off their fight against GEEK fam just now, because the circle will shrink in 10 seconds and less than that. PERSIJA EVOS on the other, nobody's stopping them. They are on the rampage. They're bulldozing all the teams from behind. A southern side all being finished off by PERSIJA EVOS for now, but FaZe Clan still being favored by the circle. Now can GE as well score themselves a back-to-back because they got a double bonus on the airdrop.
Ooh, okay. What's in the airdrop? That will be really interesting. There's an MG3. There'll be one of the best weapons they can get from an airdrop. Let's see how lucky they are. Well, PERSIJA, as what you said, they are just putting pressure from behind to other teams. And it's not about luck, it's about skill. And they have more opportunity now on the outside of the circle. They need to fight their way through. So they will be forced to take action against the teams in front of them.
Now we talked about Alter Ego before. Rosemary's not playing. They just rotate a bit later than usual. They know for a fact it's a bit too much of a team. Like I mentioned about PvE, if they take a bit slower, they can survive, and they did it just right this time. And they hogging on to this other side of a circle, but the next contender is going to be the hungry PERSIJA EVOS right now. Definitely craving for that chicken. And try to find the rest of PvE players. One of them being tapped down early on. PvE, they still have 2 players left. Now, definitely their information on side of PvE will be so valuable on side of PERSIJA EVOS. They know exactly where they're running. But Break just pulling himself apart from the rest of the roster, try to see what's going on the other end. He will actually be the outflanker for the teams as well. Boundham United slowly try to approach the side of a circle, advancing their movement, but RQ gets it in first. Spot out by Break. There goes the spray, but the terrain is not even. It's going to be tough. GE surrounded left, right, center, but straight away on the ground for RQ. They're fighting back on the side of GE.
Oh, West, here we go. Can he get a knockdown? He's super duper low at this moment, but he still managed to get one. More to go. Uses a medkit. Smart needs to buy time for him. Unfortunately, the vehicle loaded, and he got knocked down. Nice down to Smart. Can he pull off an insane clutch again? But this time, it's going against BN United. BN United, high ground against GE. Wow, taking his time to pick up his teammate. RRQ doing the same.
RRQ and GE in the same boat right now, down to 2 players with Sowas will make it difficult for both teams as he tosses over his hand grenades all over the place. Porsche on the other hand spotted out the teams coming out from the northern side. Yoodo Alliance being spotted out and straight away being shot for Porsche just now when he overpicked himself. Boundham United and GE versus RRQ. 3-way war, 2v2v3 with Break tossing another nade to the side of GE, while Break and Sowas Nepeko open up as entry fragger and breaking up Boundham United formation. They're down to Break only. They're picking the fight a bit more than they can chew for Boundham, picking 2 teams at the same time.
Well, this is where RRQ would take advantage of that situation. But Yoodo Alliance as well. RRQ spotted them out from afar. Some level of pressure to Yoodo Alliance. Now we're back onto GE. This time they have to deal with the utilities thrown onto them. And at the same time, RRQ, they are receiving Smile on his knees now. Now it's up to West to revive him.
Oh man, it feels like tag team for GE. Smile being knocked, West being knocked down before, and Smile revive him. Now Smile need help back, but Nepeko is giving a bit more time for that. Definitely got a bit of a reset. He doesn't have any sort of troubles for the side of RRQ, except for MORPH. Spot out Ripple Boy, chipping down to 50 HP left. Ripple Boy's crying for help. Yoodo Alliance, they try to save him, popping up the smoke down there. But can they make it in time? Nepeko try to get those elevations to see better on that vantage point. but that gives so much opportunity for GE since they're focusing RRQ. They're picking a fight against Yoodo Alliance, being sandwiched two ways now. Alter Ego pushing out of nowhere. And RRQ and Alter Ego both smashed down on Yoodo Alliance, leaving Yoodo Alliance with one player left.
And Alter Ego is with Rosemary this time. So let's see what sort of change that Ego can bring to their points, especially GE for the long time. Two teams onto them, but they somehow still survive as a duo. Just as insane for GE. And they have to circle, so they really need to defend. But they're also at the same time hoping for these three teams on top of them to cancel each other and maybe jump in later as a third party to wipe.
Oh, Leo, there's no way out for him. Out for GE, they have to thank the Yoodo Alliance. RRQ changed their focus entirely towards Yoodo Alliance, and that definitely saved their neck down there. But RRQ, since they're focusing too much, tunneling their vision towards Yoodo Alliance, the moment Alter Ego take the spot of Yoodo Alliance, they change their objective, which is going to be trying to fight Alter Ego, but knowing the fact they outnumbered them, they pull back all the way, might actually bump to GE once more.
Oh, yes. I wonder when will GE get attention? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Maybe now, because PERSIJA was coming in, Napeko down, but PERSIJA EVOS, they are ready. They are ready to split their opponent apart. And Range will be knocked down this time by PERSIJA EVOS. H2 are trading by knocking out Lynx. Fnatic rushing in. But FaZe Clan, they were chill. They was out of everything.
GE don't want the love from any of the teams, but RRQ keeps searching for love out there. Alter Ego will be the next contender while Napeko bleeding out. Won't have to pull off the job by himself here. Can he clean up the entire crew of Alter Ego by himself? I don't think so. They're outnumbered 4v2. That's impossible. But GE, they hang on. Thanks to RRQ sacrificing themselves towards Alter Ego, GE can survive. The only team that know where GE stands is just RRQ before. Nobody else know where GE was.
I know, right? They're like, okay, no, we are now in top 4. Great. And who knows, they could climb further up. But they need to be prepared to deal with Alter Ego now with the flood. Knock down on the carry, West carry. So they know that GE is just below them. I worry that this could be the end of the road for GE.
Master Smile, who wants to save West carry, but doesn't want to jeopardize his life as well. But here comes the rush. Alter Ego gonna fight CQC, and Smile finish off at top 4. It's more than enough. They secured quite a number of eliminations, still 3. But PERSIJA EVOS, they scored the most just now. They're also being eliminated down there. Alter Ego holding on. H2 are spotted out. That's gonna be the last player. We're down to 2 teams. 4v4. FaZe Clan, can they score another chicken for the day?
Okay, here we go. The first to receive 2 chicken dinners in the day. Oh, 2 chicken dinners in fact, the grand finals. They have a full squad, they have the compound. Stage 9 coming soon. No circle. But if we look at the current position, they have a little bit more advantage away from the blue as compared to Alter Ego.
Well, they have been quiet for FaZe Clan for a long time and finally pick out of their cave here, trying to spot out what is happening. Why is there so many smokes out here? Why are you guys fighting against each other? We don't fight anybody out there. But for the side of FaZe Clan, trying to challenge Alter Ego. There's going to be only 2 teams left. There's nobody else for them to fight against other than Alter Ego. Mormon will be the front face for FaZe Clan, while the others taking covers behind the walls. Mormon will feed off all the information needed towards the rest of a roster, but they're not willing to give all information easily for the side of Alter Ego. Alva is going up all flank by himself, spotted out by Onzens. Now they know exactly where they're hiding spot. Here comes the push from FaZe Clan.
Oh, but Ventur's got about the Fnatic. Ventura is taking care of Alter Ego from a different angle. He's moving to the right side now. Onzens on the rooftop, trying to take the Potato. Alva giving cover fire, and Potato managed to go a little bit further front. But for long as Mela is there as the front row crew to knock him down. And now FaZe Clan is just going to go charging in onto Alter Ego. This is their moment. FaZe Clan, 2 chicken dinners for today. They will definitely be at the #1 spot now.
There's no argue for that, since they are in the top 3 before, and they will stand strong in the top 3 and maybe even #1, since one of the teams that having that #1 spot, that's going to be Vampires, eliminated way early than the rest. Now FaZe Clan, when it comes to elimination numbers, not the most, but definitely scored themselves around 7 in the very last minute, since Alter Ego had a full squad. And the last time we saw them, they got 3 eliminations. They've been quite patiently waiting. And even Victoria said, come and punch me, guys. Come on, I'm waiting for it. And that was well-deserving MVP. I mean, yes, Mormon opened up the space for the rest of the team, but Victoria's picked it out and saw the opening that they needed when it comes to the Alter Ego lineup just now.
Wow. Ventorius is like taunting through the camera. Yeah, I like this, I like this, I like this. I mean, to me, they deserve it, right? 2 chicken dinners today. They have all the bragging rights. And on top of that, Vampire Esports, they went out fairly early time. So it could be a nice gap between them and Vampire Esports. But we look at the scores later on. As Ventorius, why he's the MVP? This is why. The most damage. The least damage taken. Eliminate ticket.
That's quite a number still. But on the side of Ventorius, definitely dish up the most damage. He and Mela. I love this duo coming up from Mela and Ventorius. Seems like they work things out after Mela, you know, got back into the league and just placing himself stably across the progress of FaZe Clan. From almost being relegated, got double chicken in grand finals. FaZe Clan, you're something else.
Definitely a story to tell. I mean, if they can clinch the title, it is one of the biggest comebacks probably the entire PUBG Mobile esports scene. It is insane right now what they're through. But look at the travel distance. They traveled the least among our top 4 teams. And yeah, fair enough, they don't really need it, because if you have the circle, you have the compound, like there's no reason to push out. I mean, you can just stay there and bend, and they still got like 5 elimination points, which is okay.
It's a crazy circle, by the way. The shift, the hard shift, and just the flight path starting on the southern side, and the shift of the circle up north. Everybody happened to be moving in the same direction. When it comes to stage 4, things just incredibly a lot happening around all the corners. We still have 15 teams down there when it comes to stage 4. But GE, I mean, this is one of the luckiest. I don't know what else to call it. You want to call it skill or lucky? I definitely feel like it's more lucky than skill set. GE, they were fighting RRQ. Lucky for them, Yoodo Alliance distracted RRQ from fighting them, or finished them off when they got 1 knockdown. And then Alter Ego to be there. And they survive in the top 5 again.
Yeah, I had to agree as well. I mean, luck did play a big role in GE to last that long. Yeah, they should be eliminated early, but hey, they still got 4 placement points because of that. Because of the multiple fights happening on top of them, bringing it up to 7 points. Of course, our winners here, FaZe Clan, 17 points. And we have Alter Ego. Now Rosemary, 13 points. Wow, this is a nice shift for Alter Ego. Maybe we might not see Rosemary in the next round.
I don't know. I feel like Alter Ego, I do prefer, you know, I might be a bit biased down there because he's one of my favorite players since last season. I feel like they're lacking slightly that spiciness to it without a Rosemary, because he's the only one that I feel like on the side of Alter Ego that have the courage to do something a bit awkward, a bit out of the box, unorthodox play for the side of Alter Ego. They could have got that chicken dinner, but yeah, it was difficult to start with since, you know, FaZe Clan do have the compound. But here comes the gap between Vampires and FaZe Clan. Vampires only scored 1 point just now. That's definitely a huge gap to start off our day to tomorrow, but we still have 1 more map for today.
Yeah, I mean, 5-point gap, yeah, with 13 more games to go, it's still doable, but you still can't take away the fact that they are number 1 at this point. But look at it. PBE has overtaken BN United, pushing down to the last place now. So BN United, I mean, ever since week 1, we haven't seen much of BN United. And we got to talk about Thomas as well. We got a good mix here from different teams. We got Links from PERSIJA, EVOS, Sata, BT, Ventorius, the MVP from the previous round, FaZe Clan, and H2RPBE made it here.
Yeah, I'm loving this, especially when it comes to Lynx. We saw how crazy PERSIJA was trying to hunt people down just now. And Lynx, he's just so crispy with his spray, he barely missed. He knows exactly the off angle that nobody can actually see him through. And that was almost incredible for PERSIJA EVOS, but unfortunately being finished off by their fight against PBR and also face possibly Alter Ego and FaZe Clan GE in the mix that time. But PBE, they survived despite they are one of the furthest away from the circle. They survived. Even got himself in the top performer. Now that speaks something else. I have a feeling today is the rise of the wildcard region here. But look at the flags. FaZe Clan. Now XERXIA ended up with a 0 just now, Cloud. Mounting up the pressure with the only team from Thai not scoring a chicken is one thing. Ended up with a 0. Now that's going to be detrimental for XERXIA.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. So they have one more game to go to make that up. If they can score it, then, well, it's going to be Tiger Lord for today, for day number 1. Look at the flags up there. I would somewhat argue that the final Irango for the Infinity, but hey, I mean, they still got the chicken dinner anyway, because that, if you watch it, it was the GE show. But for you guys, if you want to enjoy this show, the Dragon Ball Super inside the game, do log in right now, try out the new mode. You can play as your favorite Dragon Ball Super characters inside the game. It's very different from your usual Battle Royale. You don't use weapons, you use their skills instead. And of course, if you play it, yep, you can get the nostalgia of that. Hey, why not? Try it out while it's still there.
And don't forget about this. This is very limited amount of time for you guys to have your hands on the Dream Chaser set, the first exclusive, first ever PMSL set and cosmetics for this season. And you can actually draw it with only 1 UC. I never heard of 1 UC draw before, and this is the first time ever.
Yeah, make that 1 UC per day, daily draw, alright? So do it today, do it tomorrow, and do it the day after, 27th of August. Who knows? Maybe after the 27th of August, it's not there more. So, yeah, I mean, there's no excuse not to just do that first draw at least, right? So go get it, ladies and gentlemen. It is the same suit that your favorite players are using now.
Yeah, you guys can actually see in game. You can feel like you're a pro player by wearing that while playing the game as well. But next one, we do have our last Mirama of the day. That was a difficult circle, even though we do look like first glimpse of it. Feels like a generous circle, but because of a flight path itself, it's just very one-sided circle all day long. The teams come out from the northern side, like MORPH, Bounham United, couldn't even score that chicken despite nobody's actually stopped them from entering the circle from the northern side. But still, the teams come out from the south. We talk about FaZe Clan, who got himself in the center, got himself, hold their ground, splendid, just excellent play coming out from the teams. But so far, I'm also close enough. We've got PERSIJA EVOS just now. They've got quite a number of eliminations, but they're just having too much competitors down there based on the circle just now.
Yeah, and obviously FaZe Clan, they got the circle from the start to pretty much the end, so they gave them huge advantage towards the end. Still with a full squad, and that's how they wrap things up. Some of our predictions getting close, right? So who knows? This next round, it could be our predictions to get that chicken dinner, and yeah, we can be happy about it. Yeah, at least we got something right other than Vampire Esports.
Yeah, he's always wrong for us. It's always like, oh, we cursed there, we jinxed the team. But speaking of today, I mean, like FaZe Clan, I absolutely respect them. This close, being relegated in the very last minute, coming in this strong in the grand finals, they definitely have some pep talk or just overhaul their mind, resetting their better goals when it comes to the grand finals, and show that they deserve to be in the grand finals, even though they squeeze in the last minute. Now that's something else. That's, I don't know what else to call it. What's the word of it? No, wait, what's the best word to describe you not giving up at all? I forgot that word.
You're not giving up at all. You're persistent.
That's not a word. That's one word to do it, but something more. The drive that they have is something else from FaZe Clan. Definitely something that we can learn from. That, you know, you are almost losing it, but you're coming back this strong with double chicken in a day. Even Vampires couldn't do that in day one. I mean, like, we still have one more game to go.
Yeah, it is one more game to go, and in total 13 games. So this is where it gets scary, right? Like first day, assuming that FaZe Clan, they top first day, right? This is where it gets scary because day number 2, maybe other teams will be like, you know what? FaZe Clan is the team that we need to take out. So FaZe Clan might have a red dot on their back tomorrow. This is where it gets scary. So also about like, yes, day 1, great. day 2, day 3 will be super important as well because they could be the target.
I agree. They're definitely under the radar for all the teams out there, trying to iron out and trying to finish them off early on. Good luck with 2 more days remaining for the grand finals. Usually, second day will be painful for the teams that are taking the first 2 spots in the grand finals overall ranking charts. So hopefully the teams are still standing at number 1, number 2 will still be the same team by tomorrow. If not, then you know what we mean by now. On the side of Baonam United, you don't see the best of them just yet. I mean, we can see that SOAS and the rest of Baonam United trying to open up the space when they're being rushed in. But it didn't work out for Baonam. They're too segregated. They're a bit too far apart from each other. The moment one of them being knocked down, they couldn't save him.
Yeah, it's a tough run for BN United. From what I observe, it looks like they are trying to do the same thing, expecting different results. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they believe on like, okay, this is what we're capable of doing. We've done that before, so they try and try. But this is also where the question and also the argument of like, okay, but the change. So is the same thing going to work? And this is going to be the bigger question, right? And obviously, we look at like the scores, it is not reflective of that. So no, it's more like from my observation for BN United to just really break that sort of negative tendency, I must say. I can't think of a better word, but for lack of a better word, negative tendency to really break out of that and just be daring enough to do something else.
I agree, and that was the case with Rosemary, like I mentioned before. Somebody to think out of the box sometimes. But right now we do have a swaps coming in, and when it comes to the final game here, a bit late into the party, Yuhai is finally in, and we'll switch places with Lapar. I don't know, I feel like BTR, they are not too shabby. They are in the middle pack, but they definitely need something new, something refreshing, and that might be the case here. Yuhai will be doing just that. But the rest of the other teams though, like XERXIA example, I don't know where is the XERXIA in week 1. Definitely, we kind of lost them entirely in week 2 and week 3, even in the grand finals.
Well, we'll probably see them pop up in the spider round. Keep your eye on that since they had motivation of still not to be left out among the Thai teams. And I think that is, yeah, they should do well. They should do well in terms of giving them that motivation. They're still playing with the same strat of like playing for the outside in, which is not wrong, by the way. Just describing how their playing pattern is, and if it works for them, absolutely fine. And also do keep an eye as well. Sometimes it's not about like the chicken dinner. Yeah, chicken dinner, great, it gets you on the board and all that, but you're still consistently able to collect points, then, well, by all means, right?
True. Whatever works. It doesn't matter if somebody tell you you're a coward. You're just playing it safe. You are playing snake. You are hiding. You are camping. Whatever works to get the points up. That's what really matters, because that will be a lot at stake if they cannot get any point. No matter how aggressive you can get, if you're being eliminated early, it's pointless. Because by the end of the day, the chicken is still a 10 point plus. You can get more points by surviving longer. Now, for the teams that are being aggressive, nothing stopping you. Of course, that will be not applied to you. But for the teams that are aggressive, their main objective will be getting those numbers up with eliminations. They want to get something more than just a chicken. They want the double-digit eliminations, and they can do it.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, we've seen a lot of good plays from XERXIA, especially week 1. They were amazing. Pre-season, they were amazing. So they have that potential of doing it. I do want to see it because they are entertaining team as well, because they like to take those fights, and that's how they got the elimination points. So come on, last game. Don't be the one team to be left out of the contingent today. PBE, actually, if you kind of think about it, PBE getting steadier. The fact that BN United is below them. But it's also not about like, okay, we end our campaign not being a number 16, number 15, but it's also get to the PMGC slot for PBE. We're going to jump into our final game. 4 days, ladies and gentlemen.
Back in Rama. Just now we have southern side of a circle and the the southern side of a flight path, and this time we have a bit more up than the previous one. I feel like to drop yourself into Puerto Persa is quite a difficult journey. So some teams will drop because it will be on the northern side, but the circle, nobody knows. It can be everywhere these days. They happen to be on top of Impala. Now that's going to be fun for end of day one grand finals.
Yeah, so circle has been really tricky today. Although it looked like, oh, middle of the map, but the bounciness of it is what caught a lot of teams off guard. I think the worst one is probably the final Erangel game for today. That was a L circle for sure. Looking at the spike path, the drops, GE obviously is going to go back into St. Martin, so that's going to be a common term. I do expect to see a lot of common drops as well. Chumasera, XERXIA, GEEK. Oh yeah, GEEK changing from Puerto Priso to now Valdemar. So a little bit of a switch there. But the concept is still going to be for them. They're going to play by the edge. But so happened, GEEK Fam and PB in the same area.
We do have Northern Circle all day long here when it comes to, since Sunhawk map down to the last one. We ended up always on the northern side. Toria Umada, Tierra Bronca, and lucky enough, the flight path do favor north this time. So, Morph Alter Ego, Sam9 is a bit happy with this sort of a circle, and Vampires already stepped on top of Minas Generales. For a sort of GEEK Fam, they are the furthest away from the circle.
Ooh, yeah. So it's gonna take a while for them to travel there, but I think their first challenge is how they're going to do PBE in case PBE just feels like taking that fight. Although PBE team that likes early fights, so I guess that's also a good news for GEEK Fam. It's like PBE might just go away from there, and then GEEK Fam would have something to move. Then it's for them to decide like how they want to cut across like the other regular drop spots of the get into the circle.
That's true. I have a feeling that GEEK Fam will try to take this a bit slower, including possibly, we do know PBE love play a bit of a slower rotations just to avoid unnecessary fights way too early. It's a bit tough. PBE, I have to say that, I'm sorry if you guys don't like it, but PBE when it comes to CQC, they're a bit shaky. Not the best, but they can fight, yes, but not really the best, especially fighting against a team that loves CQC like the Axe or even GE. I mean, it's a bit tough, but it's doable. Now, on the side of GE, they squeeze themselves in the top 5 by end of today. Can they still maintain the top 5 by end of this map? Baonam United still in the 20s, while the others are already in their 30s, 40s. And even for FaZe, the gap. I have a feeling Vampires want to take back their throne. They're definitely not happy about that.
Vampire 15 points, yeah. So, doable for them. For Xavier, it's like 24 points. Same goes for GE and PERSIJA EVOS to get one, so they need a couple more rounds. So I guess if we were to talk about like the top battle in this round, it's mainly between FaZe Clan and Vampire Esports. The rest is just more of like to close up the gap so that they have a better chance by tomorrow, which is up by tomorrow. Have like 12 games more to go, so really anything can happen. But I guess Yuhai has to abandon his vehicle.
He got stuck in there. Definitely would cost him quite a bit with no contention, but the only thing is going to be the terrain. That's just how rough the terrain in Marama is. You even have to neglect and just bail your vehicles if it got stuck in a corner there somewhere. There's no way to go out of that. But BTR happened to be visiting Sam9 a bit earlier than we expect them to be. BTR, they drop on just at the corner of the circle just now. I think around Power Grid and Martin area. And happen to be visiting Hacienda de Patron where Sam9 is right now. Genforce already got himself part of the compound. Now this is going to be a bit shaky for Tom. He's the only one of Sam9 in this corner.
Oh, this is where you need backup. Okay, we can see one of the players of Sam9 circling around top. And Real has an off angle. Okay. So at least that will shoot one member of BTR. Okay, smoked up vehicle now. Is he able to explode it? But I guess Genforce is just far. But because of now his monster truck is smoked up, I guess he will lead that.
Kenny coming up all the way downtown, down to only a very few clips for his ammunition. Definitely need a bit of a reloot. Find himself some compound to find himself a bit more resources to work around. But they need help. Tom need help. Side of Sam9, they definitely give a lot of impression for BTR that they have to pull back all the way to rethink about their strategy, but they have somebody chasing behind them for BTR. If I'm not mistaken, that's either possibly FaZe Clan.
Since FaZe Clan, they normally drop in Picado, and they seem to like to play a bit more. Yeah, maybe they were the ones trailing behind. But FaZe Clan looks like they're confident in their own area now. This does look like somewhere in the middle of the circle. And this bringing rewards to FaZe Clan. They have shifted their playstyle from playing on the side to now commonly playing in the middle. And it's been reaping rewards. So, I don't know. Vampire still sticking to their guns, whatever they're comfortable with from playing side. I wonder if Vampire will decide to switch things around, play in the middle instead by tomorrow.
And possibly will. Based on the trend right now, everybody wants to be in the center because this is what happened. If they happen to be at the edge of the blue zone, you get clipped by it, you get damaged by it, you get soaked in the damage for this team. PBE and GEEK fam cannot afford to fight inside of the blue zone. It will be too far if they start to fight now. But Vampires caught a glimpse of FaZe Clan. We did mention about Vampires want to take back that throne. It's one of their starts. But the moment they try to finish off Mormon, it being sprayed from behind. The rest of FaZe Clan, Mela, hiking up to a side of Vampires just by the side. But nobody can save FaZe Clan. They're knocked down just now. It's just have to be given. And it will easily, happily take with open arms for the side of Vampires there. It just happened to be at the wrong timing for FaZe members. There's going to be Mormon. Always open up the first one to be in the front line for FaZe Clan.
And with VPE, Vampire Esports, that's FaZe Clan, that will be the team that they'll be happy to eliminate, but they're not going to push it through. So they're going to play this tactically. Going to play this in the way that they're comfortable with by, just finding their way to get into the circle. The next team that they see, they'll take the fight. And they happen to be BTR. Here we go.
Oh, man. The vehicle got stuck on a haystack. But at least it will give a bit more covers for Tony K.
Oh.
Drop one. A big nade. But Tony K got a bit of exchange and trading done. Vampires, they cannot afford to lose another one. Straps will build this one out. There's no way he's taking his chances to go into the left BTR right now. Tony K, it's enough. It's not going to be worth it for Vampires. They might actually lose the entirety now for the entire Vampires down to 2 players. And FaZe Clan still have a tree. MORPH taking on RRQ. Yoodo Alliance and GEEK fam still in the blue zone. Assume they are the one that's going to be late into the party. And same goes for PBE. 4 teams, 5 coming out of Minas Generales. And the circle shrinks even further away.
Wow, okay. Away from where majority of the teams are currently at. This is but what I'm interested to see is that what's going to happen down south. Look at this. We got GEEK fam, PB, CJ, Yoodo Alliance, all still traveling into the circle. Man, this is going to be fun down there. And there's tank out of the blue that utilities will be used to heal up. So they got to be prepared for that. That's number 2. It's the potential fights that could happen down south for the circle.
No, it's kind of true. The moment they step out from the blues and start firing against each other, and the moment they step into the circle, they'll start firing all the teams that just squeeze into the circle as well. A lot of gatekeepers down south. The Axe is a shot they want to take. They might actually score this chicken dinner since they are coming up from water treatment all by themselves and still have a full squad. They already secured themselves in the center. But on the side of FaZe Clan, they greeted Semnem warmly. One of them knocked down. That was a crispy finishing as well. So, Sem9, Canny next. Down to only Dap here with Real. They're losing a lot of men within seconds for Sem9. Did not expect this kind of rush coming out from FaZe Clan on this side of the angle as well. Did not prepare for it. Taking them by surprise. Sem9 time is pretty low. Only Real to do all the work by himself here. With that UMP in his hands, he got burned off. Tom is bleeding out. And now Real's been barbecued and being sprayed on. No way Sem9 can survive that. They've been surrounded left, right, and center.
Oh, man. That was hard. That was hard. The more damage Real towards the end, so he couldn't tank much damage. And that is when FaZe Clan defended their ground. Man, that was just unlucky for Sem9.
Yeah, that was a tough one to watch. That shows they did not anticipate that to happen. Instead of GEEK fam, we talk about the teams in the blue zone. Now, the one that we witnessed just now was nowhere near the blue zone. There's still 5 teams in the blue zone, including GEEK fam, PBE, XERXIA, PERSIJA, EVOS, and Yoodo Alliance. But for PBE, they managed to squeeze in. But they will gatekeep PERSIJA, EVOS, and all the other teams happen to be going around this path. So this is an opportunity that PBE should take and just play a bit slower and wait it out. If they go into the center of the circle, it's just too crowded right now. Might as well just stay back for a bit, try to gatekeep, farm eliminations, while they got some bonuses out of it.
Yep. And with the fact that a lot of teams are moving, stage 2 now, moving to stage 3, and talk about eliminations, this is the time. This is the opportunity for them to win more. And can't wait to see the circle. Okay, just as we talk about the circle, it's showing, okay, a lot of teams more on the south to the left side. And the circle happened to move right. Alter Ego got it. But you know who else got it? FaZe Clan, middle of the circle. Here we go.
Can they score another chicken? Can they finish off a triple chicken in a day? The team that almost got relegated got 3 chickens in a day. Now that's something else. But Yoodo Alliance, GEEK fam, they're quite spread out for GEEK fam. Hopefully Snipes can survive if PBA happen to be open fire to his side. There's also Fnatic and the rest of Alter Ego waiting on top of Chris DeVille. Baunam United got it safe and sound from the northern side. They came out of nowhere. They go all the way, the longer rotation they took all the way up north and entering. That was smart from Baunam United. But PBE be more than just one visitors here. PERSIJA EVOS is lurking around the corner. BTR is in the warehouse. Now BTR is sharing the same warehouse with PBE right now.
Okay. And this is where BTR will be happy to take the fight against PBE. PBE not a fan of that. You can't escape fights. You have to try to win this against BTR. Fortunately for PBE, they need to defend with 3 players arranged. They somehow know he's there. Oh no. He healed up when Boyce was lucky enough he was on top, so Boyce couldn't land the shot.
Oh, the one that actually winning this is going to be FaZe Clan watching at the sidelines there. BTR, Gen Force, they managed to wipe out the entirety of PBE, but they need to leave. Now is the best time. PBE, they couldn't make it through. I mentioned early on, it's kind of tough for PBE to go for CQC. It's not their best strongest suit, but when it comes to long range, they definitely had it going. But PERSIJA EVOS spotted out GEEK fam, who happened to just leave the blue zone. The moment they left the blue zone, it's going to be them be gatekept by PERSIJA EVOS. But lucky for the entirety of GEEK fam, they are staying alive. But FaZe Clan, they're also stolen away a bit of BTR points just now. The kill feed just shows. But on the side of BTR, I'm not sure what is happening on the other end. Hopefully they can survive. I have a feeling FaZe Clan start to rush into that warehouse where BTR won themselves the fight against PBE just now. But the one that's struggling to stay alive are the teams that just left the blue zone.
Yeah, BTR, I wonder as well, because one of the players still knocked though. So not revived yet. So potentially a fight there. It'll be interesting to see if that's true, or I'm not too sure yet. Hopefully we get a visual later on to BTR. But I guess now the focus will be on CJ EVOS because they're still on the outside circle. And next is going to be Yoodo Alliance trying to stop them from coming in.
XERXIA seems to be a bit interested as well. He's still lurking around the corners. Ratface is down. Zuxi trading with Ratface for that. Yoodo Alliance having a go. 1v1. Luxy won that spray. Rapper boy on the ground bleeding. Here comes Olio. Another one bites the dust. Or it's going to be Luxy. Knocked down finally by both Yoodo Alliance players are squaring him down to the corner. But Yoodo Alliance is not safe for them either. Even they won themselves against PERSIJA EVOS. A bit of a 2-2 trade for both teams. They have another team eyeing them out, which is going to be GEEK fam from the back. If they're not closing this game early on between these two teams, and XERXIA, they are definitely interested. Here comes another.
Comes a new challenger, XERXIA creeping behind. And now XERXIA, knocked down by Gen Force. Yoodo Alliance, only Olio left. Man, Olio, I wonder how is he going to get out of this. He needs to reset first. While time being bought, PERSIJA EVOS busy with XERXIA.
SZ and the rest of XERXIA. I mean, this definitely make a mind call the shots there because he's the one looking over this side early on. But XERXIA, they're playing around the very dangerous terrain. Only got the upper hand with those elevations. SZ definitely will finish off as 2 in the back. A bonus before they went down. RNJ redeemed themselves by punishing Yoodo Alliance to just take out 2 of their most valuable players. Sharp and SZ is down. And a great cause for XERXIA, but RNJ is just on fire today.
Oh man, they really want that chicken dinner not to be out. Okay, this is a replay of FaZe Clan defending their ground against them. What an amazing defense, because it was technically 2 of them make that clutching towards the end, but that was also thanks to the Molly. It was on point at the same time. Sem9 a bit unfortunate that they lost to a team that played as a trio when they couldn't.
Now Infinity challenging GE to take a fight, but GE is not interested. They're just going to defend themselves. Just going to heal up. While RNJ surrounded by Lamborghini and the rest of these Xaviers are here. There's one player behind, trying to make sure he's giving enough support fire from a distance. Lamborghini will open up as an entry frag for the side of these Xaviers to take down on RNJ and XERXIA. They're remaining with only 2 players here. That's going to be RNJ. And as well, we do know Shopper and as he already finished off. So that's going to be possibly Megamind. DX reposition himself, but the moment they go up there, it's going to be FaZe Clan. So they stop for a bit. You know, we don't want to go up there. There's going to be another 2 teams they have to deal with. Might as well just deal with XERXIA for now.
Looks like they will take the left rotation instead, focusing onto the south, which is okay. You don't want to be caught like 3 teams in the same area. Happened like XERXIA has the same idea, so they're going towards the Xavier, but because the Xavier landed the Asian circle first, so they have that advantage against XERXIA. Now pressure's on XERXIA instead.
Yeah, 2-way war for XERXIA. It's not just DX they have to focus on. It's going to be FaZe Clan as well. Start to close in. They're being hammed down. There's no way he's been cornered. RNJ, can he do this? Against the wall of PUBG Mobile. FaZe Victorious brought him out. Oh my god, RNJ's been cornered down. There's no way out. He can't survive.
Yeah, that's also thanks to Xavier moving first. So, smart move from Xavier, taking the circle advantage towards them and blocking another team that happened to be XERXIA from coming in. Now, circle time, ladies and gentlemen. It goes up, and guess who's there? We got BN United, the 19 team now. GE is just right next to them. We got MORPH GPX, and we got Alter Ego on right so far in the clear.
And BIGETRON United always got the circle since they're moving up north in Miramar. 2 maps in a row now. But GE, can they got themselves another top 5 this time? Definitely they are having a bit of collision with the side of BIGETRON United. But BTR and FaZe, they were in the circle before, but they took a bit of a rotation out of a circle just to finish off the teams early on. But BTR, they still survive. Onza's down on the ground. Here comes Miller pushing by himself. And that's going to be a wackaroo. What did that happen? How? Yoodo out of nowhere just casually swings over and finish off FaZe from their run.
Wow, a wackaroo it is from Yoodo. He's debuting in the PMSL Grand Finals this time and showing what sort of heroics he can pull. But now Xavier might want to cut that short as they got knockdowns onto the member of BTR, but BTR should be able to reset. It's just that, unfortunately, the circle is not on their side. So the moment they're done with reset, they have to go.
Yes, so I need to revive 2 men at the same time with the blues and start to shrink. And this is not great for BTR. They definitely cornered themselves way harder than everybody else. These Xaviers, they can gatekeep this. Boychu managed to squeeze in. Now Yoodo will be left high and dry out there. There's no way they can save him anymore. But PERSIJA EVOS, what happened to them?
Not too sure. We didn't get a visual, but hopefully we get a replay later on whatever happened. But because PERSIJA EVOS is out, the closest contender for the top 3 at least, GE and Xavier is still GE 3 elimination points. Xavier 3 elimination points. GE, elimination points is yet, but they are somewhat within the circle up north. We'll probably get to see more action later, but we're going to focus on the BTR and Xavier again.
Two teams trying to push to double-digit eliminations. FaZe Clan is out. Next one, possibly BTR, with only 2 players left, but they scored themselves 8 eliminations for now. But how to get in? With REGUM on the other side, DX is gatekeeping them, and GEEK fam is breathing down behind their necks. So BTR, they're definitely the main focus for all the teams out there. Definitely a treat if any teams can take them out. For GEEK fam, they're surrounded by REGUM as well, and switch over to MORPH. They got the explosion going on to that vehicle, and MORPH been finished off by Damn Rude. BTR tried to steal it away in the very last minute, didn't manage to do so. But GEEK fam, they have their eyes on BTR, and BTR definitely, this is not the place for them to be a bit greedy to try to steal it away, because they will give it away their position the moment they open fire.
Yeah. If you kind of think about it, BTR now has 8 elimination points. So they can just like, they have that momentum, like they have the confidence. I guess they're just trying to add like a tally and they'll probably be okay. So let's see how many more they can get after exposing their position somehow. For Alter Ego, they stood quiet. They were chilling on the right side of the circle. But next circle, they could to move. We'll get to see this in a little bit more. And yes, they need to, but not too far. Alter Ego is still clear to get in.
A generous centralizing circle. I have to give it this time. The ending of the circle is not as crazy as we saw the entire day. Even though it's a bit weird for the circles for the entire day in the grand finals. But REGUM, no mercy. Have to stand against the entirety of GEEK fam coming into that with Alter Ego on the other end. Good luck for that one player. But Snipes and Alter Ego having a go. A bit of a trading done. Snipes finished off in an instant by REGUM, no mercy. I'm not sure about MORPH right now. MORPH got himself quite comfortably up there. Bounham United will try to stop GE. That's going to be Marta Smile in an instant, just finished off. And translate into 1 point by the hands of Bounham United. The North, the West, the South, and the East are all fighting each other right now.
Oh, here we go. Speaking about fights, the Infinity crash onto MORPH GPX. They went 3 players into the compound. BR11 needs to get close, but BR11 distraction to MORPH GPS because 3 members are in. Yoodo knocked down. BR11 open up the space for the rest of the Infinity to crash onto MORPH GPX. Boo Boo who has Rocky, the duo that's gonna fight against the Infinity.
I'm surprised you would see him first, but Bear got it. He never whiffed them. When it comes to the crosshair placement, definitely you have to give it to Pierre on that one. But MORPH, they did not expect Yoru to go down easily like that by Bear. That lean pick in the very last minute. But a nade! Oh my god! Shirty out of nowhere, Infinity toss a big one on top of MORPH. GE is down next. MORPH is going to be continuing and we'll be following with GE being eliminated at 7th place. We're down to 6.
Wow, beautiful, clean fight for the Infinity. They took out the entire MORPH GPX who had this compound as their fortress, but the Infinity won it without sacrificing anyone at all. BR11, brilliant play, knocking down the rooftop sniper, and from then on they just crash in and they win the MORPH GPX. Nicely executed by the Infinity. As we move on to PN United, 3 points in hand, full squad against Alter Ego.
So was taking his chances to fight against Alter Ego. Alva taking the front. While DX, they're being cornered around. BTR, even though they got only 2 men left on their side, they still fight back here. DX in the same boat as they are right now. Definitely PUBGM wants to fight back, try to redeem himself. Satan, the other corner, being spotted by Infinity. They are meddling into everybody else's business on the southern side of a circle. Lobby, PUBGM next. How to survive this one? Char is bleeding out. He can try to save him. But will he be a bit too of a risk trying to save Char since Satan moved out? So I think it's a great time for them to pick each other up for DX.
You know what's good thing? Damn Rude. Ah, they know he's there. They know he's there. I thought Damn Rude can pull up on them. But now BTR know that Damn Rude's there. They can deal with him. But for can they deal with Alter Ego now with Soa's knocked down, but they traded back with Alpha on his knees and Porsche is gonna go in. Potato! Oh no, Potato! Here we go. Porsche at the high ground, go to equal grounds. Porsche trying to win the fight, and he sprays on the Potato. And Alter Ego going down to the hands of BN United.
Bounham United. There was a very swift switch of the weaponries just now from a shotgun and spray of a rifle within seconds. Well done, astounding response coming out from the players. But DX, regardless how they try to revive each other multiple times now, but they play themselves at 5th. It's more than enough. I think it's quite a run for them on the side of DX. But BTR, this duo, lost it so long. They got 11 eliminations and 5 by Sata himself.
Yeah, and everyone played a part in getting the 11 elimination points. Let's see if they can wrap things up or not, because now the Infinity, still the full squad, same BN United. Okay, good, BN United. Find their comeback in this round. Get out of the 16 spot, the spot that nobody wants to be in. BN United, they have the circle. No, they are the clear, so they can put long-range pressure on the Infinity.
Boundham United is back in the grand finals with 8 eliminations, dominate over this northern side of the circle, taking and capitalizing the northern side of the circle as much as they can, spreading wide between themselves, leaving it to Infinity into one corner tucked down. Same goes for BTR and GEEK Fam. We're down to 4 teams. The one dominating the circle is just Boundham United. Now, if the other 3 teams having a go against each other, Boundham United definitely will secure the chicken.
Ooh, it's gonna be interesting though. BN United, number 16, getting the chicken dinner. Gonna be nice, gonna be nice. But they have to do the business right. It's not gonna be easy still. We still got the Infinity. Who knows? BTR on a high right now. They could be the one with the chicken dinner and bring it back for Team Indonesia. But BTR, before that, they need to deal with the Infinity first. But the Infinity, they are distracted with BN United behind, splitting their attention now.
Well, despite they are kind of surrounded, but they still want to fight back here. Tatar is scouted out. They're clustered up together for Infinity teams. Now we'll end the day with another Thai team, so a different flag waving up there. We have no clue. But Tatar definitely tempted to take the fight, but he's a bit outnumbered for now. Boundham start to fire on Infinity. Infinity happen to be the center of attention of all the teams out there. BTR and Boundham United focusing on the side of Infinity, who even have a full squad. It's a bit difficult when all the shots coming out all angles around you.
Oh yeah, I mean they're not in the best position now. I have to agree that BN United now they are in the best position possible. I mean look at the minimap, like they are way up there, and teams down south of the circle. I mean, if BN United can't wrap things, I don't know. They just have to do it.
Boundham is playing with time now. They know for a fact it's going to be no more circle after this, but it's all down about the blue zone. Who will be finished off by the blue zone first? GEEK Fam, I have a feeling this is going to be the most dangerous place they want to stay themselves. They need to get out of the track, and they are doing so, knowing that they are the furthest one. But GEEK Fam, the moment they step out, it's going to be a clear shot towards the side of Boundham United.
Here we go.
Here comes the push of BTR, taking Infinity a bit of a run of the money. But Satar will finally go down. BTR, despite got himself a double-digit elimination, being eliminated early, but Boundham tried to chase the numbers as well.
Well, guess what? Audrey from GEEK Fam is still alive. We have seen before Audrey pulling off an insane moment towards the end to clinch it for GEEK Fam. Can we see it again from Audrey? Can the live audience at the see Audrey pulling that off? Now, the Infinity, they don't know that Audrey is behind. Okay, this could be really interesting now as Audrey slips into the circle.
Pick out Audrey. You know, if Break just push out, then you're done. Audrey can secure another 2 eliminations and got himself second place. He tried to push down. Nobody on Infinity's side know he's there. But Infinity still have a full squad. If they're not being careful, here comes Beer. He's trying to check the corners out. He spot him out. Audrey a bit too late now. Too much hazard in Infinity. 4v4 with Boundham United.
Here we go. BN United on the Infinity. Infinity wants to follow suit with his other compatriot team to get the double chicken dinner at least. The Infinity now fighting against BN United. They will be tossed up by Logan. Beer on his knee. Logan trying to find a trade back, but can't land the shot yet. But finally he will. Taking down so from BN United.
Infinity, they're outnumbering Boundham with 2v3 right now. Soa's got finished off in an instant. Logan clean up the job, but the rest of Infinity try to open up the angles. They need to revive Bear. Lobby X try to be the cover, the support fire, cover fire for the teams to revive Bear at the back line. But here comes the push. Shirty asks Porsche. He doesn't know which way to go. 2 angles off. Boundham United, they let it slip by. It's down to Max in the blue zone. Infinity waving a time flag once more. Another chicken for them for day number 1 of the PMSL Grand Finals.
Oh man, it is the day of Titans, ladies and gentlemen. the Infinity wrapping the day up with the final chicken dinner for day number 1 of the grand finals. And this time, it is well deserved for the Infinity. They had to manage BN United they had to manage BTR coming. Lucky enough, they found out the position of Audrey. They checked their corners. Beautifully done by the Infinity. This time is definitely theirs. The limelight all onto the Infinity.
Oh, what a day for all of us, and this is well deserving for Lobby. He's definitely one of the players in the lineup of Infinity, being underrated. I wish his name will be chanted more by all the viewers and all the fans out there, because this guy, he is in the path, in the road of being one of the legends out there based on his gameplay right now. He got what a bright future in front of him. This is just the start for Lobby X. Imagine what will happen next year.
Yeah, and he played it really smartly, right? Like, his teammate revived behind. He covered fire in front, not getting very clean execution from Lobby. Definitely deserving of the MVP in this round. So, looking at the stats, everyone contributed to the amount of eliminations that the Infinity got, and that is a total amount of 11 eliminations. Nicely done. On top of that, we still have Logan here. He's probably backseat supports on the road. That's why he don't get as much eliminations as the other. Neither does he dish out as much damage. But everyone has a role to play today. And it is about teamwork and the Infinity. This is a chicken dinner well deserved.
I mean, I do know Malaysia right now have Thai Food Festival. But when it comes to PMSL, it's Thai Festival all over again. It's just them taking all the flags for chicken dinner. And not just that, I do love the fact that Baonam United comes back like how they were in the first few weeks of the league stage. This is what we've been waiting for from Baonam United. They scored themselves also 11 eliminations. Now 3 teams scored themselves with half the amount of volume of eliminations up there. So will there be a lot of teams ended up with a 0 down there?
Ooh, that is a good question though. There's potential. There's a potential there since a lot of eliminations went up. So we'll get to see that a little bit more. We get to see the best moments of the previous round as well. I mean, there was a lot of fights because of how difficult the circle shift was. It shift to the corner that has the least amount of players. So all these players is like not only like 1v1 team, but it's like 2-3 teams, maybe even 4 teams at the same time. So you get to see like teams canceling out each other, distracting each other, and it was a beautiful display of the Infinity on how they manage such a mess.
Yeah, that's kind of true. They had a 4 and they ended up with a 4. That's just how clean their execution is. Well disciplined, well organized, and what an astounding teamwork they showcased just now on the side of Infinity with 11 eliminations, BTL with another 11, FaZe Clan with 9, Baonam United with a 9. But when it comes to high volume of kills in a single map, surprisingly, not many teams ended up with a 0. But for PBE, this hit them hard. Because for the entire day, they barely got enough to push themselves when it comes to the overall ranking.
Yeah, so only 2 teams suffered without a single point this round. Other top contenders, I would say highlights. Esports, only 1 point this time. So with FaZe Clan 9 points, this is looking really good for FaZe Clan up there. But we need to have the overall scores as well, because I believe that like BTR, they aren't too far away, maybe even PERSIJA also. We need to see that later on. Here we go. This is it. Official FaZe Clan is still number 1 with quite a gap here of about 7-point gap now between them and the Infinity.
Yep, almost 20 point of a gap as a start. And don't forget that FaZe Clan starting off at 13th place with only 13 points. And they almost got relegated in the league stage. Barely got into the grand finals in the very last minute, and they placed themselves at number 1 with 2 chickens. Infinity, despite they have 2 chickens as well, but the gap is just incredibly big. The eliminations make the stretch out between FaZe and Infinity, but PBE on the other hand, lucky they got out from the 20s, but for the entire day didn't secure as much as the others.
Yeah, unfortunately because of BN United's performance in this round, they got pushed down to a number 16 instead, so they're back at the bottom. XERXIA now the only Thai team on page 2, but so a little bit of an outlier there. Hopefully XERXIA can join the competitors in page by tomorrow. But we're looking at the season MVP race now. I mean, Tony, he opened up a nice get there on his stats. All his stats, amazing. So he's at number 1 now, but behind him is from FaZe Clan, Onzens, a team that did the comeback, and not only that, who knows, Onzens can be the one to chase on the Tony K for the FMVP instead.
And Rosemary is actually on the chart just now, but we haven't seen a lot of Rosemary here today. It just shows that, I don't know, Alter Ego, tactically speaking, they are better without Rosemary. Strategically speaking, they are way better getting themselves in the top 5, but firepower-wise, I have a feeling they still need Rosemary on that sort of a feel right now. Thinking something out of the box to have somebody like Red FaZe to push out. And we saw that each team do have this one person that have a different mindset than the others, a bit unorthodox to go out flying all the way and take the courage up. But speaking of which, we're heading into the interview later on, so Tashmani, take it away.
Hello everyone! Today is clearly the rise of the Thais as we see 2 of the Thai teams dominating the overall ranks. Regardless, as we do hit the end of the day here, I have with me from FaZe Clan Vin Torres, joining me on stage alongside Oil, our Thai translator. First of all, how are you feeling being here playing on ground today?
วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้มาเล่นออฟไลน์ค่ะ
ก็ตื่นเต้นครับคนดูเยอะดี
He feels very excited. He said there's a lot of fans here.
There's a lot of fans here from all over Southeast Asia, but let's talk a little bit about FaZe Clan, about you. So we had this interview, you and I last week, where you told me that you have no clue how you got there. Like you don't know how to react to situation. You've never been in a situation where you might not make it into the grand finals. But then in week 3, you came back swinging, came up the very top, and now you started off the day with 2 chicken dinners. Walk me through what happened behind the scenes. How did you manage to get here?
อาทิตย์ที่แล้วอะค่ะที่ได้ให้สัมภาษณ์ไว้ว่าไม่แน่ใจว่าเรามาถึงจุดนี้ได้ไงไม่แน่ใจว่าเราปรับปรุงมาได้อย่างไรเพราะว่าอาทิตย์ที่1กับอาทิตย์ที่2อะค่ะผลงานอาจจะไม่ค่อยดีแต่กลับมาทวงบัลลังก์ในอาทิตย์ที่3ด้วยการกินไก่ไปถึง2ครั้งพอจะเล่าได้ไหมคะว่าเรามีการปรับปรุงภายในทีมอย่างไร
ก็ไม่มีอะไรมากครับแค่น้องๆเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับแล้วก็ป่วยกันทุกคนเลยก็เลยมีความมั่นใจพลังแฝง
Okay so there's nothing special just only the team gathered together and then try to build up more confidence and play with confidence
Let's talk a little bit about confidence here. So, were you trying to say that you guys lacked confidence in the first 2 weeks of the league? How did you manage to bring that up? Was there a morale boost, a talk that you had with the team? What exactly did you say to them?
ในอาทิตย์ที่ผ่านมาค่ะเรามีการพูดคุยแบบปรับเปลี่ยนการพูดคุยหรือวางแผนอะไรยังไงบ้างคะ
ก็ไม่ครับเราแค่รู้สึกว่ามันแย่มาสุดๆแล้วก็เราก็ไม่มีอะไรที่จะต้องเสียเราก็เล่นด้วยความมั่นใจมากขึ้นครับ
So because they think that their performance is not in a good condition, they just give it all in and play with confidence.
Right, so that was clearly fixed. Let's talk a little bit about what's it like playing in front of Live Cloud. You said you were excited, but obviously, you know, not being in Thailand means that all of your fans would be online and the crowds were cheering for the Malaysian teams. How does that feel? Is that a little bit more pressure for you, or does that make you want to win even more?
เพราะว่าตอนนี้เราไม่ได้อยู่ที่ประเทศไทยใช่ไหมคะเวลาที่ได้ยินเสียงตะโกนของแฟนๆที่เขาเชียร์ทีมเจ้าบ้านนะคะทางทีมงานมีความรู้สึกอย่างไรมีความรู้สึกกดดันบ้างไหมคะหรือว่าน้องๆแบบตกใจไหม
ไม่เลยครับเพราะว่าตอนอยู่ในเกมเงี้ยเราจะโฟกัสแค่ในเกมอย่างเดียวเสียงรบกวนรอบข้างเราจะไม่ค่อยได้ยินเท่าไหร่ครับ
So they did not really hear the sound of the cheering. They give it all focus to the game.
Right, so just now I think it was Morman that came by to say hi to you here. Let's talk a little bit about your relationship with your teammates. I mean, when the intro came in, you saw Morman just like joking around. Is he the reason, or rather the person that makes the team, like cheers up the team when things go kind of sour for you guys?
ความสัมพันธ์ระหว่างความสัมพันธ์ภายในทีมของน้องมอร์แมนอะค่ะน้องมอร์แมนนี่เป็นคนที่แบบตลกที่สุดในทีมไหมเป็นคนที่คอยให้กำลังใจทุกคนหรือเปล่า
เป็นคนที่ตลกที่สุดในทีมใช่ครับแต่ว่ากำลังใจทุกคนต้องให้มอร์แมนครับเพราะมอร์แมนตลกไปแล้ว
Okay So Moment is the funny character of the team, but everybody has to give the confidence to him because he's mostly in the part of being funny.
I see. So he's the guy that makes it, sometimes you need that relief, and he's there for that. And I love hearing that from you guys. So let's talk a little bit about Thailand. So we saw Infinity come up. And of course, we have Vampire Esports, the back-to-back PMWI champions. So now, do you have your eyes in taking away the title of the #1 team in Thailand from VPE?
ตอนเนี้ยทีมเฟสกำลังมาแรงมากแล้วก็ทางทีม VPE อะค่ะทีมแวมไพร์ถูกขนานนามว่าเป็นราชาแห่งออฟไลน์ทางทีมเฟสมีอะไรจะพูดถึงไหมคะ
ก็แวมไพร์ก็ทีมเพื่อนกันอยู่แล้วครับ ก็แบ่งๆกันบ้างครับผม
so he said that we're friends and maybe we can share the title.
Sharing the title, that is so cute. We always see the support coming in from the Thai teams together, rising up together. But speaking about rising up together, we know there's a beautiful, huge crowd watching at home for the Thai fans. It's a lot of fans watching. Do you have anything you want to say to the Thai fans at home?
มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆที่รับชมอยู่ทางบ้านไหมคะ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะที่เชียร์ทีม FaZe Clan นะครับ แล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยทีมอื่นๆด้วยครับ ในอีก 2 วันที่เหลือครับผม ก็ขอให้ทีมไทยได้เป็นแชมป์
So thank you for cheering for them and please continue to give your support to all the Thai teams. For the next 2 days, we hope Thailand will get the champion.
And there you have it for Thailand. The Thai fans at home, I hope you guys are very happy to see the results today. Regardless, this is the end of day #1. For you guys over at home who aren't doing anything on the weekend, please come by to Sunway Velocity in KL, Malaysia, if you're free, to come and support your favorite teams, regardless of where they're from. And for now, we're going to toss it back to casters as we end the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Can you share? Can you actually share that #1 spot? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's not like a birthday cake that you can like, okay, it's my birthday, I cut, I slice, here you go, you take what you got. Nah, somebody has to let go of the trophy, right? I'm pretty sure I want to say, but okay, because it's to the Thai fans, right, I have to say, okay, we support all fans, alright, diplomatic.
I don't know if you can split the trophy into 2 parts. That would not be a trophy anymore, will be? But interesting interview, and I definitely want to know what's going on at the back end of FaZe Clan. How did they came back from week 3 out of the very bottom of all the teams at 6 points, squeezing up to the grand finals at 13th spot with only 13 points, coming up to #1 in a day in the grand finals? Who's actually behind the scene that pushed FaZe Clan all the way up here within 2 weeks' time?
Well, I guess the Vintors kind of answered that by saying it's all together, they teamwork, they discuss, yada, the cliche stuff. That. But anyway, it's day 1, looking good for the Thai teams, including FaZe at #1 right now. But can they hold on to it? Because we got 2 more days to go. Tomorrow will be another day, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you tune in because this is PUBG Mobile Super League PMSL Grand Finals. My name is Sir Cloud, together with the amazing Juju. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Bye.